the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you in the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. Let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruvan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada and Mahanse, our noble friend and teacher. Theruvan Saranai and Mahanse, your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Theruvan Saranai. We've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF, of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. And today we are starting with page 111, the discussion titled Morning Zoom Discussion on Sunday, October 8th, 2023. Participant, Theruvan Saranai and Mahansa, I pay my respect to you. My question is about the concept that is not possible to own anything, which you also explain according to the Buddhist philosophy or doctrine, Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo. Now we have received a pension from the government. Please tell me about that. Aryan Mahanse, you're a layperson. You do not take only the four necessities for living. You ask this question because you're still holding on to the notion of an individual self. If there were an existing self, everything would also exist, including salary. When we say Nisatto Nijjiva Sunyo, no self can be found. An Arya does not face this problem. It can be compared to the blowing wind. There's nothing to hold on to and no inherent value in anything. For an example, when watching images on TV, they have no real impact or effect on me. Everything is available. However, the senses are neutral and therefore the feeling of a self does not arise. There is another aspect to consider regarding a sick monk, a method of limiting his necessities only to the four essentials cannot always be adopted. The reason is that to remain alive, he or she might need to eat at irregular times. Even the Buddha's body was cared for by noble Jivaka, the physician. The Vinaya Pitaka, one of the three baskets which explains the methods of behavior and discipline for monks, does not have to be strictly followed by monks who are weak or ill. The thoughts of an Arya and the thoughts of a layperson are not the same. In this aspect, there's no concept of a salary for them. Objects are used without claiming ownership. If someone feels I own this item, then that person is not noble Arya. Participant, after seeing the truth in the subject matter, a skill develops to make me notice even a slight defilement that absorbs the mind. As soon as this happens, the super awareness takes over and destroys the defilement completely. Arhan Wahanse. This refers to the Sakko Rijuko level, which means the defilements are not completely destroyed. However, this person is aware of the defilements when they capture the mind and makes a straightforward attempt to remove them. Even a stream enterer experiences defilements. Until a person reaches the Arahant level, defilements appear at varied levels. In other words, they are not completely eradicated. People who follow the path never doubt the doctrine. Also, a true Arahant never advertises their status to the world. If someone publicizes their spiritual achievement, that person is not an Arahant. This discussion is about straightforwardness, or Sakko, Rujuko, Sujuko. Some preachers are not aware of defilements, but they preach and talk about results. Those who attempt to destroy defilements never discuss results. When following this path, mind awareness and mindfulness are essential. So here the teaching emphasizes the difference between a layperson and an Arya. A layperson still holds on to the notion of an individual self, which creates attachment, even to things like a salary or pension. That is why this question arises in this layperson's mind and he raises it. For an Arya, on the other hand, there's no self to hold on to. So possessions, wealth, and even bodily needs are neutral. Even monks who are ill cannot strictly follow the minimal lifestyle rules because survival takes priority. This shows how practical wisdom blends with spiritual understanding. If you notice the distinction with defilements, even those on the path, including stream enterers, experience defilements because only at the very end, when the ignorance is fully eradicated only, one would be free from all the defilements. And at that stage, you cannot call the layperson who entered the stream as he ends his journey, we cannot even call him or her a person. So, what matters is straightforward awareness and active effort to remove them. A true Arahant never advertises their status because, like I said before, when one becomes Arahant, this the notion of the self is completely eradicated. And there's no person who got to any fruition, or there's no person who got to the arahathood. That status of a person or the notion of the person is no more. So there's no need to advertise the fruition that I'm arahant and I'm one non-returner or whatever it is. That kind of need is in a layperson because they draw satisfaction or pleasure through that kind of status. Because there's a person to whom these things are, a person who achieves these things for a layperson, in the mind of a layperson. So that this is why mindfulness and self-awareness are critical. They ensure that the effort to purify the mind is genuine, not performative, not to gain anything out of it. As one progresses through the spiritual path, by understanding the Dhamma first, by listening to it first, and by seeing it within his or her mind first-handedly. There's no claiming of ownership to anything. That is the most beautiful thing about this path. And the honesty that one has to have to walk this path, to see defilements clearly, because more often than not, we do not like to admit how horrible people we are, how bad people we are, how our drawbacks, whatever the negative things about ourselves, we don't want to admit to ourselves. But as we walk this path, it is essential that we are so straightforward with ourselves, as however embarrassing it is, however difficult it is, we are able to and committed to seeing the truth, and only the truth at any cost. So that is why honesty, being true to yourself, is of utmost importance in this path. And we have talked about this path in different ways, different perspectives. As we listen to this Dhamma, as we listen to the wisdom of truth, as we understand how the mind is created, how the so-called world is created in this moment, in one thought, how the self arises in that thought, how the internal burning is there in that single thought in this moment. What happens is that mind that is projected goes to zero. It becomes non-projected. And that underlying power that is within any thought, within each thought, goes to zero, because that underlying power is there because a thought assumes the existence of a so-called external world and the so-called self. And if there's no external world as we thought it existed, and if that is only a momentary thing that comes into life, and if it is just something that appears in the moment due to fast vibrations, it's a mirage. That fast vibration gives rise to something, feels like something's out there, feels like that something that is out there is observed by me. This duality is created because of that speed. And it's, however much you contemplate, it's very difficult to understand or realize that, I'm seeing, I'm hearing, I'm smelling, tasting, touching. How can it be not true? But as you understand how the mind is created in a very deeper way, or in a way that makes sense to you, it varies from person to person how that understanding comes about. But when this is understood in a way that it makes sense, there's no power, there's no need for it to be, it's something like this. If you are playing in a dollhouse with a bunch of kids, they offer you food. And you say, oh, that's very tasty, I like it. How did you make this food? When you say these things, It is just to be playful and just to uh, show that you care to the child. But in within you, you do not believe that this food is tasty, or you do not have a genuine curiosity as to learn how this food is prepared, to learn a recipe or whatever. So, meaning that internal burning is not there, or that assumption that this dollhouse exists is not inherently in that talking, in those thoughts. Similarly, as we understand that this world is a mirage, this world is an illusion, the so-called self is an illusion, we still continue to do whatever we've been doing in this life. Because just because you realize this truth doesn't mean whoever else is around you understands, or whatever the responsibilities we have, we continue to perform them. Yet you behave as if you're in this dollhouse playing with kids. You don't have, when you know that this is not real, you do not have a genuine curiosity to explore it further or indulge in it any further or whatever. Only if it is required by the situation, you would just act accordingly. But there's no real relationship with it. There's no internal burning that is caused due to it. It is said that the Arahant lives in Arahant transcends this world and the other world and lives uh, equally in both worlds. So that is what that means is when a realized person, a realized or Arahant would live here, nobody would be able to figure out by just looking from the outside or by the external looks of an area. No one will be able to say what kind of um, mind he or she has. It is only self-evident to the realized one. So that is the beauty of Dhamma. And as a truth, as a seeker of truth, we get to this journey because we are curious about what is this world. We have been questioning why do these things happen the way it happens, or somebody had feels that they have suffered enough and they want to end this suffering. Either way, whatever your reasons are to come to this path, to become a seeker of truth, once you stumble upon this dharma, how that those two questions are answered is by realizing that this world is not true, that the so-called self is not true, that whatever we thought was existing, whatever we thought to be existing, was a mirage that comes into life in the moment to moment. Before listening to this Dhamma, we thought there was an existing mind that comes comes from some past moment in time to this moment in time, and which will continue to exist into some future moment of time. But now we know when we say past, we talk about past thoughts, If you're talking about your past, it's just a past thought. The other thing is there could be some sort of pictures or videos of past, but is a picture of the past, can we consider a picture of the past to be as a proof of past? If you look at a picture, let's say a printed picture of some trip that you took in the past, how is it the past? The picture is bunch of colors, some colors on some board. It is not the past itself. So where is the past? Except for somebody's mind. The only other moment we can talk about a past is through a picture or a video. A video is something that you will play in this moment, and it's a bunch of colors again. And then the thoughts about the past. If you want to think about your 15th birthday or whatever, you will think about it in this moment while sitting in the same chair without even leaving that chair. So this, where is the past except for a thought that is created in this moment? Similarly, future is the same. Whatever you want to do in the future, who you want to become, all these dreams and aspirations, they're all thoughts in this moment. If you think about some plan you have for tomorrow, you will do so while sitting in this chair without even leaving this chair. So there is no past or future except for a thought in this moment. And if we zoom on in the thought that we have in this moment, it'll be a single thought and it will have some information like whatever is in front of you. Let's say there's a computer in front of you. You're only focusing on that. Your only thought is about that. Even though we assume that there's a whole world in this moment, even in that thought, that there's only about a computer. Everything else, your mother, father, your relationships, your belongings, properties, whatever it is, your sorrows, they're not in that thought. So if you think about it, you can kind of access them. But in this moment, the only thought you have is if it is about a computer. That is all, that is your world. And that if we zoom on in that computer, a child doesn't know what a computer is. An infant doesn't know. As he begin to learn the language at the age of 1 or 1.5 or 2, whatever it is, then he still would look at a computer and wouldn't know that it is a computer, or wouldn't even have a thought that it is a computer unless someone points at it and tells him, son, look, that is called a computer. And that label gets tangled with the image of the so-called computer. Therefore, the mind object computer is created now. Even today, when we look at the computer, the so-called computer, the image relevant to the so-called computer, the image, the sound comes automatically, appears in our mind without even a physical sound being uttered, even without the physical name of the computer being uttered. Yet we thinking these sounds. So in other words, mind is a sound, mind is a vibration too. A different kind of vibration, because not only it has the sound, it also has the picture, the smell, taste, touch, and all the components, all the inputs from the 5 senses. So if we kind of extend this understanding to everything that we associate with is a mind object like that. A thought, a vibration, a sound, a vibration that is created of sound, and it has light, sound, smell, taste, touch. And that thought, when we think about that thought, it feels like the computer is out there. That is due to this vibration and the underlying power that it has. It feels like the computer is out there. Even before the label was given, that infant or the toddler, rather the toddler, for him it feels like there's something out there. When he looks at the so-called computer, even before the label is registered for him. So this is our whole world, and if there's a computer, of course, who's seeing that? There has to be someone who sees it, who experiences it, and that has to be the self. And that was the first thought that was taken on as a toddler as he was introduced to the language first. There has to be a self, and that should be whatever the parents ask children to repeat their names. Baby, tell me your name. What's your name? And then the child will say the name. Oh, so then now the system took on a thought, if there's a computer, if there's a mother, if there's a father, there should be a self. And that self should be that name, whatever the name that the parents ask me to tell all the time. So the self, idea of the self is established. Now the self has a name, and this child checks him or herself in the mirror and sees the face. Of course, he can see his arms and legs and all that. So he knows this self has legs and arms, and the face is the reflection that he sees in the mirror. So these assembled pictures create kind of a complete mental image called the self. And this self, thought by thought, the underlying power, the feeling, there's a feeling that the self exists compared to whatever is experienced. This evolves thought by thought. I am so and so, I like to eat this, I like to eat that, I like to be a doctor when I grow up one day. I don't like my brother, I only like my sister. My mother is like this, my father is like that. The whole story, me and my story. So once someone understands this, how this whole world is created in the form of thoughts, even the thoughts are not real, how thoughts come into existence through different vibrations, manifestations of vibration. There's actually nothing here. You first understand it in the form of knowledge, but as you begin to see this truth in action, truth in motion, these insights come to you. Yeah, that is true, that the sound of a crow is just, the ears can't hear. Ears do not know the name, or the ears can only hear the sound. The name appears in the mind because at some point in time, as a child, for that sound, the name crow, that's a crow sound that is been given. And now today, as we listen to the so-called crow sound, this vibration of the so-called crow sound telepathized with the vibration, the entire vibration that is given, the entangling of the name and the sound, that whole this vibration is able to kind of call upon that entire package, telepathized. We call it telepathy, natural resonance, the principle of resonance. This is how the mind works. So every time we look at something, everything we've known about it, more images about it, sounds, names, smells, tastes, touches, all those information from the five sense faculties, they come alive in this moment. So when we say we think, it's moving from one vibration to another, and there's underlying power, and it feels like somebody's thinking all this, somebody's thinking this thought, that thought, and it happens continuously one after another. It feels like there's a continuous self. And this is the story, this is our story, how this so-called self is created. This self is the one that suffers. As we go through life, a lot of things happen, and as there's an assumption that something is out there that doesn't really exist, and as we assume that the pain and pleasure comes from these so-called external things, it is suffering to assume the existence of a lie itself is suffering. Of course, things break, people die. That is sad. And we think about those things. And those thoughts, uh, sad thoughts, they bring suffering. But even more than that, to believe that something exists when when it doesn't, when it's um, just something that comes into existence moment to moment as a result of meeting the necessary conditions, as a cause of, as an effect of meeting necessary conditions, that is suffering. So, as we see the truth, as we see the truth in the moment, thought to thought, this becomes diminished. There's no other way for these defilements, for these attachments to be diminished, except for by seeing how they are created. They come into existence, they create suffering. By undoing that, to undo that, is to realize how it comes into existence. So, Theruvan Saranai Aryan Hansha, and there's one Miss Lakshmi Theruvan Saranai. If you have any questions or comments, mostly encouraged. Theruvan Saranai Aryan, if you have. Okay, so we'll continue with the discussion until Aryan joins, or until Aryan is able to join. So this is the path. This is and as we go through realizing this truth, we go through many stages, and one would start with different spiritual receptivities, as in one would be able to one would have higher insights. We call them Uggatitanya, or kind of above average kind of insights, Vipatitanya. And some people kind of needs more explanation than just some insights. They will need a little further explanations for them to understand. That is, we call them Neya. It's a kind of a spiritual receptivity. And then Padaparama is the person who really kind of grabs onto the words and who find it really difficult to look at the meaning that's beyond the words. Even in that state of mind, if one continues to work on understanding and realizing this Dharma. That state could be evolved into a state where there's higher insights or Ugatitanya. So we know that in history we've heard that I think Upatis and called it they after listening to a couple of sentences of this truth they got to the super awareness. And in the case of Bahya Tero, we know as he listened to uh, seeing is uh, only seeing if there's no seeing and there's no one who's seeing it. And listening is only listening if there's nothing to listen to and there's no one there to listen to. Feeling is only feeling if there's nothing to be felt, there's no one feeling it. And thinking is only thinking if there's nothing to think about, there's no one thinking it. So that was the uh, simple Dhamma that was expounded by Lord Buddha to Bahia. And as he listened to that, he understood the whole Dhamma. So that is a level where there's high insight, and it didn't he didn't come to that state just instantaneously. Leading up to that moment, there has been a lot of self work that's been done to understand that. But and then upon listening to this, the understanding was, or the realization was completed. So like that, we come from different stages of understanding, different backgrounds, and different realizations. And as we listen to this and do the practical, take the practical approach or the practical path, it the that those states mature into more higher levels with more higher insights. So all of us come to this path as lay people, and we listen to how the mind is created. And first we listen to how that the so-called external is not real. When we like in the example of the crow, when we listen to something, the mind is so fast, these vibrations are so fast, we hear the crow and we think, oh, a crow is cawing or whatever it is, or a dog is barking. But how the mind is created, how these vibrations work, how the dependent origination work, we know that it is the merging of sound, image, smell, taste, touch. So, and we know that eyes can only see, ears can only hear, the nose can only smell, the tongue can only taste, the skin can only detect the temperature and the solidity of something. When we eat a pineapple, automatically the label comes, it's a pineapple, but the tongue can only taste the taste of pineapple. If we really focus on that experience, the experience of tasting pineapple is different to the thought of pineapple. As we eat it automatically, because this process happens so fast, automatically the thought that the pineapple is being eaten is it comes to existence, but these are two different functions of two different sense faculties. That is what we slowly understand and realize. And similarly, a thought is a thought. That is the function of the mind. When we touch, let's say we are touching this table or whatever is in front of you, or the fingers can only feel the solidity. If you close your eyes and touch, let's say a table, the skin of these fingers, couple of fingers, can only feel the solidity of this table. It cannot even touch an entire table. You have to have a very really big hand. But we touch it with couple of fingers, but the idea, the thought comes to the mind that I am touching a table. So clearly two different functions of two different sense faculties. The idea that one idea about whatever you're touching is mind made, it's in the mind. Fingers can only detect the solidity. So if we can see clearly that there's nothing out there, the so-called external world is an experience of the sense faculties. The fact that the mind says this is this is that, I am doing this, I am walking, I am running, it is a separate thing. So there's no, if we look at the outside, if we look at outside, there's no apple tree or mango tree or oak tree or whatever it is. Mango tree doesn't know it is a mango tree. As we look at it, the image, as it's not even we look at it, it is the function of the sense faculty of the eye, the faculty of the eye, as the image of the mango tree is seen. The thought mango tree appears in the mind, it automatically happens, and we think we are looking at, or rather the system thinks it is looking at a mango tree. So whatever the thought is projected to the so-called external world again, and every experience is like that. There's nothing external. What is external? We can't even call it external. The so-called external is whatever we hear, whatever we see, whatever we smell, taste, touch. Somebody's frying some food, maybe let's say dry fish, and it's a very distinctive smell, and it is just a smell. The nose cannot smell dry fish, but the moment we smell it, the thought comes with it. In the same moment, the thought comes because it's too fast, but it is that thought that says, somebody's frying dry fish, must be nice. Maybe your mouth is watering too. It's a process. Nobody's doing this. Nobody's making the mouth water. It is how the system works. So was the idea of dry fish external? We can see it feels like it's seemingly internal. But as we learn and understand more, we know that there's no external or internal also. Even though when we look around, even though things feel like they're appearing at a distance, it is the image is created through the vibrations of the eye. Like for an example, if there's a projector showing a movie in a movie theater, The image is created by the projector, by the apparatus, but it's projected to a wall far away. And it feels like movies on the screen far away from us. But it is actually created within the projector. So something similar happens to our images also. If we think about, or if we contemplate on how these VR goggles, virtual reality, we wear these goggles, and uh, there are places that, I mean, you can buy it and you can use it even. And you wear it and it feels like you're under the ocean, or you're jumping off a cliff, or you're in Sigiriya, or whatever it is that virtual reality shows. And they all these images, let's say it's an experience where you're in the ocean, you're deep down in the ocean, and there are sharks attacking you, and it feels so real. The sharks are moving, dive, swimming around you, and you're in a cage and they're trying to break into the cage. But you know for a fact this is happening inside some room. There's no ocean around you. However much you know, it's very difficult to not uh, know that truth in the moment you're experiencing this, because this experience feels so surreal, so and real. It, you get deceived. So this illusion is the same way, same exact way. We have an idea that one of the reasons why it's very difficult for us to not know, or kind of think of this illusion as for the illusion it is the three-dimensional nature it has. On the TV, you look at wars being fought, people crying, animals fighting, the jungles, and all these things you see in the TV, and you comment on them, more poor animal, or this politician, I don't like him. He always does this, they always do these kind of things, or whatever you would comment in that thought, all that is real. Yet the TV is just 2D, not even 3D, just flat. And when you switch it off, the animals are gone, the politicians are gone. Yet you don't take back that thought. You don't feel like, oh, I was deceived. There was no politician. This is just a two-dimensional thing. This is just a flat thing. There was no any people or animals or whatever. So this world is like that. It's very deceitful. It's an illusion, and it's there's a lot of understanding and realization and practical approach that goes into undoing this damage that's been done, which is believing believing for something to be existing when there's nothing of that sort. One metaphor given by Buddha is, if a fireball is rotated in a circular motion, it feels like there's a firing. But there's no firing in truth. There's only a fireball because of that speed. I'm sure most of you all have this experience in Perahera pageants and stuff like that. but it's very difficult to, it's all, but is it not there? Can we say that the firing is not there? Because firing is visible, we cannot say it's not there. It is there. But what it is a fireball in motion creating that firing. So when we say the world is not there, we do not mean that a world that was there is now no more. It means the world we thought existed is just like the firing. Under speed, because of this fast speed of vibrations, they appear to exist. Therwan Sannai, Dr. Ravi.
Therwan Sannai Harshi, Therwan Sannai Aren Pansa, Therwan Sannai everyone. Yes, yeah. You talked about how this illusion gets created, isn't it?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah. So, with the example of the fireball, so the speed of the rotation speed of the fireball makes you to feel that it's really a ring-like thing. It's really existing. So that is the mechanism how illusion gets created. So as you said, due to the speed of the thought in the sense the stimulation that arise at the faculty level. So due to that speed, we can't figure it out. It is they are separate from each other. So it feels like it's a continuous thing. It's like the river, a river. So if you take some water from one place of the river, it's just water. But when water moves in rapid speed, we call it a river. But still there is water. So likewise, the firing has the fireball. It rotates in a very rapid speed, so we will be not able to see that particular fireball. What we can see is the ring of fire. So all these scenarios are more or less similar. So due to the speed, we tend to feel something was not there before. So fire ring was not there actually. There was only the fireball. But due to the speed, we won't see this fireball. Instead of that, we will see the ring of fire. But ring of fire is not actually is there. It is the illusion. We tend to see there's a fire ring instead of a single fireball. Likewise, we won't see the drops of water or molecules of water. But you just looking at a river, you see the river flowing water in a certain speed. So from that we can understand this speed. The speed is the causative fact for everything. The speed makes us to feel that something is there, but actually that is not the one it's there. So we feel like firing is there, but it is not true. So that's why in when you explain this fire aggregates, Aryan Maharaj clearly explained its fire aggregates as a speed. Due to the speed, these fire aggregates become visible for you, become audible for you, become perceivable for you. But that is not true. It is not their reality. It is us. It is the illusion. So collective fire aggregates can make you to feel like something is there. So if something perceived by your eye faculty, I will create a light. So from that, a perception arises. So for that, we call the eye itself. So when it is capable of creating the illusion, if we grab it through the eye faculty, then of course it will become the light. So there was no light before, earlier. So light gets created then and there because of your faculty. But the thing what happened behind is the speedy occurrence of fire aggregates. Fire aggregates collectively create kind of perception. A perception. If the perception become light, we call it that is our eye faculty. Likewise, same thing happens in the ear faculty. The vibration occurs, speedy occurrences occurs, the occurrence occur, the speedy occurrences happen, then cause some kind of a signal there. That signal is captured through a faculty. If it is an audible signal, audible perception, we call it the ear. So that's how our faculties get created. So they were not there earlier. Due to this speed, due to this khanda, everything emerge. I mean, the faculties also get emerge then and there in that very particular instance. So it has not been there before. It gets created when the necessary materialistics, the necessary things are come together. So that is the Patisamuppada. That is well explained in cause and effect Dhamma. This is the cause and effect Dhamma. Ayatanam Patibhavo Ayang Uttiti Jati. Then what's happened? Then what is happening? Then we tend to feel, wow, light is there. Light is real. Because it has some kind of a field underlying. Then of course we tend to feel the light that we are seeing is real existence. And at the same way, the sound, we also feel it's real. It has real. So when sound and light come together, and also it combines with the tactile perception, but and also the taste, all these things come together and form another kind of a perception. So now you can see there were no kind of permanent or existing thing earlier. Something like real is getting created at this very moment because of the speed. And also they tend to get together and form another kind of a perception. So that perception may be the chair that you are seeing in this very moment in front of you. and that may be some kind of a thought that comes into your mind. So likewise, then the previous qualities of the initial faculties at the faculty levels we had, that something is they are feeling, will be also they are carried forward to this newly formed perception as well. So earlier we thought, we felt like sound was there. Earlier we felt the light was there. Earlier we felt like the taste was there. And after combining all these things, a new perception forms. That perception may be a chair, maybe the mother, maybe your friend, maybe some kind of another previous thought that comes into your mind. So all this existent field is also there in that new perceptions as well. So that brings about your mother is real. You feel like that your mother is really existing. And also you feel like you are the chair you see in front of you at this very moment is real. So it has not been made real by anyone else. It automatically happens. Why this reality feeling comes? Because we tend to take the light as real. We tend to take the sound as real. We used to take the taste as real. The newly formed perception that has been made through this all perceptions, we also feel it is existing. But see this, how this magic works, how this magic happens. There was no one there earlier, and now even there is no one. The mother gets created then and there. The chair gets created then and there. But it has some kind of an existing feel there. It's real. Like we feel like it's real. Then of course what will happen? Then another magic happens. If something is there, in the similar way, yourself also get created in the same manner. When you go in front of a mirror, you see yourself, your reflection in the mirror. So then that reflection itself has been made from all these five perceptions: light, sound, taste, and all these things. They also has the same qualities of existing. Then of course what will you feel? You feel like the image that I am seeing through the mirror is also as real. So then you tend to feel, I'm also real. So there is no one did it, not by you either. It has been automatically created. Why? What is the causative fact that made you to think that you are real? That is because it has some quality that made you to think that it made you to feel that it's existing. That existent power itself make you to think that it's real. So for that existent power, we call in Pali terms the itta perception, or the itta sanya. So being, if you take a human being, if you take some other animal, or if you take whoever that thinks it's alive, it has this ether or alive perception. That is the causative thing that makes you to feel that you are a living being. But what Lord Buddha said is very logical. He announced this world, try to understand this entire process. He asks us to try to understand this entire process. During this and within that entire mechanism, would there be any kind of a living being there? No. Due to the speed, everything gets created. Due to that same speed, you tend to feel like it's really existing. There is no kind of a living being here. That is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey us. It happens naturally. This is a system. So if you, by now, if you are thinking that you are existing, that means you don't know this mechanism. That means that you are in the ignorance still. So if it is a creation, if it is an illusion, would there be kind of that existing feel as such? No. It is also part of the illusion. The existing field is also illusion. So what happens is, but we, since we came such a long way, we still feel that we are living. So in that angle, we are helpless. But Buddothpada clearly shows what the Buddha's message was. Buddha's message is the Nisato Nijivo Sunyo. So there's no living being, no so-called animal here. So we can't take it as real. So if you are able to look at from that angle, that perspective only, you will be able to understand this entire process. Otherwise, you won't be able to grab this truth. Truth in the sense, there's no such a thing called alive feel as well. Once you understand, when you understand this mechanism, and you tend to feel, even though I think there is a person, there is no doer here actually. So then you tend to deal with the entire world without a self, without a self. Because you know there shouldn't be any kind of a living being here within me, within this body. So there is no room for taking as a living thing in the entire world. The world has been created within his or her mind. The world is not true, it is the illusion. Then of course what will fail? Gradually you tend to feel that there is no such a thing called a life feel as well. It is also a creation. Then of course you will, then you will probably move much closer towards the non-vibration. So that is the mechanism. That is that's what happening when you understand this Dhamma. So nothing will be changed. You will be there. So you can interact with your mother, father, children, and with the society as usual. You know this is that you are dealing with an completely illusion. Yourself is not also there as you think. It is also part of this illusion. And the challenge is we are face difficulty in certain places. We face kind of difficulties to understand the mind sensors. So mind sensors mind act as another kind of sensor, as the eye, as the ear. It can generate its own power by giving stimulations to the subsequent thoughts. So thoughts will come. That is perfectly normal. Your mind says, you know, this is your mind sensor, this is your eye sensor, this is my ear sensor. So let it work. Let them work as they work. What you understand is, even though they collectively work, even though you, even though they collectively make you try to put you in trouble, you know perfectly that you are not engaged with those things, because you know everything happens into a certain system. No person, no doer here. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to convey us. And also, if in the absence of the self, would there be a person to suffer? No, the suffering will be ended. That's why Lord Buddha said, I'm telling the path to end the suffering. This is the path. Path is understanding this Dhamma. So, what will happen at the end? You will tend to feel there is no person here. Then you will, and then there will be no person to suffer either. The suffering will be ended. And in addition to that, what Lord Buddha said is, your entire samsaric journey will come to stop. The samsaric journey is it is a kind of a spark that propagates one from the other to the another one. Likewise, it won't happen anymore because you know this truth. Yes, Harshi. Tervan Saranai.
Yeah, Theruvan
Harshi,
Saranai, Doctor.
Arana here with us. Tervan
Yeah,
Saranai, Arana. Yes.
Theruvan Saranai,
Yes,
Aran
Harshi.
Mansa. I think Aran
Yes.
Mansa was throughout the entire discussion today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is the beauty of this Dhamma, the entire samsaric, the collapse of the entire samsaric journey. And we thought it was like a long journey that extends for years and years and years, but it's all in this moment. That is what you realize, right? The whole, because if there's no past, if
Yes.
there's no future, the whole samsara,
Mm.
the whole cycle of rebirths happens in this moment as we speak.
Mhm.
And it's a beautiful thing, and it's like mind-blowing, because it is right here. Whatever we thought about our past
Exactly.
or past lives,
Mm.
that's all here in this moment. And when Aran say, it's kind of like when Aran Hans said, dependent origination cannot be written in a book. You have to write one on top of another, like erase and rewrite on the same place, kind of. This samsara is also, not in the same way, but something like that. It is here. It is in this moment, and when you see it, it's like really beautiful, and you
Yeah.
cannot categorize anything as the past, whatever that happened in the past, also, because there's no idea of a time. I mean, whatever we thought about time was just a concept, just another thought. So everything just
Yes.
happens in this moment. Yeah, it is beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Ravi?
Yes. Yes. It's very beautiful. So it has not been heard by anybody else in this world until Aryan say revealed this into the world. So it was any other thing, Harshi. So if you want to uh, understand this Dhamma, just come, just just come and listen to this Dhamma barehanded. Just listen this Dhamma with kind of an empty kind of feeling, without any preconcepts and all these things. Just pay attention to this, then think what RNVC clearly says. Then you can argue that arguments can be built within you. If you have any doubt, that you can come here and you can discuss with us, and also RNVC will be there in most of the instances. So uh, you can ask questions. Then actually it is self-evident for you. Wow, what Lord Buddha was telling is still applicable to my life even. This is very true. So there is no hidden way of achieving any kind of nibbana or ending samsaric journey. So just don't keep those thoughts with you. So somehow I should attain nibbana and so on. Just with an open mind, just come and have a look what our advances says. Then you will, if it is not suitable for you, just leave it and go back. If you have some kind of interest, just come and have a look, just listen, just contemplate, just argue. Then you will realize what we are telling is very true. This is the absolute truth in the entire universe. So even though you try to find the new stars, new galaxies, so all you are doing with your external faculties, So it says some kind of observable universe is there beyond 42 billion light years. So that is the amount that you can see. But there will be another boundary as well. So likewise, so all these things are get captured into your faculties. So you are talking about these faculties only still. But this Dhamma is not all about these things. It is the getting the clear understanding of how your faculties behave, how your faculties get created. That is the place where you are born. So it is a step prior to what you perceive today. So you have been, then of course you will understand that everything that you do, every action you take, every relationship you make are also become they also become a part of your same illusion that has been made from your faculty. So Buddha talked beyond a step before that, how your faculties get created. Then of course you will be able to understand that you are living in a kind of an illusion. So that is the whole effort that Buddha took to show to this entire world. Every living being is suffering because they took this illusion as a real thing. But what Lord Buddha showed is the illusion is the illusion. There is no truth in it. So if you want to understand the illusion, you have to understand how the illusion gets created. That means how these faculties get created. Then of course you will find there's no owner for that faculties as well. And that could be the end of your entire sansaric journey. Isn't it, Harshi?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, very true. Theruvan Saranai, and just realizing the sense faculties. That is the end of the sansaric journey, right? Birth
Yes,
and the
exactly.
death all happen at the same time. The birth is the
Yes,
birth of the eye, the birth of the ear, the birth of the nose. You see that properly, and there's a and great doctrine explaining all that, which is what we've been discussing all throughout. Uh, and yeah, step by step, understanding, realizing, let it become your own truth within you. And you start as a person in ignorance, as a lay person, and that
mhm,
state of mind is transformed and becomes nirvana itself. I mean, there's nothing called nirvana. It is the absence of suffering. Nothing fancier than that. It's just that. What happens is the internal burning is diminished and dissolved, and the so-called the sense of self is diminished. And what is
yeah,
left is nothingness, emptiness.
exactly. Yes,
Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think we have come to the end of the session. Shall we conclude then for today?
yes, we can conclude. Yes, Harshi.
Yeah, Aranwaz, we would like to conclude the session with your permission. We pay homage to you, Aranwaz, at our feet. Theruvan Saranai. Theruvan Saranai, everyone, for joining Dr. Ravi, Lakshmi Namali. Let's meet again tomorrow.
Thiruvansarai, Harshi.
Theruvan
Thank you.
Saranai. Thank you,
Thiruvansarai,
Theruvan.
Aran. Thiruvansarai, everyone.
Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Tipirivattam, Buddothpadaam, and Noble Guidance. To continue with the discourses on the path to Nibbana, which is to find the true liberation from your mind, as Lord Buddha explained in Dhammsak Pavatum Sutra, Evam Tipirivattam Dvadvasakaram Yatha Bhutan Jnana Dasanan Suvisuttan Nahosi. the 3 cycle of this process, which is the first need to identify the correct path, which is the true knowledge, which is the Satya Jnana. And then one must practically experience that the Dhamma true knowledge within you, which is the Krutya Jnana. And then you need to start realizing that this is just a natural phenomena and there is no doer, which is the Krutajnana. And that's the part that explained in Dhamma. The first part is called the Purvabhaga Patipada, and which is the entry, and the second part is the Apurabhaga Patipada, which is the journey along the path. That includes the Krutya Jnana and the Krutajnana. So that's the process that if one has that desire and the determination to walk in this path, and also for you, if one has decided or desire or determination, that association of a Kalyana Mitta, the person who has walked in this path, is you need that guidance from your Kalyana Mitta. And today I will emphasize the importance of the true knowledge, as per the Buddhist doctrine, and what is the Buddhist philosophy or the Dhamma mean, and what does the true knowledge mean. The core of the Dhamma explains how the mind consciousness is made, how to recognize the defilements, the raga, dvesha, moha, and the fire that happens within you within a self, which is the defilement of a self, and the freedom from the fire, the freedom from that soul, that sparks that happens inside you, and that true freedom from your mind consciousness. And from when you start understanding the Dhamma, and when one start comprehending the way that the defilements appear and how the defilements are formed, and start recognizing the fading of those defilements, and then one start relating the beginning, the middle, and the end of the path clearly. And that is your entry into this Arya-bhumi, your journey. And when we say the birth of the Salayatana Loko, means the birth of your senses, the birth of the I. And how the birth of the I happen when the I contacts with, when the contacts arise, and with the contact the sensation arise, and then the craving value or the samsaric cycle start to spin. And this is how the birth of the I begins. And then the dependent origination, the Buddothpada Dharma starts to spin. The eye is just the seeing, and that it is the light that comes to the eye, and the eye can't hear. And that image that forms from the vibrational speed, the sound, color, smell, taste, feel, the sense, how you, the contacts, all these 5 senses. And that is how the birth happened. And then that makes you think like there's something outside. And as Lord Buddha explained in Dhammsakpavatham Sutra, the true knowledge, the path. And if you follow this path, then you find the way how the fading of I, myself, fading of Sakkaya Ditthi, and then the fading of the notion of a self, that the notion of a soul exists, and then you will be in the path for the nothingness, the selflessness. And you need to start listening to the path begins when you start listening to the true Dhamma and gaining the Satyajnana, which is how the soul is formed and how the perception of the soul happens. And then experience in everything you associate are through your mind and thoughts. And there is no object or person that you see as existing outside. And then you start seeing that mind consciousness is a thought, and thoughts are not real. Outside world and mind consciousness are not real. And then the last, mind conscious, is not your soul but a system. Once the knowledge is established within the practical aspect of the path begins. When you know what to do, when you know how it works, and when you have that guidance, your practical path, you know where to go and how to go. Buddhist teaching is it's anatma dhamma, and it is that no self, the learning learning that the process to identify that there's no self. And anusotaya means that aramuna, which is the fixed notion of a self or thing that reside outside world, that is aramuna mean. Anusotaya means that you have an outside world which is real. The thoughts just flows in your mind and they all become real to you. And then when you start investigating within to see if they are real, and if what you see as a chair, book, etc., that everything what you see like an outside world, whether they are real, If the chair formed with sound and color, then can it be real? Did you just we call it chair, but if from a different language, if someone mention a chair in their own language, will a chair be formed in your mind? Is that really that sound and the color that formed with that name? Is that real? Just start investigating. And sound and color, they are just thoughts. When you analyze and investigate how these objects are formed inside your mind, you are able to separate yourself from the mind creations of that outside world. And once you master this process, you will not find a chair in your mind. It doesn't mean that there's no chair outside, it's just that that mind consciousness, the mind formed, you will know how it creates. You realize that it's just a thought that created combining sound and color. Then you start to experience that the system operates without I am doing it, or it's me, it's mine. In fact, it is only happening as per the mechanism, the process. Just imagine, do you purposefully breathe, or it just occur as a natural phenomena? The sun rise, sunset, winter comes, the fall comes, the flower blooms. Is it something you do it, or it just happen naturally? Can you decide the day that you'll be born and you'll be dead? You'll be died from this life. These are all natural phenomena. And you need to understand, when you understand that there's no doer, this is the anatma dhamma. You will establish that within you. Lord Buddha asked monks, is the I permanent? And the monks replied, no, it is impermanent. Then is there an individual self? Monks replied, no. First, one has to understand the Paticca Dhamma by listening to a Kalyana Mitra, the person who has already walked in this journey. And then need to understand how this me or Atmiya Bhava is created. The Paticca Dhamma shows you that the sounds and forms are cause and the effect is the Atmiya Bhava, or the sense of me. Contemplation is very important. Contemplation is important for understanding the teaching. To know that there are defilements. Defilement exists because of your ignorance. Ignorance means you do not know what is really happening, the mechanism of the illusion. we all have to recognize our own defilements. That is your own soul. How 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 the dissolvement of this defilements gradually happens. These are only known to oneself, your own self. And if one does day-to-day activities in such mindset, being aware, when myself sense arises, and we can imagine that person can make great progress in it. You need that awareness or the sihiya. Me is a thought when you do activities, and eventually you will be able to start seeing that things without me. And that is when that kriyasit emerges. There are no defilements then, klesha. This is a process to help to fade away the defilements. This is a process, and you have to train yourself for that. And this isn't an easy practice too. But for that you need to have a clear understanding of the Dhamma, the true Buddhist, the core of the Dhamma. You need to know that, you need to have that true knowledge. But if you have any doubts, then if you're not 100% established this in your mind that this is the true path, if you have doubts, then it will be a big hindrance for your journey. So the freedom, the from the mind, that the openness to this moment, you need the sihiya awareness, and you need that sihiya as a guard watching that awareness, which can see that how the form of me happens, and then also dissolution of the me happens. It is a very important thing in this journey, and you have to be skillful to develop that and establish that within you. And just to touch a little bit of the Dhamma, the knowledge part, as explained, Buddothpada Aranwanse has simplified this prodigious knowledge into something that we can, normal people like us, who can understand. This is how these outside objects created in the mind. So everything is a vibration, and the vibrations and the movements are connected with the six senses, and according to the speed of the vibrations and energy movements, the various sounds, colors, shapes, and the feelings, sensations occur. The appearance of a thought, this is a very it's instant, and based on the dominant factor out of the five senses and the related that situation that come forward. It can be either a sound or the color or the taste or any of the sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object that is called the arambane. It's a power. At that moment. So if sound is the dominant, it is called shabdarambane. When the smell is the dominant, it is called gandharambane. And when a thought appears, it is also an object, and that is called arambane. At this point, the subjective feeling of that feeling of me, myself, the soul, comes forward when seeming objects related to arambane exist. When objects such as sounds, colors are taught, that's when this objects formed. And when if someone doesn't know a food that you have never eaten, you go to a foreign land and you see a food, but if you don't know the name of it, that will not form something as an outside object, and which will only when that are taught, the sound and color are combined with your senses, the taste, smell, feel. That's when that person received the notion of existing materials or the existence of a sensual world. And when that happens, it is when the vijnana, the mind consciousness, happens as a thought. Now he feels everything from the outside and inside available. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self or the existence of me or myself, which is the Atmaya. If this exists, me also exists concurrently. And that is when the image of the chair was created, and it is, we know now, it created through the vibration, the sparks and sensory stimulation created by those sparks in the senses. And that is how the chair is born. Anything that you see as something crystallized as an object or something in your mind, you hold on to something that is happen through the vibrations, the sparks and that sensory stimulation created by those sparks. That is what it created this. But have you imagined that one might ask, what is the issue? What is the problem if something created like that? Is it a problem? Is it a problem that there's an outside world? And the question is, how did these sparks turn into something outside? And then how did you get that notion of me or mine? And that is where you entangled in this samsaric journey. That is the hook. So unless you clear that how this process is, you won't be able to unhook yourself from this. And that is when that that is how that mindfulness that comes in, that special awareness, that super wisdom comes into place. When you have the knowledge, that super wisdom will safeguard that moment, this moment, to understand how the illusions are created. And when someone is able to fully understand the illusions in the mind, then you start seeing this, your mind completely, and this is called the Adhigata Samadhi, a special state of the spiritual concentration gained through insight. Then you are an awakened person. You are awakened to this moment. No one can fool you. You see this magic and you observe this, but you will not participate in this. As Aryan once explains, you become the director of your film, and right now we are just actors. We just don't have any idea of the script. We just go in, just moment to moment, we just act based on what is given to us to do. But here you become the director of your own movie or on your own film. And what mindfulness is all about is that the knowledge that you see this moment, then you will have that knowledge of the dissolvement of the desires can be observed through the super wisdom. So then with that experience, a person can stop the effects of the sixfold base: the eye, ear, the nose, tongue, body, mind. But and then this will help to stay away from that. To understand and to detach yourself from that self of me, mine. So just to summarize that, the basis of the philosophy, the steps to the path, the first part, which is the majority of what you have to do, that grasping the true knowledge. The sound, we know now, the sound and color combined with the smell, taste, feel, the contact along with those five senses, that it creates the outside world. It creates a chair. And this is the this is called the sampaticca. This is the dependent origination, the paticca samuppada dharma. If there is a cause, there is an effect. and that is made right here out sambhutan uttana bhavisati means it never was there, and the one form disappeared even without leaving any trace. But if you don't have that here to capture this at this moment, you would not see that it has never been there, and it has even left without any trace. But in your mind you will hold on to it as something existing, something permanent. And when one starts contemplating on the birth of the I, or the process of the soul creation, then one can understand that there is no outside world. Then that practical experience takes place. There's nothing in a thought and aramuna. Aramuna is just a fixed notion of a self or thing that says outside world is real. When you have that knowledge and when you establish that within you, then when you know exactly how the birth of the I, the birth of that sense happened, and then the practical experience will automatically takes place in that state. The image, the image of the Kriya Siddha happens from your mind world. Now you come into the functional consciousness, from your mind consciousness to the functional consciousness, where now you have established that how the mind consciousness is created, is working, it happens. And now then you will reach to the next level where the functional consciousness or the action, which is the Kriya Siddha, happens. It's a type of mental state that perform actions without being driven by the delusions, the greed, anger, or delusion. And then at that moment, you will see that this is just a process and there's no doer. And Aryan Vahanse explains this very beautifully here, that how the step by step how one person can start training yourself here. It's same like how you train your muscles, how you train your brain to learn something, how you train to master a skill. This is also a skill that you need to start learning and building. Kusalassa upasampada. This is a skill towards the meritorious act, towards the Nibbana path. And you need to have the knowledge how to what needs to be done, and you need where to go, what to do, and also you need a teacher, a guidance, and then you know how to start following this path. And Aryan Vahanse, in fact, in Buddothpada discourses, in daily discussions, he guides us through this journey. And once you establish the knowledge, and once you start training yourself, then you need to have that discipline to stay on this through Dhamma, to live by the Dhamma. So that is why the true knowledge, the importance of true knowledge comes in place. So it will help you to stay in the Dhamma. And I will conclude my discussion today, and we'll continue in the next part of the discussion, in the training, how R.N. Mahanse has explained in the training path, and I bow down to our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada R.N. Mahanse, for all his guidance, and may Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of shining
from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever glow.
Opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada.
of life and truth of mind.
Truth no time can leave behind.
Truth of birth and death made clear.
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
May Tripurjan bless you all. Let's start this Om Saman today. We worship Aranase for his noble guidance. Thank you, Aranase. We talk about no self-anger. We have to get it fully without stagnating in any part, which everyone may do. So just remember, when I thought of actually recapitulating the whole thing. So we talk about the self-perception, self-thought, actually. Self-thought, that means we believe that we are living. Kind of, there is no even question about it. We strongly believe that I am here. You also strongly believe that Share is there as well. But we are going back to the early days and try to find out how the chair has become a thing to us. When we go back to the beginning, how did the chair actually begin? We have talked about this, but we are actually recapitulating because this is the basics that we keep forgetting. So, how did the chair happen to the little baby? So the little baby didn't know anything about a chair. One day, her mother or the teacher will show a picture and keep saying, "This is a chair." Or actually show the chair and keep saying, "This is a chair." Right? So the sound wave matching with the light wave. Now we have a chair. You can touch it also, then you might get an idea of the touch wave as well. So light wave and the sound wave coming together, there's a new wave now. What we call it as chair. But actually, it is felt as a thing, isn't it? Yeah. It is felt as a thing in the sense you definitely feel something is there. But now it is a chair. So when did the chair begin? Very little age, when the sound wave and the light wave come together, the chair has begun. What happened before that then? Did the child not see the chair? Yes, but that was just the light wave, wasn't it? And if someone was talking about the chair, they must have heard the word chair, but they didn't actually correlate it to the picture. So they heard it as a sound. But now when you actually vibrate them together, like synchronize, then it's not synchronized as such, but it is like they are coming together. There's a new wave forming, there's a mind wave, which is a chair. So is this true? No chair? No, not really. Anyone can understand it's a formation. It's a creation. It's actually creation of sound wave and light wave. So this mind wave, the problem is we feel it as a thing. Why do we feel it as a thing? So just imagine you're looking at it now. You feel that something is there, even though you understand that the actual chair is not outside. You understand that the chair is a perception. What is it the perception means? It's actually sound wave and light wave coming together, isn't it? That's a new wave. That form is not true. That's not true. That implies a chair, yes. That implies something, yes, but it's not actually there. The chair perception is not actually there. You feel it as something, even though you say that, isn't it? How did that happen? That's because if you're looking at it, it's the fast vibration of the eye that you feel. If the mind component is actually fully realized, what is left is just fast vibration of the eye. It's the speed that we feel as that power. That's a misunderstanding we got from the samsaric journey, that this power is me. And you fully realize, if you actually feel this for a fraction of a second, you fully realize that there is no self, but we feel something, and that something is fast vibration of the sensory organ, whatever sensory organ. If just imagine your eyes are bound with a cloth, and then your your ears are clogged, and then you're not touching anything, and then you're standing somewhere. Someone's bring some antiseptic or what, maybe smell of orange. You know, orange has a very unique smell for that. When it's peeling, that you get the smell of an orange. Someone is peeling the orange. Then you can actually, what came was smell, isn't it? What came was fast vibration of the nose only. Or what did you feel? You felt as orange. That's a thought. But that thought, even though that you thought that orange is out there, orange is a perception. What is perception means again? Sound wave and the light wave coming together, and the smell wave and the touch wave and the taste wave. Now all five comes into this this kind of stuff. When it is all five, even whether your eyes are done with the cloth and ears are clogged, you're not touching anything and you're not tasting anything, but there's a very good smell of orange. Suddenly, orange comes to the mind, isn't it? That mind wave comes to the thing. This has all the aspects of this, what I said, the light, the form, actual the picture or the photo of the orange also comes. Even though eyes are fully closed, still you can visualize the orange. The word orange comes to your mind anyway, as soon as you get the smell. And a taste also is felt. And you know by touch, it's just like a solidified round thing. So you have a idea of the size and the solidity. It's not solid as a rock, but you know the solidity of a orange. And in the light wave, you have the color and the picture. So see, even though eyes are completely bound, you get the perception, you get the picture. So that's what is called the perception. Perception actually has nothing in it. It's just a vibe, another wave which has everything. So this mind wave, which has all the other 8 waves. What are the 8 waves? The form, the sound, the smell, and the taste, and the fluidity, liquidity, solidity, hot and cold. So all these 8 actually gives you the idea that actually gives you the whole feel of a orange. So that orange, even though you fully realize that that perception, which has all the vibrations together, forming the new vibration, the mind vibration, that's the orange. You fully realize that even that vibration is not true, then you directly come to something that you feel. So this time it is a smell. So when you talk about this orange, that perception is not true, then directly the feel is something. Because you feel like something, not even the perception level, it's a fast vibration of the nose, sensory function. That fast vibration, there's no talk about anything. There's no talk about smell or nothing. So there's no perception there. It's just a feel. Fast vibration is a feel. The speed is a feel. The force is a feel. The power is a feel. That's the non-form. As soon as you catch this, you know that it is the power of the whole samsaric journey. And you might be able to actually catch it. And if you know very nicely, if you have practiced the third aspect of Aranvance's program, you know it is only the vibration of the notes, fast vibration of the notes. That's all that was there. And then you can feel the non-vibration. That's the importance of it. You know, this is not absence of the smell. Suddenly you can say, oh, I suddenly lost the smell. That's not what we are trying to actually experience. What we are actually trying to experience is nothing. But when the orange is not a thing, this self feeling we have, self perception we have is lost. That's what we are looking for. So the actually like you are like becoming the orange. That is the thing now. When someone says, once I felt the touch and then touch disappeared. What does that mean? Do you feel you got any insight from that? No, because the touch disappeared. We are not talking about disappearance of the touch. We are talking about disappearance of you. Do you even get it? Because a lot of mothers in Sinhala song discussions, even in English discussions, some of our Dhamma friends would say, I didn't feel that, I didn't feel this. But that's not the point. The point is you losing you. It's very important to even know before you even experience anything. Because otherwise you get kind of deceived by any experience. In a meditative state, you are deceived because you didn't feel the touch. You didn't feel the. But that's not the point. The point is you losing you. The point is you losing the self perception. I think I should bring it up in the discussion too. That is not the experience that will give you any insight. Just you losing your touch perception. What's the big deal about that? Nothing. You just imagine you lost your vision. What's the big deal about that? Or you lost your feeling of the sound. What's the big deal about that? You know, people, when they try to actually, when they try to understand Dhamma, they go for this meditation and they wait till the sound disappears. And even the teacher of the meditation may say that that is the experience of a the Buddha, kind of the nirvana. But the problem is you are there who is not feeling the. There's a cricket sound outside. Can you hear that? When I was silent, you may have heard that. There's a sound of a cricket outside. Isn't that the perception? Now suddenly I don't hear that. Is that the thing that you are now? Just imagine it is still happening, and but you don't hear it. Is that the experience of a Buddha? No, that's not. What is it then? You losing you is the experience that we are telling. Someone has to get this properly, otherwise you just keep misunderstanding things. You kind of misunderstand every floating effect you get. If you go back to cricket sound, cricket is actually not the sport. I'm talking about a small animal. It's an insect which gives a massive sound. I think in Sri Lankan language it is called rahaya or something. They are called crickets. The sound of a cricket or cricket, the small insect. But if you actually understand that's the perception. What does perception have? Sound wave and light wave coming together. I don't think you have tasted a cricket or tasted or smelled it. I mean, they don't have a classical smell anyway. A hyena doesn't have a classical smell. There are animals who can have a classical smell. But these animals, they don't. These insects, they don't. So we can't, if you have touched it, you might have an idea that it's a small kind of a very small insect. You may have an idea about touch. But what I'm trying to say is, you just heard it randomly, isn't it? Yeah. Big chance of actually you losing your experience. If you actually feel that the perception is not a thing, and you directly might get into the vibratory nature of the ear. And that, if you fully knew that vibratory nature of the ear is the only thing that is there, this power, you might not be able to synchronize to this self vibration. You might synchronize to non-vibration. that's you losing you. The self-perception will be completely gone. But what is there? The sound perception is there. Sorry, not the sound perception, sound, the feel, you might feel the actual the ear vibration, but not the self side of it. So this whole you losing you is a actual feel, and you associating only a very subtle feel of that sound, whatever the sound. Actually, I could see the cricket also now. That's a different thing. So now it's the vision. Yeah, now it is the vision. But before that, it was just the sound. So if you are associating something, it is through only through this, only through 5 sensory organs we start, and the mind automatically joins. So that's what happens. So when you see the cricket, it is the insect, it is different. But actually, without seeing, if you hear the sound, that's a different story. Accidentally imagine you were in the dark and you just touch something soft and you know it is your dog sleeping. That's the same thing. There was only touch sensations. There's a whole story. That when that story calms down, when there's fully Dhamma awareness that perception of is not, the dog perception is not true, or the pet perception is not true, then you may directly feel the touch sensation, but it's felt as a vibration, so there's no even touch perception there. In that, if you really get this properly, you might lose you in the sense you will fully realize that it is just fast vibration of the sensory organ or the touch only. And then the self-perception, there's no place for that. Why? Because there's no itasanya, or the perception of existence. Perception of existence comes through ignorance. That's the problem. You felt that it has something, but as soon as you don't feel it has something, the Dhamma come in there, the truth come in there, then you might actually um, lose the self-perception there. That has to happen for you to understand that when the stimuli is nothing, this life feeling is not there, self-perception is not there. Yeah, the Rahaya or the cricket is not actually outside. That's what we project, isn't it? Because we can feel that sound is coming from somewhere. But actually, it is happening here. But that's the problem here. When you come to the understanding is that sound of the cricket, the insect, that perception, when it's not true, only you feel it's happening actually here in this sensory function. And that feel is fast vibratory nature. And that is also not true because that's the fast vibration of the eardrum or not ear, or the fast vibration of the touch if you're touching the cricket. Or if you're looking at it, it's a fast vibration of the eye. Mm. It's same as a sound of a, just imagine sound of a car horn. You hear the sound of a car horn. And if you actually fully realize that sound of a car horn is a thought, and that thought actually is nothing, just sound wave and light wave coming together, forming something, so that's a perception. And that perception is not true either. What do you think? Do you actually get that the so-called uh, experience of outside? How do you feel about that? Just imagine. You also feel like the sound is coming far, isn't it? Just try to understand this. Okay. Now you just enter the temple or church, and you can hear the bells far away. You can hear the bells far away. So kind of you just entered. You're maybe on the road. Still haven't gone into the whole area, but you can hear the bell of the uh, bell of that temple or church. See, don't you feel that it's far away? Don't you feel that it's not here, it's there? That's the perception as well. This distance between uh, you and the thing that you feel is a perception. Now, this is very tricky, okay? So just imagine you are standing about 100 meters away from someone, and you feel that person is there, I'm here. That's what you feel. But that person is there in the sense that about 100 meters away is another perception. This is very tricky, because we usually feel that is not true. He is far away. That's how you feel. But we have never experienced anything beyond our limitations of our sensory function, yeah? So then what do you feel? What do you see? You see a perception. The perception is where? The perception is here. Even though the manifestation is looking as it is in the outside. That's the trickiest part. And if you actually to feel the truth, you have to feel this feel where everything actually you can feel that the vibration is only here, which is synchronizing. We'll talk about it again. So you are standing somewhere, okay? Now there is a bookshelf in front of me. Don't you feel that it is in front of you? Now just imagine you have a bookshelf in front of you. Don't you feel that I am here, you are there? I am here, the bookshelf is there. Don't you feel a gap kind of thing? Have you ever thought about that? Where's that gap? That gap is also a perception. This is a massive thing you have to understand. If you are actually wise enough, if you have wisdom, this Dharma wisdom, not other wisdom, Dharma wisdom, you will be actually doing this until you feel you losing you. Because this is a beautiful thing to fully realize. How did it appear as there's a gap between the bookshelf and you? It appeared as like that. But what was there only? That's the manifestation, yes. But how did it appear? That's a perception. You have a perception that it's like this. And you have the perception of the distance. Don't worry, it is all right. But this perception of distance, even bat has a perception of existence in different aspects. Yeah. Just imagine you are a Talmaha. What is Talmaha? The whale. The whale has a different type of measuring the same the system. Mm. There is a way of actually getting the perception of the distance. Imagine there is a predator. What is a predator? There is someone trying to kill you. So, isn't it important that you find out how much far away is that animal? Yes. And don't you have a perception of distance? Yes. That's a perception, actually. It's very tricky, isn't it? Yeah. You know that you have a perception that something is in front and the other one is behind? That's also a perception. You know, sometimes you feel that something is on something and something is under something. Yeah, that is also a perception. What is perception? Sound and form coming together, sound and the light. In the sense, what you saw. How did you get the perception? Like, yeah, it's just developing. It's an idea. It's a thought. That distance is about 100 meters or 10 meters. There's no distance. We are very close together, touching each other's skin. Just see, even that is a perception. So are we saying perception is not there? No, 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 no. Perception is there, but is it true? No, it's not true. You're not losing the perception. So even Lord Buddha knows that the person who is standing in the front is Saryutero and the behind is Amrudatero. Yeah, I'm just making up something. So or even Lord Buddha knows. Lord Buddha knows the way to Kimbulwattamara, that is the place he was born. He knows the way to go, how to go there. How is it? It's the use of perceptions, isn't it? To have a map in your head. You turn here, you turn there, you turn here, then you turn there. Yeah, you're there. Isn't that a perception? Yeah, it is a perception. So what's the big deal about that? Nothing, but it's just not true. So it's just the sound and the time, sound and the photo or the vibration, eye vibration and the ear vibration coming together. Only this perception is formed. At least two aspects of vibration should be there for you to feel the new one. Whether it's cold and the solidity is even enough for you to have this new feel, two vibrations at least. What do you think? Now, see, when I say, okay, I'm in Australia, isn't that a perception? Yes. And don't you feel like New Zealand is just close to Australia? Not like far away like America? What's the perception you have about that? Yeah, this is closer, that's far away. What's that? It is a perception. These perceptions, you have to get it right that they are not actually true. What happens here? Finally, at the end, what happens is just a thought. Have you thought about New Zealand? It's just a thought. Well, what about that distance thing? That's another perception. What about the up and the down? That's another perception. Behind, front, that's another perception. Good or bad, that's another perception. Right or wrong, that's another perception. Finally, it comes to the vibration of the eye or the vibration of the ear or the vibration of the touch sensation. Or smell and the taste, if you're taking it, if you're experiencing it through them. That's all what is there, finally. And even that is not true. Come to that. How come is that? How beautiful is that? Even that is not true. What? Even the vibration of the ear is just a vibration of the ear. Not a big deal. It's just fast vibration of the ear only. What happens then? There's no way that you can synchronize to the self vibration. No way. You definitely synchronize to the Buddha status then. But getting this properly is the problem, because it's your own wisdom which will do that, own feel which keeps coming out. That feel is different to sensitive function feel. So when we say, oh, don't you feel that oh is far away in Gulf state? Yeah, you feel that. That's the perception. That's the thought that we have. That's the perception. Where did that come from? It's a thought. It's just the mind sensor which works is with it as its own. Because mind perception usually correlates with the other five sensory organs, but sometimes mind perception will just give pop-ups. A thought. That also the same thing, same power, same vibration. It becomes a thing. this understanding of this phenomena, this whole phenomena of creation of these sensory organs is so beautiful to understand. This mind pops up suddenly, a thought. It may be from seeing something. Just imagine you see a queue of petrol, then that seeing actually might give you another idea. The sound of the rain. How does that come? That's the perception of the mind, isn't it? Yeah. Well, what is actually there? It's a vast vibration of the sensory organ, the ear. Is it that normal? Is that true? No. But then what is the big deal about it? Is that suddenly you don't hear anything? Is that the experience that we are expecting? No, we don't expect anything actually. Because if you keep expecting something, it will never happen. But finally, what we can feel is you losing you. What does that mean? The self-perception will vanish. How? Self-vibration will be not there. That's the important aspect. What do you think about this, Dharma? The perception of distance, perception of the big and the small, perception of . you know, when you look at a picture, everything is in one plane, isn't it? But even that, can't you give the feeling that John is in front of Martin? Something like that. Can't you give the idea? You can. How? Because people get the perception even if it is a very flat picture. So this when you're looking at a flat picture also, you can get the perception that one is on top of the other one, something is behind this one, there's a distance between these two, this animal is so big, this one is small. This whole situation is really bad, or maybe say no, this is a beautiful spot, or anything like that. So these perceptions, are they true? No, but don't you continue to feel that? Yeah. But you actually, what you had was just a fast vibration of the eye. This fast vibration, when it comes to one vibration, that's the self-perception. Self-vibration. That's the power that we talk about. There would be specific power that you feel. And when that specific power is absent, you are really aware of what is now. So when we say sound of a cricket, when we say sound of rain, when we say looking at your pet, when you say, oh, this is my puppy, you can see puppy from far away in the front area in the garden. You are in the kitchen. Don't you feel that there's a distance between that dog, the puppy, and you? That's the perception. So none of these perceptions are actually true. We need to talk about this again and again and again, because these perceptions are really a thing that we feel as real. You saw a picture of a rabbit. No, actually, I'm looking at a picture of a rabbit. You feel that the picture of the rabbit is on the shelf. But that's the perception. What happens here is fast vibration of the eye only. And even that is not true. That's because it's this the speed that we feel. And that feel will be not there. This alive feel will be not there if you really fully understand it's a past vibration of the I. Otherwise, what you feel as I'm here, picture is there. That's what you feel. It's a tricky thing, even though it's a tricky thing. It may appear as complicated, but it's not that complicated. Rahula, who is son of Lord Buddha, Rahul was looking at a water puddle and Rahul could see um, the mirror image of himself from the water. And Lord Buddha said, this is exactly the world, your world, because we only have mirror images of everything. The mirror image is a perception. We have a perception of distance, also perception of everything. And those perceptions are not actually true. But it doesn't mean that you're not going to have those perceptions. You're going to have the perception. You will still know that that thing is 100 meters away. But what did you lose here? You're losing the actual feel you have that it is true. Actual perception that everything is true. Actual idea that everything is real. Because that overlaps with this self-perception, self-vibration, self-perception and self-thought. If the existence feel is there, existence perception is there, existence thought is there, everything is existing. It's a same thing. It's just other way around. Is you feel as you have a life feel, and then a perception of self-perception, and then thought that we have like a strong thought that I am the one who is superior. I'm the one who is feeling all these things. Everything is happening to me. Yeah, that's the thought. If you feel this sound vibration for a fraction of a second, this thought will actually is a very empty thought, like powerless thought. Yeah, that's true. Your thoughts are also not going to go away. Your thoughts are there, perceptions will be there, even the feel will be there. What is going to happen here? You losing you, so that power will not be there. That's the beauty of this Dhamma. Nothing is going to be lost. Hopefully you get it right, but we'll talk about it again. We invite all of you to come to discussions 3 to 5. Thank you, Aran. May Triple Gem bless you all.
from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada,
Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dharma's flame, the guiding light, you reawaken Buddha's way. The sasana shining day by day, through your compassion calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpada, Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh Ariyayani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, O noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada, bright as the sun, may your holy work never be done. Buddothpada, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Buddothpada, loving and kind.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Therwan Saranai Aryan Hansa. May I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai Dhamma friends. We know that Lord Buddha said, Salayatana loko loko, Salayatana nirodho nibbano. Also Lord Buddha said, Chittena niyati loko, which means our world is created by our senses. So, Lord Buddha said, who sees how this mind is created? It's like it's more wonderful or more colorful than seeing a film itself. So, what is this colorful film? Do we have to go anywhere and see it? No, it is our own mind, isn't it? Story of our own life. This is our own life story. So, all these years, we had read several novels, short stories, seen several teledramas, Hindi movies, English movies, cartoons, Sinhala movies, even black and white or colorful films. But did we ever pause and look at our own story, look at our own film? No, we didn't. Why? Because we didn't have time. We were so busy. Busy with the job, busy with children, busy with parents, busy with building houses. So we were always busy. But we did all that taking the outside world as real, isn't it? And we were making our own comfortable zone. So actually what we were doing, we were just like running a race, isn't it? Never ending race. Just like the deer running after mirage. So when we were small, our adults, our parents, our even relations, they say be a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer, a teacher, a politician, so you can have a happy and contented life, isn't it? You will have a lot of money, you can buy anything you want, so you can live a comfortable life, you can help others, and so on. Hopes were given. What is actually happening here was the child, even small, he's starting to run the race. It's just like a relay, isn't it? From where the parents have left, they starts to run the relay. So comes the scholarship exams, O levels, A levels, degrees, MScs, PhDs. So it goes on and on. So this is the normal way of life. So we don't say this is bad, but in the end, what we want is happiness, isn't it? We know there are some who even continues to work after retirement. It's like a habit. It's the habit of the mind. It always wants to do something, to work, to get attached somewhere, to see something, to listen to something, taste new food. Likewise, it goes on and on. So what do the people say? They say we are very tired running after this and that. So in between, to get some relaxation from the stressful things, usually they go for trips or out of country, do some meditation. So when we speak about this meditation, so usually people go for breathing meditation, concentration meditation, retreats. They might get temporary relaxation, but isn't it better if they stop for a moment and look at their minds instead? Because the real happiness, solace, is not outside, it is within us. So once you see Dhamma, what happens? You don't have to stop all those. The job, looking after parents, looking after children. You can do it as usual. But the suffering, it is not there. So it is worthwhile to look within and see how this mind is created, isn't it? So wherever you go, whatever you do, whatever you think, and whatever you talk, these are within the senses. The eye, the nose, the ear, the tongue, body, and the mind. So imagine you went to Australia. So if you go there, and can't you imagine of Sri Lanka? So likewise, it is all in our senses. So imagine you are blind. So the world which creates with the eye is not creating now. So Lord Buddha said, the eye is the world as a lokaya mahanani. So likewise, the ear, the tongue, the nose, the body, those are the senses which is created in your mind. In other words, it is created in your world. So without knowing this true Dhamma, you can't understand how the world is created, isn't it? So as we said, you must have read several stories, watched several films in your lifetime. But did you ever thought about your story? How were you born? Who are you? What is life? What is death? Where do you go after death? What happens after death? So I had these questions even in childhood. So you can get answers to your questions listening to Buddothpada sermons, because this is your own story about your own mind. So you will know how the mind cheats you, creating an illusionary story. So as Lord Buddha pointed out, that the mind creation is a colorful story. Lord Buddha said it 2500 years ago. And now, our noble friend Buddothpada Master is revealing it to the world again. So, if you are someone who is searching to get rid of suffering, get rid of samsaric circle, so we invite you all to listen to Buddothpada sermons. There are about more than 10,000 sermons in the YouTube. And there are listeners all around the world who has found the peace within. So if you are searching for the way out of suffering, you have to know how this mind is created. In the mundane world, whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell, taste, or feel and think becomes real. And with that, there is a me who becomes real as well. So we think, why everything happens to me? What karma have I done? I have to do lot of good deeds and go to heaven, or have a good birth next time. So if I do bad deeds, I might go to hell. So all are mundane world thinking. All these are thoughts. So with one thought, the thought strings goes on and on. So which means the thoughts gets more and more powerful. For example, say in younger days, we think that this boy or this girl is good, is really good, and we tell the parents, relations that he is good. So that thought becomes powerful because of repeated thinking. So the mind is such that if you think he is good, then it goes on and on as he is a good person. But sometimes it could be different as well. What we have to understand here is that all these are happening automatically, isn't it? But one thinks, I am thinking. So if I am thinking, can you stop the thinking? Can you stop the thoughts? No, we can't, isn't it? The more you try to suppress the thoughts, it will be more powerful. So you can't even avoid the thoughts, or you can't skip the thoughts. You can't do that because it is nature. Nature of thoughts is to flow. We can't keep a rubber ball underwater, can we? No, we can't. So likewise, what can we do so? What can we do is only to understand the thoughts. Which means, see how these thoughts are created. This we have to see with wisdom. So what happens once someone sees through wisdom? Will the thought stop? No. It will come anyway. The thoughts will come as usual. But what happens is, one won't go into these thought strings. because you will know that this is only a sensor. This is happening naturally. So if there is a thing, then there is me as well. If the stimulus becomes a thing, or in other words, if the thoughts become a thing to you, that's your birth. That means that's you. The fire within is something you feel, the burning sensation. So now you know that this is not knowledge. One can't get this through a book. So once you know how these thoughts are created, which means if you see the truth of one thought, all the thoughts are created in the same way. So Buddothpada Varanhansa, our noble friend, gives the example of the mangoes fruit. So if you cut it open once and see the inside, you will see that is white color, isn't it? So after that, you don't have to cut every mangoes fruit to see the inside, isn't it? And also it is not possible. So all the thoughts are created in the same way. So this is a story of one thought, or a story of one vibration. So this mind is such that it is a abhisankana system, which means it goes on and on, it repetitively. So example, if you listen to the same song several times, it goes repeatedly on and on, just like a broken record, isn't it? You maybe have this experience. So can you stop it? We can't stop unless it stops on its own, because it is a system. So likewise, if someone goes to concentration meditation, say, what happens? So the outside world is real, and he concentrates on something, say a color, then it becomes more and more powerful. And with that, without knowing, the me, the concept of me, also becomes more and more powerful. But we know that Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma, isn't it? Because even that time, the 5 hermits were doing concentration meditation, but they didn't achieve Nibbana. So Lord Buddha has preached a never heard before Dhamma. It is the cause and effect Dhamma, isn't it? Which means how the mind is created. So the only way to Nibbana is the insight meditation, or the Vidarshana meditation, not concentration meditation. So insight meditation penetrates to a thought with wisdom and see through thoughts when it becomes real to you, revealing how it is created. This is So, Yoniso Manasikara and Yatha Bhuta Jnana. Contemplation and seen through wisdom is the only way to the path to Nibbana. So when you contemplate deeply with wisdom, you will see that how the thoughts are created with colors and sounds. And there's nothing in a thought, because there's nothing in a color or sound. Those are perceptions. So when you do contemplation, you see that the thoughts are moment to moment creations because of the speed. Through five senses or five faculties. So our noble friend Buddothpada Wahanse further explains this, because these are vibrations. So in this practical path to Nibbana, there is no suppressing or avoiding or skipping the thoughts. We have to see through it. So we have to understand that the mind is the creation of these five senses. It is a system and no one is doing it. It is a natural process. So as in concentration meditation, when one tries to forcefully push these thoughts aside without understanding, so what happens? Then the self remains powerfully. So this can give the illusion that he has attained super awareness or Nibbana. But the strong, powerful me who has attained Nibbana is there. A person is there who has attained Nibbana. But now we know that Lord Buddha has preached a non-soul Dhamma. So unless someone understands and discover how this magic is created, the magic created by the five senses or the mind creation, until then the magician is there performing magic, isn't it? The mind will go on and on showing the illusionary magic. So you can see now that suffering dissolves not by avoiding the thought, but by seeing with absolute clarity how the thoughts and mind are created. So actually we are like seeing a film which is created by our senses. So inside this film we have everything: children, parents, husband, wife, houses, flowers, sky, moon, sun. Everything is there. So as long as we take the film as real, the suffering is inevitable, because that world is real to us. So also we have the feeling that the world is existing and I am living in that world. So what happens is that we get attached or disattached to any thought that comes, and actually we cling to it. So if we attach, then there's the desire. So if we get disattached, there's ill will, hatred, jealousy, and so on, isn't it? But what we have to know is that all are happening naturally. It's a system working and it's a natural process. But if something happens, we take it as it happened to me, myself, and my family. But what happens once you understand that one thought? You will see that there's nothing in a thought, and you will see that this is a system. There are always stimuli coming from one of the senses, and you will see there's nothing in the thought. So what happens? The value to the thought is getting diminished. Also losing the power to that particular thought. So now we know that we suffer due to a thought, isn't it? In other words, now we know how the magician is creating this magic. So what we have to do is to go to the core or to the root or the foundation and contemplate on how this thought is created, how the mind is created, how this me or self comes into existence. So whoever who wants to end this suffering, end this never-ending birth and death, so then he has to make an effort to understand this true Dhamma. So we know that children at the age of 7, like Sunita Sopaka, has understood this beautiful Dhamma. Because at that age, they were not in the wrong vision, Mithya Drishtya. Their misconceptions are less, but they have undergone enough suffering in their life, isn't it? So when Lord Buddha said, "You are suffering due to a thought," in a fraction of a moment, they understood it. A noble friend can only show you the way, give the true message, how to end the suffering. And it is our effort which is needed to get out of this suffering by contemplating in this Dhamma. So as Lord Buddha said, you have to make your own raft. You can't jump into another one's. So our noble friend helps us to get rid of this samsaric circle by explaining how our world is created by our senses, and it is also not true. We don't have to wait till we become a Patachara or Kisagotami, isn't it? But every one of us who are listening to Buddothpada sermons, I think have undergone some sort of a suffering during life. So if I talk about myself, I had this suffering for a long time. When my father got sick and bedridden, and he was sick for 8 years, and it was quite of a suffering physically, mentally, and financially. So day and night I was thinking of how to look after him, how to buy the medicine. Have you ever gone through that? The helpless feeling, and think what to do next, where to turn, whom to ask, feeling lonely, depressed. So like all the others, I also went to the temple. Sat under the Bodhi tree, looked at the Buddha statue, trying to find some peace. Even I tried to do concentration meditation, but it was not helping because I was trying to avoid or suppress or skip the repeated thoughts. So as long as you try to suppress them, it comes repeatedly because it is a natural process. So it happened in 2018, and I was not listening to Buddothpada sermons at that time. So as usual, I was thinking, why all this happening to me? What karma have I done? Do I have to do any good merits? Likewise, it was going on and on. It was the mundane world thinking, because the world was real to me. So even I was thinking about Kisa Gotami and Patachara. How did they go through all the suffering? How did Lord Buddha help them? How did they attain arahathood? And so on. I was thinking on and on. So we know the story of Patachara. She has lost her husband, 2 children, and parents in the same day. And Kisa Gotami, whose only child was dead, and she was carrying the dead body everywhere, thinking that there is some sort of a cure. Not only those two, but Kujjuttara, Kukkutumitta, all found solace in this Dhamma, isn't it? So the suffering was there because as long as you take the thoughts are real, the suffering is inevitable, isn't it? And also there is this me who is suffering. So Lord Buddha has said they are suffering due to a thought, and there is nothing in a thought, nothing in this moment. So likewise, whatever we think as a past thought, it is a this moment thought. If we think about future, it is also this moment thought. But this moment is not real. So same way, even if we think about Lord Buddha and say he was there 2,500 years ago, it is a thought at this moment. And if we think about a Buddha in future, that is also thought at this moment. And there is nothing in this moment. So likewise, look around your room, your garden, your working place, anywhere. Whatever you see, whatever you hear, taste, smell, feel, or think, all are thoughts. So you can contemplate on this. Are you seeing or are you thinking? Likewise, you can contemplate. When you contemplate, you can see who is seeing, who is hearing, who is smelling, who is tasting, who is feeling, who is thinking. Isn't it a natural phenomena? Where is this me? Is there a me somewhere? It is a thought as well, isn't it? I am listening, I am seeing, I am smelling, I am tasting, I am feeling, I am thinking. So we tie this I-ness to everything. Where did this I come from? So we used to tie like a habit. Everything we see, we hear, we smell, we taste, we feel or think to this I, isn't it? So imagine you get a bad smell. There is some garbage. You get the smell. You get a bad smell. But is it possible for you to stop the smell? Even it is bad smell or a good smell? Can you stop it? You can't, isn't it? It's the sensor. The nose sensor is working. So if it is blocked, you won't be able to smell it. This is the system. There's actually no one doing it. It's the sensor. So likewise, you see an accident. There are people dead there. You see blood everywhere. If your eyes are open, can you stop seeing it? Imagine. You can't stop seeing it, isn't it? Because the eye sensor is working. So even if you say, I don't want to see that, I don't want to see that, can you do it? No, because it is a system. System is working. So if you're blind, then of course you can't see it. So is there a me? No, it is your eye sensor. You have to understand that. So imagine you are in a war area where you hear missiles, gunshots, bomb blast, everything surrounded you. Can you stop listening to it? If you have ears, of course, you can't stop it, isn't it? It is your sensor, the ear sensor. It is working. If you are deaf only, you won't be able to hear it. So again, it is the sensor. The sensor is working, you can't stop it. So if there is a me, you will be able to stop it. So where is this me? This is a system. Sensors are working. Even if you say, no, I don't want to hear it, but still, if you have ears, you will hear it. So imagine you are drinking something hot and your tongue got burned. So even if you want to, can you stop it? Can you stop the burning sensation? You can't. So, or else say you ate something you don't like. You got a bad taste in the mouth. Can you stop it? No, it is the tongue sensor. It is working. So understand the system. There is actually no me. It is the sensor. So imagine you are walking on the road barefoot. So you prick something. Can you stop the pain? No, you can't, because it's a skin sensor, it's working. If it is numb, you don't feel the pain, but you can't stop it now. But where is this me? This is a system. So it is just like the mind is the same. Even you don't want to think about anything, the thoughts are coming, isn't it? So if you take the example of garbage, you got the smell. Say it's near your door, outside, in the garden. So somebody must have dropped it there. These things happen, isn't it? So what happens if you don't identify the sensor, the nose sensor? You got a smell, okay, that is the nose sensor. Then you think that I got the smell, but what happens after? Thought strings come, like, who did this? Who has put this garbage here? I should catch them. Likewise, it will go on and on, isn't it? So if the thoughts are so powerful, you can even go to the neighbor's house and shout at them, telling, why did you do this? And so on. But it might go on and on, isn't it? So repeatedly thinking about it makes the thoughts more powerful, and with the same time the me also gets powerful. So in the mundane world, the garbage also real, the neighbor also real, the smell also real, the thought also real, and me also real. So there could be another person, he also gets the smell, but he will just go and collect it and put it in the garbage bin. So, day to day life, these things happen, isn't it? So, if we take the example of the accident, so if your eyes are open, you can't help seeing it, isn't it? But there are some people who can't see blood, they faint. So, there also the thought is very powerful. So, once you are in this path and once you practice, every stimuli we get, either from the eyes, ear, nose, tongue, body, or the mind, you will find that it's a sense creation only. No one is doing it. So if we go back to the radiant mind and see all the activities, he can do that. But there is no me involved, isn't it? So knowing this true Dhamma is very essential, which means we have to know how the mind is created in the first place. And we should know how this value, the power, comes to the thought. Aryan Mahansa always asks the question, who am I? Who are you? Are you the body? Are you the mind? Am I in the body? If I am or me is there in the body, how can I get sick? How can I get old? How does the hair get white? How does the skin get wrinkled? Can we control them? No, we can't, isn't it? So even at this moment, the system is working. The heart is functioning, the lungs are functioning, the kidneys are functioning, the nervous system, it is also functioning. All the systems are functioning. But can we see that? No, we can't see that. And is there a me anywhere? No, there is no me as well. So suddenly we get a heart attack and we have to go for surgery, a bypass surgery. Can we stop it? Can we stop the heart attack? We can't stop the heart attack, isn't it? Say we might get a cancer. We can't stop it. We can have an accident and we can break our leg or arm. So is there a me? There is no me. So what we especially should know also, the heart, the lungs, kidneys, brain, legs, arms, everything, they are thoughts. We think. Likewise, we think there is a me. So we know that there is no me in the body. So am I in the mind? So now we know how the mind is created. and there is no me in there either, isn't it? So it is very essential to understand that this is a system working. There is no me anywhere. No me means there was no self. So we'll talk a bit about the radiant mind as well. So once the baby is born, we all know that he has to take the first breath, unless he can't survive. But this is a natural process. So with that, the system starts to work from the first breath onwards. So this baby who has just born also has the senses: eye, ear, nose, tongue, body. So he also cries. That is a natural process. He also can suck the milk from the mother. He cries when he feels hungry. But he does not know whether he is even born. Who is the mother? Who is the father? Even whether he is a girl or a boy. Which country? He does not know. So when the baby grows up a bit, say 1 to 2 months, the baby starts to lift the head a bit. But it is a natural process. The baby does not know what is happening. And there is no self. Nobody is doing it. So when he starts to crawl, sit down, or stand and walk, all these actions happens without any name to it. But we say, now the child is crawling. Now he can sit, he can stand, he can walk. But all happens naturally. The Shastra power, the self-vibration is already there. So during this time the teething starts, he can grab objects, he tries new food, he can play small games. All these are naturally happening. Nobody is doing it. We as adults, we say the child is very active. These are our thoughts. So actually the babies, when they start to talk, they don't say, I want this, I want that, this is my mother. They don't say that. First they say, Baba. Baba wants this. He does not have the self feeling. So Baba wants this. Baba wants to go, like that. No self. So he does not imply me to himself. So what I actually wanted to emphasize here is that all this happens naturally. So it is a system. But the child's world is slowly creating. We know that the radiant mind, there are no defilements. It's like a pure white sheet. But the glue or the Shastra is there. The glue is there for attachments. So that's why when we give a toy, he grabs it, turns it, puts it in the mouth. If there is a music, he listens to it. And if someone tries to take it, he starts to cry. So when the child starts the Montessori, his world is created more with colors and sounds. So even the light and the sound becomes real to him. And the self, me, also creates. Also the shapes are introduced. Cup, lunchbox, color pencil, storybooks, mother, father, teacher, friend, and so on. Also in the Montessori, the teacher, she will take the children to the garden and introduce to the trees, flowers, birds, insects, and all that, isn't it? All these are sounds, and the child gets the mental image. So with that, the duality of I am here, the tree is there. I can see the flowers. I can see my teacher. I like my teacher. I can see beautiful flowers. It has a nice smell. Likewise, the sensory world is created. Lord Buddha has said, birth of your eye is your birth. So likewise, now the child has the mind sensor. So the me, my mind concept also created. This is my mother, that is your father, this is my car, this is my friend. So now he does not say Baba. He has a name. So he introduced himself as Saman, Kamal, or whatever the name he was given. But all these are sense creations, as we said. So if we contemplate, is there a mother in the eye sensor? Is there a crow in the ear sensor? Is there a jasmine flower in the nose sensor? Is there a milk in the tongue sensor? Likewise, is there a me in the mind sensor? All are creations. So all are it is a natural process. That's what I wanted to highlight. So as usual, we invite you all to listen to this non-soul Dhamma and end your suffering. Therwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse for giving us this beautiful Dhamma. May I pay homage at your feet. Therwan Saranai, everyone.
Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend and teacher, Irwan Saranai Aryan Vahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aribo Veva and Teruvan Saranai. So we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dharma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. And we are starting with page 108. There is no self or doer here. Another example is if we feel that someone is very nice and then another person says, no, he's very bad, or describes other negative things about him, our perception can change. These are all sensorial acts. That means they're only thoughts. Let's listen to another example. These are experiences I had 15 years ago. If we think gold is valuable, then it is valuable. If we think it is not, then it is not valuable. Everything is like this. The insurance agents sell life insurance policies. In reality, they are selling only a blank form. In their mind, they always want the buyer to continue paying the monthly premium. Why? So that the paid portion of the money can be owned by the company. This is how these companies operate. This is only the selling of thoughts or emotions. So when we understand and realize this Dhamma, what we understand and realize is that there's no doer here. For an example, we should have an opinion about someone, and after some incident happened, your opinion could change. Maybe you thought about this person as a good person. Now something bad happened. This person is not a good person anymore. Or somebody else will have a different opinion about this person. If that was the truth, there will be only one opinion. But based on who look at these events, the opinion changes. That means it's a thought. It's a thought that's appearing in somebody's consciousness. It could differ. It could change from one person to another. Even for the same person, it can change after a certain incident. And if we think about the past, we had bronze coins. At the time, the bronze was the most valuable thing. We had silver coins. At that time, it was the most valuable thing. We had gold coins. At that time, gold was the most valuable thing. So the most valuable thing, or dollars were more valuable than other forms of currencies. Now bitcoins are more valuable. It's just a thought. This thought changes. The value that's been attributed to a thought differs based on what most of the people choose. And it can change any moment. Now, tomorrow, if a different kind of currency appears, and the value that's attributed to that currency will be more than what we think of as valuable today, dollars or bitcoins or whatever it is. A person who is a farmer is more honest than these people who sell these insurance policies, selling a paper with value that could be adjusted based on the kind of policy they offer. In reality, we run around the rupee. When family members, a mother or a brother passed away, the thought, what is the meaning of all this, came to my mind. Is going around the rupee the purpose of our living? So people have these struggles, the financial struggles. Everybody's running after money. They want to make more money, buy more things, more property. But this life is so fragile. It could be lost any moment. And in one of those moments only, usually people would realize the value, the real value of things, the meaning of the real life. Because in this chase for money, people really get lost and they lose the purpose of living. Animals are at peace, but humans are not, because people are entangled in making plans and having hopes. True peace cannot be achieved. There is no rest, no peace, because they do not understand what peace and tranquility truly mean. They cannot enter the spiritual path. If someone correctly follows the spiritual path, he will attain liberation from this mess. What is this world? Are we truly advanced? We are always thinking of how to attack another person. People are lost in the illusional world created in the mind consciousness. Illusions are not real and cannot be found in the outside world or the sensory world. So if we compare this humanity to other realms, even animals are at peace compared to humans, because the mind, this sophisticated mind the humans have, is capable of thinking endlessly. Therefore, they're always entangled in thinking about stuff, making plans, having hopes, dreams. So they're chasing something. With this mind comes the desire, and there's always something to be achieved. Therefore, the peace cannot be achieved. No rest, no peace. And before we stumbled upon this Dhamma, we had no idea of what real peace and tranquility means. If someone really follows this path, he will get to the liberation of mind. We think we are advanced, but we are advanced in the sense that we are capable of making more money, making plans, creating things, creating sophisticated things. We are capable of attacking and killing other people and other animals. So to say that we are truly advanced is to be lost in this illusional world, this mentally constructed world. And illusions are not real. And all these thoughts that we have, all these things that we assume that exist, they do not exist. It's just a mirage, an illusion. It's a sensory world that come into existence moment to moment. Mentally constructed world that we assume that exists outside. And assume that there's a self that exists with respect to that so-called existing world. Hansi has clarified this for you. Peace and tranquility can only be found by recognizing the truth about the illusional world. There's no end to this either. We call this phonobhavika, this nature of the mind to get entangled, to create more and more thoughts. According to what's created, the soul disappears and reappears with the next creation. It is due to this changing nature that we feel alive. It is also this change we explain as speed. The changes that occur due to vibrations create these differences. This occurs because of the chittanyam, the natural occurrences of mental formations, the natural order of mental formations. But within the power of reconstruction or recurrence or volitional formation, abhisankarane, the notion of a self appears. These are the reasons for the notion of feeling alive. So today, during the controversial discourses sermon, 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. Zoom discussion yesterday, an important question was asked: what is the truth? So people answered that question based on where they are in their own understanding. What they understand as truth. Some of the answers were only partially true, partially correct, because that is how much they have understood of this deep Dharma. All of us have heard that this is an illusion. There's no reality about this so-called world and the so-called self. It's easily said in a sentence or so, but it's not that easy to understand it. After listening to these sermons for many years, even to just realize for yourself that the external world is not true, which is the first karma sthana, or first unique meditation instruction that's given in the practical approach, the practical program. It takes, for someone, it might take about a couple of years, because this something said so simply has to be explained so deeply, because our minds are clouded with layers and layers and layers of thorns. We, as we discussed yesterday in the Buddothpada youth sermon, we see that these children at the age of 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, they understand this Dhamma much easily. So this truth is, in a way, we can say that all of this is an illusion. The so-called external world and the so-called self, all that is an illusion. But how does it come into existence? Saying that is just not enough for someone to really understand it, really see it within themselves, to realize it within themselves. So we know that there's no continually existing world or a so-called self. When we say the world, even for one, there's no continually existing world that's coming from some past moment in time to this moment in time, and that continues to exist from this moment in time to some future moment in time. What we think about right now is the world right now. And what we think about right now is just the thought in this moment. And in that thought, let's say there's my son here, and I like my son. That is, if that is the thought that's running through my mind, that is my world right now. The son or the daughter or whoever or any object. That the fact that the sun exists means I exist. For a person who's in ignorance, I exist with respect to the sun. So if we kind of zoom in on this, the mental object of sun, the thought, the world that comes into existence in the moment, that is an emergence of, when you think about your son, there's an image to your son. Even if he's not around, you can still, in the mind of the eye, see the image of the sun, which is, if you really focus on that image, how it appears, it's a bunch of colors, varying colors, different shapes. And the idea that it is your son or the name of him is also embedded in that mental image, which is a sound. A sound is a vibration. Human ear is capable of detecting the sound frequencies, which is between 20 to 20,000 hertz. And the image of the sun is also a manifestation of a vibration. That is, whatever the colors you see, they are in the visible range of colors, the 7 colors on the rainbow. If there's a smell to that, smell of your sun, if you can kind of think about it, that is also, you can get an idea about it in this moment. How it feels to touch him. In that mental object, everything is included there, all vibrations of manifestation, smell, taste, touch. Different ranges are detected through different faculties. And kind of they come together to create the idea that there is an existing sun out there. So these vibrations, they come into existence as a result of 2 opposing polarities. When there are 2 opposing polarities, negative like in the case of a positive and a negative terminal, running electricity through the two ends of a wire, there's always a spark, there's always a vibration, and that vibration cannot exist without a power that generates that. So these opposing polarities creating this vibration and the power, this happens so fast that itself becomes the image, that itself becomes the sound, smell, taste, touch. And it happens so fast, it feels like the sound exists, the image or the light exists, the smell, taste, touch, they all exist. Even the baby, who has the radiant mind, before his mind is developed into a mind with language, he's able to say things. And we know that in the cot, I can't remember the name of the toy that's kind of hung above him or her, and it's rotating and it has multiple colors, and kids always look at that and laugh, and when it stops moving, they begin to cry, because even though they do not have a label for it yet, the fact there's a feeling that something is out there and it's continuously moving, and there's some sort of an indulgence in it. Once it stops moving, the baby doesn't like it. Not that he knows it to express it in terms of thoughts or whatever, but the response is he will start crying. Same goes with if you give a mobile phone to an infant. Once it's taken away, he will start crying. So there's some sense of something is out there. That sense is, it feels like the sounds are, the light is out there, the sounds are out there, smell, taste, touch, they're out there. And this feeling is the one that gets the labels, that gets labeled. With the introduction of label, as the baby grow up, the labels are introduced: the mother, father, dog, ball, tree, all that. So the fact that something's out there now gets the names. Now earlier it was just sounds, light, smell, taste, touch was out there. Now with the developed mind, the child has the tables out there, the chairs, the mother, father. And then automatically by the system, the thought is created: if that is my father, if that is my mother, there should be a self to whom they belong to. And that is labeled as the self, but that is the feeling, that is kind of the same vibration happening, vibrating so fast. Due to that speed, it feels like something's out there. The table is out there, chair is out there. It continues to vibrate because of that speed. The feeling of the self, the self perception is also created then and there. There's no duality here. The feeling that the chair is out there, the mother is out there, it is the same feeling that's kind of extended to feel like I am seeing the mother, I am talking to the mother, I'm listening to the mother. But when labels are introduced, the duality is introduced, something exists now in the form of the mind. The chair is there. In reality, there's no chair. There's a vibration. There's a sense of something. The sense of something out there. And with the introduction of the labels, there's a sense that table is out there, which through the vibration becomes the feeling of self, perception of self. So that is the truth. There's no mother, father, dog, ball, house, sons, wives, husbands are out there. They just come into existence in the moment as a result of a vibration, as a result of two opposing polarities creating the vibration and the underlying power. And this may sound like words, but as you understand this truth, even though it's said in few sentences, it's much deeper truth we've been talking about. There's been talking about different aspects of it. How this is the case, how it is so, and when it gets confirmed to you within you as your own direct knowing, as your own direct truth, what happens is when this mind that comes into existence moment to moment assumes the existence of an external element, external object, and the fact that there's a notion of a self that is experiencing that external object, that begins to dissolve and diminish. We call them defilements. If something exists out there, there's either you like it, you don't like it, or you have a neutral feeling about it. Either way, whether you like it, don't like it, or you have a neutral feeling about it, the thought itself assumes the existence of something. When that assumption is there, when that notion of existence there, automatically the notion of a self is created. So that becomes the center of your own world, your own universe. I see that, I see this, I hear this, I smell, taste, touch. That gives rise to suffering. Buddha talks about, compared to any other spiritual teacher or any other person who has talked about Buddha has talked about suffering, because people think it's a negative kind of a religion or negative kind of a teaching, but it is not the case. The suffering is a very pragmatic teaching, very realistic teaching, because the suffering, we don't like to accept it, but the suffering is everywhere. Even when life is seemingly going well for someone, the suffering is everywhere, because as the mind assumes something that exists that is not really existing in reality, that itself is suffering, because that mind tries to draw pleasure from it, assuming these external things exist. The mind tries to draw pleasure from these external objects, but they do not exist. They just come into existence in the moment. Moment to moment. And that is the suffering. And even when everything's seemingly going all right, especially when seemingly everything's going all right, we don't see the suffering in even just a single thought. But like, if someone has gone through many tragedies or unfavorable situations, and as one begin to question about the reality of things, or how why certain things happen a certain way. When someone truly questions into the truth of these matters, and fortunately, if he stumbles upon this Dharma, he or she sees that even when even in the absence of these seemingly grand, unfortunate events, even the weight of a thought is a lot. The suffering that is carried by a thought is a lot. That is something that could be experienced within us as we walk this journey, as one advanced into the journey, as one has already dealt with the biggest attachments one would usually have, such as it could be anything for anyone, but that person has walked this path for some time, and the mind is much less, it's less dense, and he or she begins to see how ego works, how it how the so-called the notion of the self tries to, in very subtle ways, these are very subtle things that one would notice, how the so-called self wants to be a bigger, better person, or tries to um, show off, or things like that. So in that effort to see the mind in these subtle occurrences, one can see how heavy a single thought could be. So I think we have Randima and Dr. Sakuntala joined with us today. Theruvan Saranai, Randima and Dr. Sakuntala. We can start. Randima, Theruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Harshi, thank you so much for your very insightful review of what is the truth. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, please accept our humble worship. Yeah, so I think what is the truth? So yeah, I think that conversation was very interesting, but unfortunately, I couldn't listen the whole thing. But that really kind of gave some opportunity for everyone to understand: are they in the truth, like, or are they seeing the truth, like? So, as you very correctly pointed out, the answer to that question came up based on each one's experience of what it is. So, so that really indicates. So the truth, the real truth is not a kind of a thinking. The truth is seen within. So the right answer for such a question, in a way, like a bit of it's not easy to put out as well, but as long as if the path is clearer, like if it is felt like, so it is the feeling that is converted to words and put out. So truth is a feel. So truth is a feel, because until the feel put out, there is no guarantee that truth is seen. So it is not a question about whether someone put into words or not, because each words sort of carry different meaning, and people interpret the words also in their own mind words. So it is actually internal transformation, inside transformation. Uh, inside transformation is the truth. So it is very nice. I think it could have been. I think it may have been a very wonderful discussion. Uh, so um, so so actually, the people, so-called people, in this human world, the human world sort of believes in a permanent world. Permanency is a field. There is a field of permanency everywhere. That is the thing. So that field of everything is real. So this is the endless samsaric travel where things becoming real. So any sight, any sound, any taste, so all that becoming real. Sometimes when someone try to understand this Dhamma also, like they stand in the permanency side and then try to interpret it. I think that is the error. Because for it, for example, let's say, I seen, mind recognize. So I seen occur and mind recognize. So now in that situation also one can sort of, you see that as a, this I is real and so-called me real, and you see, and so we know very clearly I is a misconception, I is not true, mind is not true. But when try to understand this, sometimes one stand on there and try to interpret this. So then what will happen? It is already in the drushti, it's already in the misconception, and then it knows, it get to know like it is not real life. So in that situation, that become a thinking. So then it become another drushti, and nothingness is taken as a thinking, and then that misconception strongly continues, and whenever the sight sound occur, that comes, and then there is a strong nothingness, but there is no real inside transformation. So this is the kind of error that can happen, because sometimes in some Dhamma forums, like we have listened to some speech, there is no sort of explanation about how these defilements are seen and how these defilements are minimized in the system, how it got liberated, how these defilements seen and liberation occur. But the speech is more or less on the nothingness side. So that is the problem. If someone is very speed, or someone is very hurry for something, so hurry to say, okay, now it is done, I am done, like so. And then someone hurry means it really listen the Dhamma for its own mental consolation. Now there is someone happy about the tranquility, someone happy that it is now in control of the worldly things, like As soon as this nothingness applied, it gets squeezed like pressed. But but all the time, what we try to say is, I think, as Harshi mentioned, that ego. Because while having an ego, any tranquility or liberation, what you are talking, can be in the mind. So actually, it is the ego is the one which needs to disappear. Ego is the power. Ego is the current. Ego is a strong, valuable someone is there who doesn't want something to happen, who wants something to happen in some way. So this is the problem. So ego, it is all the time happy as and when everything is very calm, tranquil, nice. Everything is happening according to what I say. But when it is not in the process, the ego damage. I mean, the ego sort of attacked. So so that is the problem. So this Dhamma, why so much of discussion into this Dhamma? It is because the problem is there. Problem is this ego or the power. Because this is a power. It is not just squeezing or pressing the power. Pressing the power is also possible. There are some nice guys who are well in control their mind. So this is not, even at your deathbed, if this ego is there, you are still, you yourself can be attacked again. You are helpless. So therefore, it is better rather than trying to have a very temporary comfort from the Dhamma, try to get the permanent solution. Permanent solution is what? It is that the impermanency of the everything, including the self, needs to be seen. So that is the insight. That is the insight. So this, what is the soul? Soul is not a permanent thing. It is just the composition of vibration change from time to time. That is the soul. Just like music. Now there are so many beautiful piece of music, isn't it? So from various composers from various countries have developed so many tunes, musics. So can anyone say now so many have developed and nothing? I mean, there won't be any beautiful music blends of these vibrations of compositions in future? No. That is the thing. So maybe another few months time there can be a strongly hit another version. Why? Because these are different compositions of vibrations. So these vibrations, compositions, you see, it's different. So it can be a totally new thing, totally new, totally unexpected, different composition. So something like that. This power is also the next moment composition, how it can arise. It really is not in anyone's control. So it is happening. So therefore the real liberation or the real freedom is not here, not in this wave. So beyond wave is the realization, or it is the feel of the truth. Now we are coming to the truth. Feel of the truth. So the truth of every moment. So the truth of unreality of worldly thing has to be felt. So as long as it's felt, now it has become the truth. So just now, if we take now this mind, you see, you listen to someone, you listen to someone. When you listen to someone, you see, can you listen it continuously? Is the question. Can you listen it continuously? You try your level best to listen someone continuously. You put your full effort now and try to listen somebody. Is it possible? No. Why? Because this mechanism is not in anyone's control. Because even though the sound vibration continuously occur, this is a signal system. So anyone will feel like mind rotate, mind drives, like it's a different some sensor functionality happening here. The sensor variation is happening. So some part really not felt in the whole conversation. That's why when you listen, maybe someone's explanation or speech for the second time, you will hear a totally different thing which was not heard like minute before. So this is the thing. So it's like a monkey mind. So there is a power of, you see, taking it here and there, like, and even though the whole body sensor system spark, like the mind feel that variation sort of turns into different senses. So in that moment, your world is not the sound world. In that moment, your world is something else. Because in a way, like, there is some stress in the sensor itself. Continuously, it's not just one sensor. Those sensors are sort of variation. Now, if you stand in a flower garden, there are so many beautiful flowers there, some leaves there, some ponds there, some birds tweet. So just see, without your invitation, your eye rotate like a camera. So it's not done by anybody. This is the signal system, because that drives the next one, like. So we have to understand there is some process is happening here, but what is the purpose behind that process? It is to drive the power. So its power driving mechanism is nowhere. It is in these sensors. So it is the sensor driving power system, like a machine. So therefore, it is very important until your last breath, there is some kind of review is happening here, because it is the ego is the power, and this power seen liberation has to happen, and what is really happening is seen sort of until the last breath. So there is no sort of end here. There is no sort of right mark here. There is no sort of full stop here. So, so the pratipada, or the practice, this practice is also at some point is a happening thing, and it will happen until the last breath. So I think, yeah, so that's all what I want to add, Harshi, Tevan Saranai.
Yeah, Therawan Saranai, Randim, I think Sakuntala also can add. Thank you very much for your valuable explanation. And I thought the music, the vibrations, the composition, that is a good kind of analogy to talk about the vibrations that's created in the moment. Yeah, Dr. Sakuntala, we would like to listen to your feedback on that as well. Therawan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, I pay my homage to R.N. Mahanse. Therwan Saranai with our friends. Yes, I think both of you were talking, sort of giving various examples, more or less pointing out towards the feeling of existence or self-feeling. Actually, that is the essence of this teaching, the importance of identifying the self-feeling and the self-existence, because that is the main root of this tree, where, trimming the branches even up to the level of soil and cutting the trunk up to the level of the soil is not going to help, as long as the self-feeling or the self-perception or the ego, I-ness, whatever the name used, is not identified and uprooted. Because at some stage, this is what is happening with concentration meditation, and most of the Dhamma preachers that we listen nowadays, this is what is happening, because you are not uprooting the whole tree, but you are cutting it at different levels up to the level of soil, but it will grow by somehow. Maybe the time that to grow again will vary from system to system, but that is what will happen at the end. So identifying and this self-feeling or I-ness and how it happens is the way to get rid of it, get rid of that misconception. So I think you can do it now. If you take the practical side, you can go backwards in the reverse gear. You can experience various now following certain incidents in day-to-day life. A system will experience a feeling in the sense it might be kind of heavy feeling. It can be interpreted as a fire-like burning sensation, fire or current, or we use various names. So that is what you feel actually. That is the feel where you have, the system gives a value to the sensor faculty, sensor information, or the sense creation. So if you go backwards, if once the system identifies this current, it can be investigated. How did the current happen? So current is always a thought, and different names are given to this current. Sadness, happiness, anger, all sorts of names can be given. But it is a thought. And thought means a collection of creations from the faculties, the 5 faculties. So that means the thought is, if you sort of spread out the thought, the jigsaw puzzle, you can see that so many pieces get together to form that final thing called thought. And when you give a value, when the system gives a value to this thought, when the thought is taken as real, in simple words, if you take the coconut tree as real, if you take the house as real, without realizing that it is a creation in the mind, in respect to some information created by the faculties, then you take it as the thought is projected outside, and you take it as, without realizing that it is a creation of the mind as a result of the system function, the system tend to project it to the outside world. So there are the coconut trees there, the house is there, I am there, so I am also part of this creation. So once this projection is done, and then it is given a value, and it is taken as a true thing, really existing thing, that is where the duality is. That is where the mind consciousness is. That means there is a thing outside, and myself who is experiencing or enjoying that thing. So that is where the duality, and it is due to the ignorance which is there right throughout up to the Arhat state of a system. So when you realize this thought is a creation which happened at that moment as a spark, and when you further evaluate on that, then it's realized that it is a collection of the creations of senses, which means the shapes, sounds, smells, tastes, and tactile feel. So it's a collection, and it happens instantly. It is not something which was stored in a memory or something. The same spark which happened some stage will spark again here. So that is a thought. So when the thought is taken real, then the thought is given a value. That is where the me concept or myself comes up. Then the system realizes that thought is a creation. So further backwards, then it's obvious that this is a collection of the sense functions, sense activity. So if you go to that level, the senses, how does the senses create? As we have listened to so many of our noble friends, preachers, Deshana, and the explanations, it's very clear, very obvious now. These are again creations at that sensor level. It's not something which is coming from outside. As we learned in our school, where the light rays are coming and the sound waves are coming, and because of that we can hear and see. Now it's understood very clear that it is a sensor creation at that point, and the sensor creation is projected outside because of the ignorance, to indicate that there is a color, or there is a shape, there is a sound which comes from outside. And further at the sensor level, always the responsible reason is that the speed, because of the speed of vibration, it creates a light. Because of the speed of vibration, the eardrum creates a sound. So this is the first level actually. The creation occurs at the sensor level. In other words, if a system doesn't have the physical eye, there is nothing to talk about seeing something. if the physical body doesn't have an ear, there is nothing to talk about sounds. So like that, always the physical part should be there, and there should be a vibration occurring at that level for the system to hear or see. So those are two important things. So the organ should be there, and there should be vibration. There must be vibration of that part at that time to create a sound or shape or a light. This is applicable to the other sense faculties also. And it is 100% due to the fast vibration. So the speed is a very important fact here, which results in the creation. And once this creation occurs, there is vibration. Now, if you take the eye, there is a vibration there. And what happens in no time, immediately, along with that, what happens is that there is some matching of this vibration to a vibration that happens somewhere else. So that is a nature's law. No one can decide what is going to match and when and where. So there is some matching. This is what is called the telepathization. And that is what we call seeing a coconut tree, because some form of naming is done to the shape or the light which was created, some form of matching and some form of naming. Now, this naming or this matching part occurs in relation to the previous data which has been put to the system. So I don't know whether what I explained was clear enough, but I was trying to sort of give an outcome, just outline of this system, how it happens. So when you go back like this, ultimately you find that like penetrating the body with X-rays and going deeper and deeper, penetrating all sorts of tissues. It's like that. Here also, you end up with some vibrations. Now, vibrations do not have a color, no sound, and no smell, no taste, nothing. And that, because of the speedy occurrence, it creates something then and there. Now, this is a good example is that if you take a TV screen, this is one of the very beautiful examples given by our noble friend, Aran Mahanse. If you see how the television set is working, it's again some waves or vibrations are responsible. So outside the screen or the behind the screen, you can't see anything. You can't hear any sounds. You can't see colors or smells or whatever it is. There's nothing. And the moment it is connected to the moment that the TV is switched on, that means the sensors are functioning there. Sensors which are compatible to these waves are set up, which represents the physical body. There you get a picture. There is some sounds coming up. So this is something similar to that. From nothingness, you create a complete story. So this is, so when you sort of go back like this, finally you end up that there is nothing basically apart from the vibrations. And vibrations also do not have any physical qualities, and vibrations also are not persisting. It happens then and there. So finally, you go beyond the X-ray thing, because in the X-ray you can see at least the bones. But if you have something which penetrates that also, you end up in the nothingness. And see how what massive illusion that we are in basically from nothingness, you create a whole world and a whole sort of film. So I think this is something that each person has to slowly think about and convince the system. Then only the values which are given to this so-called existing world will diminish little by little. I can see Dr. Ravi also has joined. Would you like to add something? We were just talking about the self-feeling, self-existence, just things around that. Therwan Sarna Ravi?
Yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai, Harshi, Thiruvan Saranai, Arandima, Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Yeah, as you said, so I heard your latter part of the speech. So you were talking about kind of vibration. So as Sarenhase says, it's true. So if a vibration is there, the creation of the world is inevitable. So what happens here is when you understand this Dhamma, the mechanism, the level of the frequency or the intensity of the vibration gets reduced. So ultimately what will happen, it will reach into certain place where there is no such a vibration. So that is the way we can get away from that illusion. So vibration is the causative factor for creation of this illusion. So once the intensity of vibration become more and more less, the illusion, the creation of this illusion will not happen. So but what you should think beyond that is, even since our faculties are functioning until our last breath, we see the illusion, but we know that this is the illusion. So this is very difficult to understand because the initial vibration we had, the illusion got created. But but after the understanding this Dhamma, the vibration gets diminished. So there is no chance of creating this illusion. Yes, of course, that's true. But at that point, our faculties are already developed. I mean, external senses. So we can still see the illusion. Actually, in that point, we can't say that we are existing because the vibration is not there. But we can still deal with that illusion without being attached to that illusion. So it is some kind of the magic. It is the magic here. So yes, that's it. So as mm, as you explained, you all explained, I think you talked about this energy thing and all these things. What happens is the energy that has been built within that particular vibration get reduced. So as energy dissolves, it has no capability of giving rise to another subsequent vibrations. So if vibration happens, so it gets diminished then and there. That so in that very moment will be the moment for who has seen through this illusion, who has seen this Dhamma. So that's why Lord Buddha said we live in one single moment only. Even that fraction of second is not true. If you believe this moment is true, then the following moments will also spontaneously become true for you, because as long as you take this moment is real, so it can fuel up the coming moment. So it becomes also real for you. So that's how this spark continues to spark further. So that will build up your sansaric journey. So if you are able to see through this uh, phenomena or the natural process that's happening, that's rolling out at this moment, so you will be able to see the unrealistic nature of this present moment even. So that will help you to stop that further sparks. So that will end up your sansaric journey at this very moment. That's why Lord Buddha say this is a bhava, stopping of bhava, birth. So you are being born at this very moment, but if you are able to see this very moment is not real, there is no chance of creating the bhava at this very moment. So that will immediately cease your sansaric journey right now. So that is the nibbana that you see at this very moment. So as as Lord Buddha said, all three realms, Kama Bhumi, Rupa Bhumi, the sensual world, form world and formless world, all three realms are there in this very moment. So by seizing that, by seeing through this, the reality of this very moment, you will be able, you are capable of stopping this all three realms. So that means your sansaric journey will come to end. So that is the one who become a real Buddhist, who is a person who is capable of ceasing this sansaric journey at this very moment is the one who become a Buddhist at this very moment. So irrespective of the religion, what he believes, culture, from where he comes from, it doesn't matter. If somebody is capable of seeing the truth at very moment, that means the illusion of this uh, illusion of this vibration He is the one who is excel this world. World means he is the one who is capable of stopping this samsaric journey. That is the Nibbana state. So that is the way how person can become a real Buddhist. So that message is very powerful, and let's say everyone say that will end the whole story. So we are explaining the story of ourselves, the story of our own life. So we are the one who is responsible, who are responsible for our own story, own lives and samsaric journey. So we have the responsibility of stopping or continuing it. It's in your own hand, in our own hands. So that is the most important message here. I think if you are able to see this truth, definitely you will be able to uh, get away from this journey. So seeing through this truth means seeing that there is no doer here, there's no soul here. So even though you know it for the knowledge, but you have to experience it by yourself. That experience will come gradually along with the level of your understanding of this Dhamma. Dhamma in the sense the system in the sense how this formation gets created. So how this vibration creates an illusionary world. So if you, as long as you are not get cheated by that, so you are there. So you have the capacity to get away from this illusion. So I, me, my concept is also a part of that same illusion. So you definitely get to know that you are no longer will be there in that same illusion. You are not become, you can, yeah, uh, you can stay away from being part of that same illusion. So that will liberate you from your illusion. So that will help you to cease your samsaric journey at this very moment. Yes, Arshi. Theriyum Saranai. Theriyum Saranai, Arshi. Can you hear me? Theriyum Saranai, Randima, can you hear me?
Yeah, Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi. Yeah, we can hear you. We thank actually, that's a very wonderful explanation. Harshi, Theruvan Saranai. I think it is late night for Harshi.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see Aryan Mahanse is also joined. Theruvan Saranai Aryan Mahanse. Yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think we have come to the end of the program. Is there anything, Dr. Sakuntala, who you like to add?
Thiruvaa Saranai, I think a detailed explanation was given by Ravi also. Nothing much to add for the moment. I think if Aryan Mahanse is not going to sort of participate, maybe with Unwase's permission, we can conclude.
Yeah. So I think, I think we can conclude the session for today and discuss tomorrow. So we thank Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sakuntala, and Harshi for and everyone who participated in today's discussion. We'll discuss tomorrow as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan answer. Teruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන්
Therwas
වහන්සේ.
Aryan
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Master,
රන්දිමා.
Therwas no
තෙරුවන්
Dhamma
සරණයි
friends.
විනෝද.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්ස. May the blessings of the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha be with you always. In this morning, as usual, we are continuing speaking about Dhamma through this Buddothpada Pure TV for 24 hours a day. As usual, our noble friend and all these Dhamma friends are making a sincere effort to share this message with the world. We are all taking part in this Dhamma sermons on behalf of the Aryan Mahansa. The Buddha has given a powerful example to show how rare it is to understand the true Dhamma. The Lord Buddha has given and mentioned that if we compare all the soil on this entire earth with the tiny amount of soil that fits on the tip of a fingernail, only that small amount represents the number of beings who gain the correct understanding and realization of the true Dhamma. So we can reflect on how rare it is for most people even to come close to this Dhamma, to hear it, or to have the chance to understand it. It is very rare understanding or realizing this Dhamma. So we can understand how long we were seeking for true Dhamma, and finally we found out But it is also very difficult to make you understand and to explain until you are realizing the truth. Once you realize this Dhamma, then it becomes easy. But until you are realizing the Dhamma, it is not easy to understand what we are talking about. What I want to highlight now is the reason behind our search for the Dhamma. We must understand why this examination matters about our six senses. At the same time, many of us are held by deep-rooted belief and conditioned views. We need to examine how these views took hold, how they settled into our minds, and how they influence the way we see the world. This is the starting point for true understanding. We are genuinely trying our best in this direction. In this Dhamma sermon, we are really trying to make understand what is Sammaditthi, what is the true Dhamma, what is the real nature of these six faculties, how this ignorance arises within you. Until we are trapping in this ignorance, it is very difficult to see the ignorance, and it is very difficult to come out of that ignorance. It's clear to us that the reason they still don't understand what's happening is that these six institutions have only explained things in theory without giving us any practical experience. These days, whenever we listen to Dhamma sermons, it becomes clear that many misunderstandings about the Dhamma are still being repeated. As we listen to Dhamma teachings everywhere, on YouTube or anywhere, we can sense that certain misunderstandings about the Dhamma continue to arise. They offer Dhamma sermons without realizing or without knowing, even though without realizing what is Sammaditthi truly is. Yes, we offer flowers and worship the Buddha statue because we respect the Lord Buddha. He discovered this natural phenomenon, this illusory world in which we are trapped entirely by himself. Without the guidance of any noble friend, he found by himself. That is why we are calling as a Samma Sambuddha. So then nothing wrong with that offering anything for Lord Buddha. When we offer flowers, light lamps, or prepare the temple surroundings by sweeping the floor, watering the Bodhi tree, all these actions create a sense of harmony within us. For that moment, that is not permanent state or that is not a permanent state living within us. They bring a deep tenderness to the mind, a calmness for that moment. It is good to let the mind settle and rest in that peaceful state. It is truly beautiful when we light a lamp and radiate metta to this whole world. to every seen and unseen being, because if you are still in the Pruthakjana ground, then you have a world, and it is beautiful if you can light a lamp and radiate metta to this whole world. In that moment, a great compassion and kindness arise within you without any hesitation or boundaries. Within that pure state, the mind becomes stainless and it becomes deeply calm. Even if you can't understand the true Dhamma or true nature of how these six faculties arise in this very moment and how it is fading away. Even offering a lamp or placing flower for Buddha's statue becomes a moment where the mind naturally softens. In that purity, the whole world around you feels seamlessly unified, resting in a deep, quiet harmony. Your home itself becomes a place where that calm, refined state can be felt. Is it very beautiful when you are lighting a lamp at your home? It is very beautiful thing. We also practice in this way from the beginning. Still, I am also lighting a lamp. It is very beautiful. So yet ultimately you come to see that everything you have done has been only for yourself, because you never can find anything from external world. That realization is profoundly beautiful. It becomes clear naturally as you enter the stream on this path to Nibbana. The Lord Buddha also practiced deep concentration meditation before enlightenment. Lord Buddha endured great physical hardship, even to the point where his skin clung to his bones. And the Siddhartha, he subjected his body to severe suffering in his search for truth. Yet even though all of that, this Dhamma did not reveal itself to him. That is why the Lord Buddha abandoned those extreme practices. Only afterwards, the Siddhartha, he realized through the rising and passing of the mind, or Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, the Dhamma of dependent origination. And he taught this to the world. That is the truth. That's what he was found. But what we are doing, still, most of you try to practice concentration meditation, like what Siddhartha did before he enlightened. When we pay respect or chanting Pirit, the mind becomes calm, but even then there is still the mind and the real world we meet, because we have our real world, our inner nature. The true state of the mind does not fully reveal itself in those moments. Even when we listen to a calm, soothing song, we feel a certain softness in the mind. But all of that is temporary. In truth, all that occurs is a movement within the mind, one nature fading, another arising, one intention dissolving, another taking its place. None of it is true liberation. So, Nibbana is not something we attain after death. It is a peace we can realize in this very life. We can experience it. Liberation must happen here and now, otherwise we remain with ignorance. Even if we pray to be reborn in a heavenly or Brahmariyam and enjoy happiness there, we still won't understand this Dhamma. Why we are thinking about heaven and or Brahmariyam? Because we are still seeking to enjoy and we are still seeking for another place to be happy. When we do good deeds, only we hope to enjoy comfort here or to reach a higher realm for more pleasure. Isn't that still a mind rooted in craving? We don't realize that is the hidden trap in the system. Aren't we simply grasping at another place to hold on to? That is still craving for becoming. We can call bhava tanha, that we create more greediness for another place, to attach him with another place by imagining our mind. We haven't seen, but we are imagining and we are thinking about another place and we are hanging and we are creating defilements through that bhava tanha or greediness for a place after when end of this life. So then isn't craving itself a defilement? Think very carefully and understand, try to that very hidden point. Yes, it is a defilement. If you think by offering dana or by offering flowers or anything, but if you are thinking to go to another good place to enjoy or to get a comfort life, then you are creating more defilements, the tanha and the greediness. Greed and also delusion is there. When we do good deeds, it should be to bring some relief to someone's life and to create the right condition for them to understand this true Dhamma in this very rare human life. That is the true purpose should be. That is the true purpose. Help each other. Greed, hatred and delusion grow because the six sense doors constantly draw us into craving. This is why we engage in right action to cultivate a better inner state. Merit itself is not wrong. It brings happiness and a moment of clarity to the mind. But we must understand this correctly. Merit is like taking a torch and holding it close so that ignorance does not surround us. With wisdom, we can see how this whole samsara cycle keeps running. All our good and bad action arise due to sankhara. The Lord Buddha clearly taught Sabba Sankhara Anicca, Sabba Sankhara Samatha. That means all conditioned formation are impermanent. So Sabba Sankhara means all mind objects. That means good and bad both. So true liberation is found only by going beyond all of them. When that insight arises, the cycle of becoming ceases. Nibbana arises only when all sankharas become completely still. Until then, the mind keeps moving, caught in ignorance, and we continue to spin in this cycle. That's what happens when we are trying to collect merits, only good deeds. We need to understand why the Lord Buddha called this an Akalika Dhamma. That teaching that can be realized here and now. Why the Lord Buddha says it is Sandittika? That means it arises within you. You can experience by yourself. No one can offer you, but you can understand, you can realize it within you. Why did Lord Buddha explain it as a law of cause and effect? Why Lord Buddha told us not to search for this Dhamma outside, but to investigate within ourselves. Why Lord Buddha says not to look for answers in the external universe? Why did he teach a path that avoids both extremes, internal and external? That means we call Ajata Bahidda. All of these must be carefully examined and understood first if you are seeking to realizing the Dhamma, or if you are seeking for enter to path to Nibbana. The Buddha said not to accept anything simply because someone claims it, or because it is written in a book or in Tripitaka. Or he asked us to investigate within ourselves and accept only what we truly understand. Lord Buddha emphasized the personal examination because this Dhamma must be realized through our own experience, not through blind beliefs. Yes, because this Dhamma is something each person must realize within themselves. It cannot be found outside. It cannot be given by another. No one can offer you Nibbana or wisdom. It must arise from your own direct understanding, own realization of the Dhamma. Never can offer you the wisdom. Wisdom arising within you when you become more pure state in your mind. because this truth has to be realized through your own wisdom. It cannot be borrowed from anyone else. It is incapable of hiding or deceiving anything. No one can hand you understanding. It must arise within you. No one can take those understanding or that wisdom from you. First, we need to understand all of this clearly by investigating and exploring within ourselves about our six senses. If someone truly wishes to enter the stream on this path to Nibbana, it is not easy, but actually we can say it is easy. From my own experience, you must be completely honest with yourself. You need a great inner purity. The wisdom depend on that great inner purity. That's what I can say very clearly. When increasing that great inner purity, your wisdom will arise in more and more to see this Dhamma. The courage to look directly at the nature of your own mind and its defilements. This is not something you show to the world. It is a deep sincerity you hold within yourself. If we try to understand the Dhamma to show the world, that means that is also impurities arising, creating within your system. Then the great inner purity doesn't appear within your system. Only in that honesty can you begin to see your inner nature with clarity. Just as stirred muddy water gradually becomes clear and reveals what lies beneath, a peaceful mind reveals its own true nature. Someone might think, I have enough money, I have every comfort, so why should I look for the Dhamma? So I'm not suffering, and why I need to see this Dhamma? Sometimes you might think. Yes, a person can think like that way. Another person might think life is short and we need to enjoy in this very moment, every moment, because we have no much time to enjoy. And after death, I don't know what happens to me. So what's the point to know about this true Dhamma? So I don't know what's happened after the death. You can think like that way. That's how our mind think. That's how our minds behave. That's how you are trapped into because of this ignorance. There is nothing wrong actually in these thoughts as long as you are still caught in your six senses and is still living in ignorance. That's how your mind is working. That's how your mind try to trap within that system. Only someone who begins to see this, the limits of ignorance, start searching for the Dhamma. But the Lord Buddha never said that we should avoid worldly happiness. The Lord Buddha never has said that success in this conventional life is wrong. Yes, we need to earn money to live on this earth. The Lord Buddha clearly showed how to live this life meaningfully. When the Dhamma is understood, what changes is not your job or your family or your responsibilities or your clothes or your what changes is the inner space you live in. What changes, it's happened within your mind. You create a mind that is peaceful, a mind that can handle responsibilities without stress once you realize in this Dhamma. For anyone living a lay life, the Dhamma helps you look at every problem with wisdom, to act without burning yourself, and to create a wholesome environment around you. Once you realize this truth, when this truth is fully realized, there is no person remaining who can become stressed or exhausted. That's what happened within you. So, do you think that searching for Dhamma a disturbance? Actually, it doesn't happen like that way. No, it is the very thing that makes your life lighter, clearer, and more meaningful. Depending on the power of your ego, depending on the weight of your defilements and sankharas, you can see how strongly you cling to this world according to those tendencies and habits you have developed. Your next birth will take place if you haven't understood this Dhamma, because you have a cycle, you have a place, you have a soul to take with you. This is why the Lord Buddha asks us to clearly see the dangerous of nature of samsara. This is why the Lord Buddha has emphasized the rarity of three things: a human birth, the chance to hear the true Dhamma, and the right moment when wisdom can arise when you are listening to Dhamma. It is very rare. Only when these three comes together can someone truly begins to understand the nature of samsara and the path to liberation. The world you live in, the world you construct within yourself. Because ignorance is unseen, the mind chases after its own illusions. This is why we observe people running behind powerful fantasies, believing them to be real. Even with all the comforts and advancements in the world, suffering continues because ignorance remains unrecognized and the Dhamma remains unknown. This is not a problem of one individual, it influences every living being on this earth. Even when the truth is spoken, many cannot see the illusion behind their thoughts. The mind pulls them backwards with hope, desires, and attachment. This is how beings get caught. The nature of thoughts is to expand, to fabricate, to create illusion after illusion. The mind never finds lasting satisfaction. The nature of thought is to keep multiplying, to keep creating illusions. The mind can never be fully satisfied. That is the power of the mind's delusion. We never satisfy until we are trapping in this ignorance. This is exactly why we must observe our thoughts with mindfulness. Mindfulness means here not concentration, meditation. awareness is different to thinking. Awareness can be called as wisdom or purity. This is being awake to the moment. This is where we should always be. The awareness should be our home, or it should be our base when we are practicing this Dhamma on this path to Nibbana. It is at this point that we cultivate Samma Satya. Samma Satya is when there is no Nama Rupa, that means there is no name and form. If there is no duality, or in the other words, we don't create a me and an outside. There is no soul. We need to understand how the mind operates, how it forms patterns, how it builds stories, how it creates a world of its own. When we see this process clearly, then wisdom begins to arise within you. Then automatically the awareness arises within this system. When you see an object, or when mind object appearing in this very moment, you realize that there is no too extreme, or you realize what is the ignorance, and there is no real name and forms or real mind object. It's arising within you automatically once after you realizing this Dhamma. Unless you understand how this mind is constructed, the truth remain hidden. So the first step is to learn the dependent origination, the dependent arising, and explain how the mind and suffering we created. This is why the Buddha taught the Satipatthana Sutta or Majje, those discourses, and many other discourses as well. They are not for chanting actually, they are for understanding and practicing. By seeing this process, by practicing an understanding about your six senses, in every moment you can practice that. Without chanting, we must try to understand what is this Dhamma, what Lord Buddha has taught, and what is the Lord Buddha has given to this world. What is that pure message? You must learn, practice, and explore within yourself. Only then does wisdom begin to open. You don't need to isolate yourself in a meditation center to see the truth. What matters is that mindfulness is alive in every moment, every thought, every reaction. Once after you realizing this Dhamma, when awareness is present, daily life becomes your meditation hall. It's happened within yourself. Every moment becomes an opportunity to observe the mind and understand its patterns. You can practice this anywhere, in any activity. Whatever work you are doing, you can cultivate this training with mindfulness or awareness, or with if we say in Sinhala, Samma Satya. It's arising within you every moment. Then you don't want to go in a quiet place to practice by keeping your hands on lap. You don't want to do like that way. That awareness, it's arising within you every moment once you understand in this Dhamma. Every moment becomes an opportunity to understand how thoughts arise, how reaction forms, and how the mind creates its patterns. This is the real training. If we take an example, think of a person who has a strong tendency towards anger. When an angry thought arises in this very moment, the mind immediately wants to hit someone or react harshly. These kind of thoughts arise very easily, and we can act very fast according to those thoughts. If mindfulness or awareness is absent, the person will act according to those thoughts. That's what happens all the time. Without knowing, without realizing, without understanding that moment. And in the end, they don't solve anything. Sometimes they live their whole life in a prison. They only add another problem to their life because they hadn't awareness in that very moment. They couldn't understand how their mind behave in that moment. That's what happened. If they had awareness in that moment, they never can act in a harsh way or in an unkind way. But if mindfulness is present at the very moment anger arises, the person will not act on it because he recognizes the ignorance, and the mind object is not a real thing. He can keep the awareness in every moment. In fact, they will even feel the discomfort of that anger and step back from it because they can see their mind how it's behave in that very moment because of the steady awareness arising within them. Right there, if you can see now the mind creates anger and how it fades away, how this mind object arising and how it's fading away, then you see the process with the awareness. If you can see that the angry thought come from outside because you are hanging to the outside from the external world, and if you can recognize it as your own illusion, what happened then? In that moment of clear seeing, awaken to that moment, the mind becomes cold. The fire goes out. You never want to hang with those thoughts. This is how everyone trapped by their thoughts and they are acting according to those thoughts. Everyone becomes stressed or sometimes they suicide because they have no ability to see this ignorance or this bitter truth. That's how our six senses are rising in this very moment and how it's disappearing in that same moment. But what happens once you understand about this process, about this natural phenomenon? The mind never can caught you in that trap or in this ignorance. So why it mentioned as like avidya pacha sankara, that means our ignorance about the pure truth bring about suffering. It mentioned that because of ignorance we create sankaras, more mind objects. That means all of our lobha, desha, moha, greed, that means all of our greed, hatred and delusion, which are arising in our mind, or all mental formation which takes us in this unending cycle of suffering. these sankara or defilements, or we can say impurities, or we can say mind objects, all of those mind objects locks us up in a false view, and that prevent us from seeing the illusion of our mind consciousness. It is very difficult to break down from that false view or drushti. Within this illusion, there is a natural phenomenon that happens automatically. When a person truly sees the illusion created by our own mind, the inner and outer world that the mind has joined together, not just as an idea but through direct experience, that person reaches the state of stream entry. Right view arises at that very point. That is the point that we can realize what is right view or samadhi. When this truth is directly known and understood, stream entry happens when one sees with one's own wisdom how the mind creates the illusion of an inner self and outer world. When this illusion is understood clearly and directly, not as a belief but as a living experience, right view is established. That is the doorway to awakening. Once you hear this Dhamma, the thoughts that once drifted downstream called anusota, that means holding the world as real and true, now it becomes reverse direction. The mind that burned within the world created by thoughts begins to move upstream, away from delusion. That means patisote. So anusote means you take the outside world as real and all mind object as real. This is the ordinary state of the mind, the level called prutagjana or lay world, where ignorance still covers the truth. Once you realize the truth, you never fall back into ignorance again, because it's never happened within you. That is the upstream or patisota. It means that you are on the right path. Then you can know any doubts within you. You know you are on the right path to liberation or nibbana. That's how you are realizing by yourself within your system. That is why Lord Buddha said this is a sandittika dhamma. That is the point at which one comes to right view. Many people misunderstand about the right view. They think samadhi or right view means simply doing good deeds, avoiding wrong things, and expecting good results. In the conventional world, that explain it easy to give, and it is not entirely wrong, but that is not what the Lord Buddha means. Right view isn't about thinking a Buddha shows up to hand out rewards or punishments. It's about recognizing the endless cycle of samsara, how the mind keeps wandering because of condition and the illusion it clings to. So, when ignorance begins to fade, when one awakens from this long dream, the true Dhamma becomes clear. That is the point at which right view, samadhi, truly arises within this system. With right view comes a moment of awakening, even it's just for an instant. In that moment, you clearly see how the mind arises and falls, how the names and forms arising in this very moment, how it lift and drops. And once this is understood, once you have entered the path in this way, you can no longer fall back into the old idea of an inner or outer person, or how you would think like I have a soul. Those old concepts, those old ideas will be collapsed within you. The world can no longer appear in the same way again. You know the truth, and when you are experiencing anything, you will experience everything, but you don't take anything as a real thing or real mind object or as a real world. Every moment you see the illusion, you are awakened to this moment, and you will see how the six faculties arising and fading away in this very moment, how the birth and death happening in this very moment. Then you will never meet a conventional death again. When someone truly understands this path, there is no person left to suffer. There is nothing that can come forward to suffer, because the mind no longer creates or believes in those burning thoughts. No thoughts can appear as something real, and there is no one to give power to it. Without an owner or without power, the thoughts lose their force. The mind simply functions through the five senses just as they are. These five senses will work as normal way, and the thoughts also, you know those thoughts. You never can throw them out from your mind because it's appearing as normal, because we will learn lots of data and names for those all stimulus which arise in this through these six senses. But we know them, but as usual these six faculties will work, and as usual the mind objects will appear in your mind, but there is no burning sense for those thoughts. In that nature, even past thoughts cannot appear as something real, and there is no one who can give them power for those past thoughts. When that happens, past, future and present thoughts no longer catch fire. They don't ignite the mind. Sankharas or all mind object don't arise, because when you see the mind object arising in this very moment, when you are recognizing through awareness, then the other thoughts doesn't appear after one thoughts, because once you realizing the mind object in this very moment, it is stop naturally, and you don't want to create a story in your mind continuously. That's what happened. So, and the sankharas that were forming simply dissolve. In this way, the whole process be settled, because ignorance has been recognized and understood. This cycle that was turning for so long comes to an end. Actually, when the mind has no power, when the truth has been seen, there is no need to control the mind. Then you don't want to practice the concentration meditation, it's automatically arising within you, the awareness and the samadhi and everything within you, because there is no one there to suffer, and thoughts no longer becomes real. Even the so-called pure elements don't appear as something solid, because everything you experience arises only through thought. The world is thought. You will understand your world is completely based on your thoughts. The body too function within thoughts. When this is understood, nothing needs to be suppressed or controlled. What we are going to control once realizing this mind object is not the real thing. So no need to control anything. The mind simply rests and the five senses function naturally. Then quite naturally the mind settles into deep samadhi. There is no forcing, no controlling. It happens on its own. Actually, the one with the wisdom of an anagami or non-returner, they looks at the world without an I concept or in what he sees. He looks at the world with an emptiness. He does not give any value to any of those thoughts appearing in their mind. If he sees a thing, he knows that it is only a sound and a color or name and forms. However, if the stimulus, we say as a book for those stimulus, and if it becomes real to you, then you are there. Then there is you, the observer, and there is a soul, and there is a real thing in outside for you. But the one with the wisdom of anagami, who came to that state of non-returner, looks at the book without giving any value to it, as he knows that it is an illusion. Then there is no person or there is no I concept in it. It is only an awareness. This is the deepest point of wisdom. That is the difference between a non-returner or noble person and lay person. So this Dhamma is rare. This movement of Shana Sampatti is rare, and human birth is rare. I believe this would be helpful you to understand about Dhamma and why it is important to understand. Again, this Dhamma is rare, this Kshana Sampatti is rare, and this human birth is rare. May all three come together for you in the most fortunate way, so your inner mind can truly awaken. Therefore, look into everything deeply, investigate everything clearly within your own experience. So now it's time to pause the Dhamma speaking, and Teruvan Saranai everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahansa. Thank you everyone who listened to the Dhamma.
Therwan Saranai, everyone. First of all, I pay homage to the Lord Buddha, the Dhamma, and Sangha. And also I worship R.N. Wahanse, our Buddothpada R.N. Wahanse, for his guidance. And today, to continue with the topic, the path to Nibbana, I will continue my talk based on the path to Nibbana. These are based on R.R. Wahanse's explanations during the Zoom discussions and Dhamma Deshanas. So first of all, the path to liberate your mind, the path to Nibbana, this is a gradual process, and Lord Buddha has clearly explained the path in all his Dhamma sermons, starting with the Dhammsak Pavatum Sutta. The path is categorized into two parts. The first half of the Nibbana path, which is the entry to the path of the Nibbana, the process. This is called the Purva Bhaga Patipada, and this is mainly related to the knowing the Buddhist philosophy, the true knowledge. We call it Satya Jnana, and this is the most important part of this journey. Without this, you will not go in the right direction. The second half of the Nibbana path, this is the journey along the path. We call it Lord Buddha has described this as Appara Bhaga Patipada. This has two components. The first is the Krutya Jnana. This is the practical experience of the knowledge that you have gained, that you are practically you are implying those concepts within you. And the other part is the Krutajnana, which is the that you experience the liberation from your mind or the soul, the feeling of the I, me, myself. You experience that liberation. And the Purva Bhaga Patipada, this is purely depending on the efforts of an individual who has the desire to work towards this journey of Nibbana. And in fact, the majority of the efforts are to be applied in the first half of the Nibbana path. And Lord Buddha has explained this as if the Purva Bhaga Patipada is like the Himalayan mountain. After the Purva Bhaga Patipada, the next what you have to do is like the remaining the stones or remaining things that you have it in your hand. And in this at this process, that the importance of the guidance from a Kalyana Mitra, which is a noble friend who has experienced this, who has walked in this journey and who has the experience from the true liberation. Lord Buddha has mentioned the importance of association with the Kalyana Mitra, how important, and how it's one of the major components in this journey. Um, the first half is mainly about the understanding how the mind is formed, and the understanding that how the mental formations, the illusion happen, and then the seeing the truth of a thought, and not to get diluted by it, those knowledges, and then understanding how your soul, the feeling of I existence formed, and then at the same time experiencing the noble emptiness, which is the shunyatava, how you experience that, how you analyze that, how you understand that the noble emptiness that was mentioned in the Dhamma. And when you are in this the Purabhaga, the knowledge base, and the person who's in this the state of the journey will gain the Trividya, we call, the Lord Buddha has mentioned the super wisdom. You get that super wisdom when you are in that the path of gaining learning the philosophy. It is called the Puppe Nivanasati Jnana, which is the wisdom of jnana that knows how illusory things are created by combining sounds and colors. And the next jnana is the Buddothpada jnana, which is the wisdom of passing away and reappearances of thoughts at a present moment, knowing that how a thought, how that thought process is, and capturing those thoughts in a present moment. And the next jnana is the Asavakya jnana, which is the wisdom of knowing the destruction of the taints, and which is that you know when the delusions, those taints take place in your mind, so the main 4 components to be in this direction is, first, you need to have the association of a Kalyana Mitra, a noble friend who has walked in this journey and who has the knowledge, the knowledge on how to go in this the journey within you, understanding yourself. And the second component is listening to Dhamma. One has to listen to the Dhamma to gain this knowledge. You need to know that what that Lord Buddha has taught to the world, knowing that true Dhamma, which is called the Saddharma Shravana. And then the next third step is the analyzing and investigating that knowledge, what you have learned, which is called the Yoniso Manasikara. And the fourth step is live by the Dhamma. So unless you practice that Dhamma within you, you will be just listening to Dhamma, and it becomes, most of the times we have been in this path that we all love to listen to a Dharma Deshana, and most of the Buddhist people, that is part of our day-to-day life, that listening to a Dhamma sermon. But unless that you gain that right true knowledge and you start living by the the Dhamma, unless you start practicing Dhamma within you, that you will not be able to go through this transformation, realizing this knowledge within you, which is called the Dhammanudhamma Patipada. When someone is in that the four following the four requirements, the components, at that point one will realize that fading of that self feeling, which is the Sakkaya Ditthi Prahanaya, and then that person who is in that state of the journey is called that he entered to the noble ground, which is the Arya Bhumiya. The second part, someone understood and are in that the first half of the journey. The second half of the journey is called the Aparbhaga Patipada, and that is the journey that along the path of Nibbana, which is we call Krutya Jnana, which is the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you, which is the seeing the truth that you're seeing. Someone living means that that person lives with thoughts, and you see, you associate everything within a thought. So seeing that the truth behind the thought, seeing how the mind is formed, we call that Yatha Bhuta Jnana, and that Yoniso Manasikarya, seeing the truth every moment, each moment, and then seeing the truth of a thought and freeing from it. The next step, when you see a thought and how that thought is formed, which is the jnana, that you see how that thought is formed, and then freeing yourself from that thought, and you see how you free from that thought. It is the practical experience of that thought is not real, feel that you know that thought is not something real, and then you experience that there's no soul, that spark that happens within you, and that is actually the Krutya Jnana. And the next thing in the Aparbhaga Patipada is the Krutajnana. And at this point, you start seeing there's nothing. You start seeing that it is not someone who's doing it. It is that it is just a natural phenomena. It's a natural process. It's just a system. As Aaron once explains, it's just a system that takes place. It is not that I am doing it, myself doing it, or someone else is doing it. It's just a natural phenomena. It's like, is it that the sun rise in the morning, and then is it something that someone is doing? Is it, or it's just a natural phenomena? And then in the evening, sunset happens. Is this someone doing it? No, like we start seeing that the nature, this is part of the nature, that that feeling of myself, and it's an effect of a cause. And you start seeing that there is nothing I can do, or nothing someone can do. It's just a natural phenomena, natural process. And this intuitive stage is called the Samma Samadhi and Samma Vimukti. And at this stage, that's why you need an association of a noble friend who can, this is, though it sounds like an easy process, but this is a very prodigious knowledge, and someone has to guide you through. There's everyone, when someone is trying to walk in this path, there will be a lot of obstacles and the bottlenecks, that because we don't have that the true knowledge. So that is where we need that true guidance. And in Buddothpada discourses, R.N. Mahanse has brought this prodigious knowledge that that Dhamma that we couldn't process by ourselves. R.N. Mahanse has simplified this in step-by-step guidance, that a lot of these the programs that daily, weekly programs that R.N. Mahanse is conducting are based on these steps. So as mentioned in the path, these steps are clearly defined to for someone to grasp this knowledge within each of us. So the path has been defined in certain way, that the first step is how to identify the correct path, which is the true knowledge, the Satya Jnana, and the practical experience of the Dhamma knowledge within you, which is the Krutya Jnana. And then the realization of this, that this is just a natural phenomena and there's no doer, so which is the Kruta Jnana. Those three jnanas, how someone can gain that knowledge, the Satya Jnana and Kruta Jnana and Krutya Jnana and Kruta Jnana, and then how how someone can practice, and how someone can incorporate this process into their life. And if you follow the process this way, you will start seeing that fading of I, myself, and that Sattva Ditti, the feeling of someone alive. And then also the fading of that notion of a self, the concept, the perceptions of someone existing, a soul exist, and then to feel that selflessness. So there is no doer. It's a natural process. And the structure is that the first step is listen and learn the true knowledge, which is the Satya Jnana, which is how the soul is formed, and then identify the notion of the soul and how that perception of the soul happens. And the second step is the experiencing that everything you associate are through your mind and thoughts, and there's nothing, no object outside. There's that noble emptiness. The third step is the mind consciousness that is formed, is happening through thoughts, and that thoughts are not real. And then the outside world and mind consciousness are not real. And mind consciousness is not your soul but system. So this is like the summary of the path. someone has that desire, that courage to walk in this Nibbana path. These are like the simplified the steps that which our Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse has been given to us in a simplified form, that Mula, Mada, Aga, the beginning and the middle and the end, how that steps are simplified in kind of a structure that one can follow. And I will today I will in the next part of the discussion, I will kind of explain the importance of the true knowledge, which is the Darshana Samapatti, Darshana Bodhi, the Buddhist philosophies. What is the Buddhist philosophy, kind of? And what does that true knowledge means? The core of that Dhamma. And actually, the core of the Dhamma is that how a mind consciousness is made, and how to recognize the defilements, which is the raga, dvesha, moha, and which is that fire that creates the fire within a self, which form it as a self. And why one suffer because of that fire, that uncomfortable feeling, and the and at the same time that through the liking that you want to hold on to things. So that soul, that is how that soul is made, the fire that creates through your defilements. And from understanding the Dhamma and understanding how when someone understands this true Dhamma, and that person, that we will be able to, and we will, when we comprehend the way that the defilements appear and how the defilements are formed, and when we know how to recognize the fading of those defilements, and when we can relate the beginning, the middle and the end of the path clearly, this will be our journey in this path. And we have to know how the feeling of I self formed, and Lord Buddha has explained this in as Salayatana Loko, and which is that the birth of your senses is the birth of your samsaric journey. And as explained, that the birth of an I, or the birth of a sensor, is that keeps us in this journey. So we have to identify, we have to know how a birth of a sensor happens. The birth of for an example, if you take one sensor, then it applies to all the other five sensors. So when a contact arises, and with that contact a sensation arises, and at that point a craving, a value, and or aversion, that is the samsaric cycle start to spin. And that is when that is when we call the birth of the I happen. And this is the origin of the cycle of the birth and death. So when you look at ourselves, like when you look at how that statement become true to you, when you're for example, when you are driving, you pass so many things, and you pass from your left to right. You keep looking at in front of in front of you when you're driving, and only when you focus on something it become real to you. As long as you just not focus on something, when there's no contact happen, there's that sensor has not formed. You look at something and you recognize, oh, this is the red light, and then that red light, that you can your sight contact with and that contacts created that sensation, and that it formed something outside. So that is the birth of the origin of that cycle. The attachment leads, then when that attachment or detachment or craving or aversion, those feelings leads to the thinking, the thoughts, and then we call it vitakka, and with that arising of the feeling, sensations, the cravings, and with that arising of that craving, the clinging arises, and with the arising of the clinging, a sense of becoming a person arises. And this is also called, this is the Buddhist doctrine, this is the core of the Dhamma, is the Paticcasamuppada. It starts spinning, and the I in here, that the steps, that the process is, first it's the journey starts with the birth of an I, and then the I is the I the is the light that comes when that light happened, that I is born, but the I can't hear, and have we thought that how that light is created in the I? And it happens in a very that image, that form from the vibe, it happens, the sound and the color, and the sound, color, smell, taste, feel, those are the five senses. And only when you start seeing that, how that the speed of that vibrational speed creates those the senses, and the way the I is born, and at the same time the sound, color, smell, taste, feel, all these five senses are combined and form something as real. it it creates right this moment, and it creates it has created combining the light, the sound, color, smell, taste, and the contact, the feeling, the your Buddothpada, the five senses. And that is how a chair, a tree, and a book or something outside that is formed. And these are all based on individual perceptions. And these are all the perceptions of the world. And when someone see that how a thought, how the mind is formed, there's these perceptions become void. They become, the perceptions will fade away, because you start seeing those the right view. You have that right view. So if there is a perception of an object, or there is someone, and at the same time that there is also raga, an attachment, or the greed, the lust, the clinging to that something that is formed outside. Or that person will have dvesha, which is that the disliking of the thing, or hate, evasion, or anger. Or the moha, the delusion, or the ignorance. So if someone doesn't understand how that the outside, the object, there's something, the knowing of that there's something outside happen, that person cannot get away from the defilements, the raga, the attachment, the greed, or the lust, or that raga, or the dvesha, which is that you will not like something, or hate, anger, or the defilement, the delusion, the delusions, the moha, the ignorance. That is how you will that person will stay in this moment, that not knowing the truth of how that outside object created. How this happen is that the clinging, or the evasions, they are like a power, that it's like a current that creates that notion of a self-existence, or an outside form. So when you have something outside, there is also someone who perceive it. So that power, that current, keep it going, and it happens very fast, in a very rapid speed. And the best example is the fireballs that are attached to a stick, which when you rotate it, it creates the cycle, the fire cycle. And then it is that process. It's the same process that applies to the human, the nature, the form, a soul. You feel like there is someone existing. It is that I myself who perceive it. And at the same time, there is someone outside, or something outside. It is that fireball that keeps rotating, the spinning, that the samsaric journey that spins, the dependent origination, the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, that the Lord Buddha's Dhamma, the core of Lord Buddha's Dhamma. The Buddha showed that how this is formed, that is the Dhamma, the true knowledge. This is called the Abhisankarana Balaya. That is that power that keeps these sparks continuing in our senses, which combine the sound and color and by vibrating at a very rapid speed. So it is like a top that spins, and that spins, when it spins, it creates its own power, and that is that Abhisankarana Balaya, the Chittaropana Balaya, that power that keeps these sparks continuing, which creates that feeling of a self-existence, and that is the senses that combining the sound and color vibrating at a very rapid speed, and you feel like everything stays as it is. Everything you see is there. The vibrations and the movements are connected with the six senses, and according to the speed of the vibrations and the movement of energies, the various sounds, colors, shapes, hot, cold, those sensations all occur. So the movement, the vibrations and the movements with our six senses, that is and happening at a very rapid speed, and then the various things that you see, you feel, are all occur. And the appearance of a thought, this is a very instant process, and based on the dominant factor out of all the five senses, and that related, that situation come forward. It can be either a sound or color or taste or any one of the other sensual sensations. The dominant feature is the object, which is called the Aramanya at that moment. For example, when sound is dominant, it is called that Shabda Dharma, you hear that. And when the smell is dominant, it is called the Gandharamana. So that is that smell that dominate that spin, the process. And when a thought appears, it is also, and though we don't see it, though we don't experience in our physical form, but your mind organ experience that. It is called the Aramanya. And at this point, the subjective feeling of that someone lives, the soul, I exist, that Atmiya Bhavya comes forward. When seeming objects related to the Aramanya, it exists. So when objects such as sounds and colors are taught to a small child, so he also received that notion of existing materials or the existence of a sensual world. Unless that child doesn't know what red color is, that child only has the feeling of it, but he will not he will not find red color as an object when that color and the sound is given to that. It became a thing, it became something. So, and after that spark happens, that is the magic of this. That spark continues. So red, once that object is created, that spark as sound, by combining the sound and the color, that spark continues. That red become red all the time. But just imagine that for that child that didn't know what it is, for example, that certain food, we don't know what the name. When we go to a foreign country, we don't know what the name of the food, so we just experience it, but it hasn't become something to us. This that is actually the process that creates that creates that mind consciousness, which is that vijnana maya, as a thought. Now we feel that child who was taught that this is red color will feel that everything from the outside and inside is also available to that child. These feelings are entangled with the notion of the individual self, or the existence of a self, and that is the soul, that is that is becoming I, myself, and I exist. So in the talk of the path to Nibbana, so this is basically knowing that true knowledge, the Buddhist philosophy, and as explained before, that is the first step, that without knowing that super knowledge, the wisdom, the how the mind is formed, and how the feeling of I existence, the self-consciousness created, and if one doesn't know that, one doesn't comprehend that the way that the defilements are created, and if one doesn't know how to identify the fading of those defilements, and this whole journey is based on the beginning, the starts with a birth of our senses, and those are the true knowledge. And only when you know this knowledge clearly And when you don't have any doubts about it, that is when you can start this journey, that understanding your own self and walk in this path begins. With that, I will conclude my talk, and I worship Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse for his efforts and his guidance, and may and Triple Gem bless you all. Theruwan Saranai.
Good morning, dear Dhamma friends. Theruwan Saranai. Before we begin, let us respectfully pay homage to Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, our noble friend and teacher, Theruwan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. Your noble guidance has illuminated our path to Nirvana. Your unwavering dedication to sharing the ultimate truth and reviving the wisdom of the Arahants is a gift of immeasurable value. We are truly fortunate to witness the unfolding of this profound truth under your compassionate care. May you live long and continue to guide us. Aibo Veva and Theruwan Saranai. So, we've been discussing the book volume 6 of True Dhamma Has Awakened, PDF of which is available on Buddothpada's website, buddothpada-dhamma.com. And today we're starting with page 105. The thought, this is the last breath, is his or her final thought. And this is exactly how it happens. His or her mind reaches all abodes, and once they are reached, it descends from the infinite base of neither perception nor non-perception to the infinite base of nothingness, then to the infinite base of consciousness, and finally to the infinite base of space. After that, he reaches the jhanas with applied and sustained thoughts, where he can focus on last thought, this is my last breath, and then passes away. This is the process of leaving the physical body. Now, Aryan Wahanse has revealed this to you. You need to qualify to reach this level through inner spiritual transformation. It's just like without the required and necessary qualifications, you cannot get a particular job or enter a country you desire. You must qualify. In the same way, there is a spiritual procedure to be followed. So this is referring to the last moments of life of an arahant. And it's how what kind of stages the mind goes through, very specific stages, moving through different planes of consciousness. I mean, they're not really consciousness, but that's a way of saying it. When we say consciousness, it seems like this projected mind, but there's no projected mind here. It may sound kind of abstract, but think of it as the mind systematically detaching from the physical and the mental world, kind of. The last thought is simply the final focus before the body passes away. So it kind of goes through different stages from descends from the infinite base of neither perception, no non-perception, or asanyatala, to nothingness. So this is kind of a technical thing, and it descends from the jhanas, and with the appearance of the thought that this is going to be my last breath, and again it ascends to the stage of neither perception, no non-perception, and then the last breath is taken in the emptiness. So that is the end of that particular discussion that you've been doing these days, and the next discussion is called titled Night Zoom Discussion on Sunday, September 24th, 2023. Teruvan Saranai Aran Wahanse. And that's the participant. Aran Wahanse says, I have been listening to your discourses continuously and feel that they are truly magnificent. You show how to proceed without falling into traps. Even in advance, you point out where we could go wrong. You describe what can happen along the path. The notion of a self can be recognized. Excuse me for a moment. The notion of a self can be recognized very clearly through your guidance. Isn't it true that it's only because of the notion of a self that selflessness becomes invisible? When the notion of an individual self does not exist, selflessness continuously manifests. Am I right? Aran Mahanse answers, you're correct. This can be observed only through a transcending conscious mind, one that goes beyond sensory awareness, called avinyanika manasa, or um, an angle without the conscious mind consciousness, and not through ordinary conscious mind, savinyanika manasa. So that is the angle with the self, which is when objects presented by the senses appear real and the idea of a self persists. Buddha spoke of this many times, the union of sensual activities, or sambodhaya, creates this view. Everything is completely covered by the notion of an individual self. It's not easy to be caught in the notion of a self and still perceive selflessness. Things such as clouds, objects, shapes, colors, and sounds are only illusions created by the mind from sensory input. What we feel through the senses cannot be found anywhere, isn't it true? So this conversation between the participant and Aryan Mahanse, and the participant says that appreciates the sermons or discourses delivered by Aryan Mahanse because they clearly point out in this path where we could go wrong. Even in the higher, even in the advanced steps, Aryan Mahanse points out where the pitfalls can come across. And it's very easy to identify this notion of the self through the guidance of Aryan Vahanse. And when the self angle or the notion of the self is diminished, then the selflessness is, or the non-self angle becomes evident. And this can be observed through transcending the conscious mind, because the mind is kind of assembled with the mental charge into the moment due to the inputs from the senses. And that includes the angle of the self. But as one recognizes this mental charge, that internal burning that comes into existence moment to moment, this notion of self begins to dissolve, or in other words, the internal burning begins to dissolve. In that dissolution or disappearance, the non-self angle appears. It's not a different kind of an angle as such, but the absence of this notion of a self itself is non-self. So that the discussion is about that. Buddha spoke of if our senses were different from what we are accustomed to, we might even go mad if we suddenly had other senses. It would be overwhelming. We are so used to our five senses and their activities that we cannot handle anything else. Have you heard the story of the uncivilized man who killed a goat? After this action, he went to a lake to drink water to quench his thirst. He could not drink because he saw only blood in the lake, the entire lake appearing as blood. Wherever he went, water appeared as blood. Finally, he came across an Arahant. Even when the Arahant gave him water, he still saw it as blood. When he mentioned this, the Arahant poured water directly into his mouth with his own hands, and only then was the man able to quench his thirst. He was unable to drink from his own hands alone. This teaches us that if sensory activities change, everything else in perception changes as well. So, whatever the mind can perceive, or the thoughts, the ideas, concepts, clouds, objects, shapes, colors, they're all illusions created in the moment. We can't say this phone was here a while ago. That's believing in the illusion. When someone sees the truth, he or she realizes that as you see the phone right now, or the computer or Apple or whatever you see in this moment, it comes into existence in this moment as a combination or an emergence of inputs from the five senses. So the thought, a computer exists here, comes into existence, or the apple, or whatever the object. Whatever the object that we can think of, it's a mental object that is created from manifestations of vibrations, or light, sound, smell, taste, touch. When we examine any mental object, we can see that there's a component of light there, or colors. There's a component of sound there, or a label, or a name. There's a component of smell there. If we zoom in on that metal object, you can almost smell it, almost touch it, almost taste it. So when Aranhansa says 5 different kinds of waves or vibrations come together for the 6th one to be created in the moment, it's the same thing as that mental object having all the aspects of these sensory inputs. So there's nothing that exists without these, in other words, perceptions from these 5 senses. And when that object, whatever the object that becomes the focus object in this moment, comes into existence, the mind that's based on the ignorance obviously assumes that it's experienced by a person due to the ignorance. I see this. I see, I am the person to whom this object appears. I am the person to whom this sound comes. I'm the person to whom who can smell this, who can taste this, who can touch this, who can think this. So that notion of self is kind of embedded, but how it's created is due to fast vibrations. This full 3-dimensional nature of things that we observe, they automatically appear as a mental object with that 3-dimensional nature. So the label is already there. So we assume this apple exists. And due to this fast vibrations, it continues to, the image continues to come into existence through this continuous vibrations, the fast vibrations. And the notion that this particular object exists itself gets extended and become the notion that I exist. I exist, I can see it, I am the one who experienced this. And this you can experience within you. The more space there is in the mind, as you listen to this Dhamma, as you get on to the practice, the practical approach, as you practice it daily in every moment, there are thoughts that you indulge in, the so-called you indulge in. If you are able to see the truth in that as you indulge in it, if it occurs to you that this is a thought is created in the moment, it never existed before, it is not going to exist after this moment, it just appears in this moment as a result of manifestations of vibration. So whatever the way that is, that you are convinced that it comes into existence, it could be that it's an emergence of colors, smells, sounds, taste, and touch. If this truth is contemplated of enough many times, then this idea that this object exists out there and with respect to it I exist begins to diminish slowly but surely. And that with time there won't be any reaction to these objects when you see them, even though we use objects such as the table, chair, apple, whatever. Where your Paramasthana lies, or the unique meditation instruction that is tailored to you, where that lies is where your most defilements are, where your thickest defilements are in your life. If your biggest problem right now is the fact that your mother is sick and she's bedridden, then that brings more suffering in this point in time. And so, equivalent to chair, your focus object would be the mother. To understand that mother is a mental construct, not to refrain from not taking care of your mother, or whatever the duties that you have, or whatever the responsibilities you have. This is not an easy way out of your responsibilities. You still have to take care of your responsibilities, but the suffering is unnecessary, because suffering is, for an example, while you're tending to your mother who is bedridden, you suffer, you get upset. She used to be a very strong woman, now she's bedridden. I can't bear to look at her. That kind of thought gives suffering, gives sorrow, sadness. Those thoughts doesn't serve any practical purpose. If you have to take care of her, if you have to change her diapers or whatever it is, that needs to be done. That doesn't need you worrying or getting upset. This internal burning is not a requirement to tend to your sick mother. Whatever the case, it's just an incident. We are part of the nature. Animals get sick. Trees fall due to wind and die. Animals die. People die. This is part and parcel of nature. What is additional is the suffering. That's common to human beings, that is more in the human realm, due to humans having this mind which is sophisticated, which is able to create thoughts and think about things. So that's the only way to not have that suffering, because a seeker of truth, that is one of the motives for someone to seek the truth, because they're tired of the suffering. They want a way out of the suffering, or they want to know the truth. So either way, the suffering is unnecessary. What needs to be done, it will happen. It's not you doing anything. You're not taking care of the mother. The way the system works is, it just happens through the vessel called you. Whether you suffer or not, what needs to happen will happen. The rest of the suffering, or this suffering, the mother, when you were born, you didn't know who your mother was, because you couldn't talk. This mind was not developed enough to recognize a mother. Somebody had to tell, your mother had to introduce the idea of the mother, the label the mother to you. As you started talking, as you begin to talk as a child at the age of 1.5 or 2, 1.5 or 2, whatever that age may be, the image of the mother is shown to you, would appear before you, and the mother will ask you to call her the mother, Amma. This sound will be given to you through the ear, and that whatever the sound that comes through the ear is a vibration, and that you're made to, or rather the system was made to mimic that vibration through by vibrating the vocal cords. So with many attempts, after many attempts, A kid will utter the word mother, father, and all these objects. That is how this combining of that image to the sound is how the mental object of the mother came into existence in the child's mind. So every object that you can think of came into existence like that by being introduced to it with the sound, and whoever introduced you to these labels would point at the relevant picture, image, and not just predominantly the image and the sound, but the smell, taste, touch of these things will be introduced, and so the mental object has all these elements. So if you're upset about the mother being sick in this moment, if we kind of contemplate how the mental object of the mother came into existence, that is how, as a combination of sound and form. And if every time there's some sort of pain when you tend to your mother, if you can see that there's no mother out there, that the label that's given before to that image, that mental object appears in the moment, and we look out at the so-called mother thinking we're looking at the mother. If not for that label, if it was a person who speaks another language, this label won't appear in that person's awareness in the mind. So that is, if we can contemplate this enough many times, still you will tend to the mother, but whatever the mental suffering will be slowly diminished. In other words, the mother will not become a really existing thing for you. Because when that mental object comes into life, comes into existence in the moment, with respect to it, the notion of the self also established, created. So when this truth is seen, the mental object, the fact that the mother exists out there, as per the mind, diminished, and the notion of the self diminishes, you still can tend to all your responsibilities without any suffering, without any pain, with tranquility, with blissfulness, with bliss. So if that is where your karmasthana is, that area of life needs the contemplation of the truth as and when things happen. But it's not limited to that. Whatever, there are many thoughts that we go through a day, many incidents. So every incident, every thought gives an opportunity for the truth to be explored in the moment. So this thickness of these objects that feels like they're real, they're out there, they're giving me pain, I'm drawing pain from these objects, these incidents, these people. Excuse me. That slowly diminishes. And with that, the notion of the self slowly diminishes. that notion of the self due to ignorance, due to not knowing this truth, which is that these objects, we were thinking all our life that these objects exist, they're out there, and I'm here, which is not the case. As we see this weight of these thoughts, initially the weight of, if you get angry all the time, if you're a sad person, if you're a jealous person, whatever your situation, unique situation may be, these kind of big emotions slowly dissolve for good, not temporary. They're, as in, wherever you start this journey with, whatever the state of mind you start this journey with, journey of realizing the truth, journey of opening yourself to the truth, that state of mind transforms or converts and becomes nirvana at the end. We can't say there's a beginning and an end, but for the communication purposes, we have to use language. So, compared to concentration meditation, this is not a temporary state that mind gets to, but it is a permanent state. That's why we call it supramundane meditative absorptions or lokottara samadhi. They are permanent. They are not momentary or temporary because it's an internal transformation. As these big sorrows, angers, jealousy, whatever those things begin to disappear and diminish, there's a lot of space. Even as you become nirvana in the arahathood stage, there will be thoughts. Thoughts will always be there. But these unnecessary thoughts, like when your mother is sick, thinking about that and being upset, thinking about how you used to grow up with the mother, and all those unnecessary thoughts, because these thoughts really believe that the mother exists. Mother existed, you had a past, you had memories. So that belief of this illusion is embedded in these thoughts. But once the light is shed, once they're exposed to the truth, these thoughts cannot come into existence, because there will always be thoughts, but the thoughts that assume the existence of a world and a so-called self, they will not be there. Because now, under the non-ignorance, these kind of thoughts cannot form, because it does not believe in an existing so-called world or so-called self anymore. How can they form? They cannot. But in arahathood, if you have to plan something, if you have to organize something, if you have to talk to something, if you have to deliver a sermon, whatever case may be, you will still be utilizing thoughts that do not assume the existence of the illusion. They don't have that deceit. They're not thoughts that are deceived by an illusion, because now by that time the illusion is fully realized. And there's so much of space, there's so much of freedom, around there could be all kinds of noises, all kinds of chaos, but there's no reaction to it, not by choice or not by no choice. It's just the way it is, because this this state doesn't assume the existence of the so-called word and the so-called self. The word doesn't become real. What would it think about? If the apple is not real to this state of, we can't even say state of mind, just a state, then would it continue to think about an apple? So there's always this internal solitude, this silence, this, R.N. Maharshi says, you'll be amongst, in the middle of a crowd, in the middle of a fire, just like a cube of ice. Because this internal silence, that's, nobody can take it away. That's a permanent state. The initial state of mind with which this person started the journey now is slowly transforming into the silence, the emptiness, this internal solitude, this tranquility, nirvana, slowly becoming the nirvana. Gradually. And with that, the notion of the self is slowly dissolving. A person starts the journey, but this person doesn't even get to end the journey. By the end of the journey, there's no person. Person is transformed into nothingness, the emptiness. When we say nothingness or the emptiness, it doesn't necessarily mean the simpler surface level meaning that it's famously connotated with. It's, you have to take it in the meaning that we mean it to be. Because when we talk about Dharma, Dharma is being misrepresented, misinterpreted in many places, in many cultures, in many religions, under many gurus, teachers. So, and under the guidance of R.N. Maharshi, by the account of many meditators, many practitioners, we've confirmed same landmarks that's been confirmed in the Tripitaka of Pali Canon. And after going through many schools of thoughts, even in Sri Lanka, trying to realize Nirvana, it's self-evident. We have validated this Dharma within us. So, if one wants to realize this Dharma, it needs to be taken in its full context. You cannot bring the meaning of emptiness from some other school of thought and apply it in this teaching and expect to realize nirvana, because even though it's pronounced and spelled the same way, the meaning is It's meant in different context. Here, if you want to realize this, by giving yourself a chance to understand what is talked about here under Buddothpada discourses, you have to take it in that context, not to be confused. So that is a request that we have to make for you, because that way you can really get the benefits of spending time here trying to understand this. And there have been many discussions lately through other Zoom sessions about these other schools of thoughts and how concentration meditation cannot take you to nirvana. If you have a very scattered mind, true enough, it can help you to have a concentrated mind so that you can see this Dharma. But concentration alone cannot take you to nirvana. This is clearly said in the Tripitaka of Pali Canon. Buddha had clearly said that self-identifying view, Sakkaya Ditthi, the doubt, Vicikicca, self-indulging thoughts and patterns, Silabbata Paramasa, these are the first 3 fetters of the 10 fetters. They cannot be broken by meditation. They cannot be broken only by listening to the wisdom of truth, Satya Jnana, or by listening to Dhamma. Self-identifying view, Sakkaya Ditthi. For one to see that this self-identifying view is an illusion, you cannot meditate your way out of it. You cannot meditate your way into it. Rather, by listening to the true Dhamma, by understanding how this self-identifying view was created in the first place. What is this view? It is a thought. It is a bunch of thoughts. It is one initial thought turning into generations and generations of thoughts, trains of thoughts. In every thought, that assuming that there is a self and a so-called external world and a self. So this notion of the self is a thought. Even trains of thoughts, we only have this moment, this thought in the moment, this thought in this moment. How did this thought come into existence? What is a thought? How does in a thought simultaneously a world is created and a self is created? That is the beauty of this Dhamma. You have to listen to this, intellectually understand this, try to inquire within you if that is the case, if that is the truth. Not listen to it and accept it because Buddha said so, because Aryan Mahansa says so, but By listening to the noble friend, in our case, Vahanse, and try to understand this wisdom of truth intellectually and try to inquire within you. Is this the truth? Is this Dhamma is the truth? Is it, do we only have this thought in the moment? If so, how so? How is this thought created? With the emergence of sounds, colors, smells, tastes, and touches. How that thought assumes that there's something out there, and with respect to it, I'm here. Is that true? How is it so? By inquiring within you, you can see how that can be true, how that is true. As you continue to see this truth, it becomes convincing. It is convincing. Yeah, that is true. That is the case. It becomes your own truth. It started as the Buddha's truth, or Vahanse's truth started off as that, and now it becomes your own truth. You begin to see it. This is how my mind works too. So the notion of the self, perception of the self slowly diminishes, which carries this burning, which carries this stress all throughout the day, moment to moment. I have to do this, I have to do that, I'm having trouble with my job, or I have financial difficulties, or my parents are sick, or my child is not doing well, or whatever your situation is, that thought brings fear, brings anger, brings jealousy, brings the internal burning, this mental charge, this restless feeling, that difficult feeling, that frustrating feeling. If you can open up to that, if you can recognize this feeling within you, how it feels when it feels, what kind of burning it is, this vibration, if you can recognize that, if you can awaken to that, with the contemplation of truth, when this thought assumes that my child is sick and I am upset, if it is made up of sound, smells, tastes, touch, where's the child in that thought? Where's the disease in that thought? Where's the self in that thought? Just like if as raw materials to a concrete factory, cement, water, stones, sand is given, and on the other end, it produces concrete objects in different shapes and forms, like posts, concrete elephants, concrete horses, frogs, ducks. Thoughts are the same way from this end to the factory. The images, the sound, smells, taste, touches are given, and on the other side, the thoughts come out. And every thought is created the same way. There's no reason for one thought to be superior to another, or one thought to bring more burning than another. What kind of burning another thought would bring? So when a thought says, my child is sick, I'm upset, it's all Images, smells, sounds, taste, touch, made up of the same materials. There's no truth to it. It's the illusion that comes into existence that assumes the notion of a self in this moment. I see Dr. Ravi had joined. Theruvan Saravai, Dr. Ravi.
Theruvan Saranai, Harshi. Theruvan Saranai, and also Theruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, I was listening to your explanation. Yes, as you said, uh, everything is a thought. Thought. Everything is thought. So thoughts. So the problem is, how can we convince certain people that they are thinking? All of these are thoughts. So it may differ from one person to another. The strategy that we have to take to convince certain people may be different from person to person. According to the age even that we can have certain uh, we have to take certain strategies. I mean, if he or she is a very younger person, like 7-year-old, school going, just started school. So for that kid, we have to tell in certain way. But person who has grown up, maybe in a middle age, we have to tell him or her in certain way that he can understand. So someone who is very technically savvy and very logically thinking person, so we have to tell him in a different way. So likewise, the challenge that we have to take up is how we should convince the audience, the listeners, that we are living in thoughts. So we believe everything we see, everything we hear, everything we think, all of these are thoughts. So if you take a small child, I think they do not have bigger concepts like atoms, vibrations, and um, and all the things are not there in small minds. So what they usually deal with is his or her immediate relatives like father, mother, brother, sister, and maybe the teacher and a few friends at school. So for most of the time, the small kids nowadays they are very keen on playing. They are very uh, interested in playing video games and so on. So from those things, we should be able to explain them. This world is made up of thoughts. In order to do so, we have to tell them, look around you. All these things are just images that are captured with your eye. So even you think about your computer, even you see whenever you see your the mobile phone that you play your games, think that you are the one who is thinking this is the mobile phone. So you are the one who is thinking that I'm playing this particular game in that phone. So likewise, so you are the one who recognizes your own mom. So your mom is not the mother of your friend. So he has another mother, and his mom is different from your mom. But all the things are there in your mind, isn't it? Likewise, we have to slowly convince them these everything has been made, the world that has been made within his mind is made up of the building blocks of thoughts. So collectively we call this is your world. Likewise, we can take an example from Buddha era. So what Buddha said to the Rahula. Rahula was very young and he was about 7 years old. So what Buddha told Rahula is the world you see in the water puddle, water stream, is the world that you see, is the, excuse me, sorry for the interruption. Uh, yes, so in that way we can explain. Harsha, can you hear me?
Yes,
There
Dr.
was,
Ravi. Yes,
yeah,
there was Saranam.
yeah, there was, yeah. So in that way we can explain the kids everything is in your mind, so they will understand it, because this is the younger age is the age that collect all the information. Then every time if he has that kind of uh, the prior knowledge, so whenever he collects new knowledge, he tries to figure it out it as thought. So then of course what will happen, the things do not become real for him or her, because as soon as he sees a new thing, a new knowledge or new person or new relationship or new item or toy or whatsoever, so he takes it as a thought. So then of course he knows all are my mind creations. So likewise, once he recognizes himself as a person, it it is also automatically taken as a thought. So that is the most important thing. So he recognizes himself as a thought. So anybody doesn't have to come and tell, you are also a thought. So he, from internally, he doesn't assign kind of value to himself as well, because he, for sure, he knows at that stage, he himself is a thought. So that is the point. That is the point. That is the point. So that we tell in Buddhism, place where the Sakkaya Ditthi fades away. He knows he himself is a thought. So it is very nice. At that stage, he will get away from that wrong vision. So it is so possible. It is doable. So that's why Aryan Vahasa keeps on telling. So it is very easy to convey this message for small children because they don't have so much relationships, so much uh, interactions, and so many. Every time they tend to take everything as a light, everything very lightly. So in that case, he himself will also take as very lightly. So it so from internally he does not assign a value to himself as well. So that is the point where the I-ness, the self identity, starts to get fade away. So that is the point where we call the state of stream entry or the sotarpanna gets established within him. So it is a kind of initial internal transformation. So after that, there is no room for him to collect more defilements within him or her. So, it is the most easiest way to convince a child that there is no doer here. So as Ashi said, what we have to convince them, the world that you are dealing with is a thought. So that message we have to give to a child. But when convincing a grown-up person is little bit harder, because when someone become middle age, to the middle age, so his commitments, his desires, and his what are those things, the greed, the anger, all the things are there. So so they already, at those stages, the people already taken those thoughts as real. So they have been established. They have established within him. So even though we call the world that you are dealing with, everything that you are thinking is a thought or seeing is a thought, they won't take it up straight away. So they have to contemplate, they have to think logically, and they have to argue with that to take it up. So it will take some time. So we have to be very skillful to convince them, saying how these thoughts get built up. So to that we need some certain theory behind it. So what is the root cause for the thought? So how this vision takes place, how this uh, hearing takes place, and how this mind gets created. So to convince them, we have to know, we might have to explain them the entire cause and effect dharma. So that is also possible. So if someone understands the world that he deals with or interact with is entirely a thought, I myself is also a part of that imaginary world. So from that from that point onwards, he may recognize himself as an illusion in that uh, same mirage. So then that is the entry point of him or her. As Harshi clearly said, when Sakkaditthi, Silabbata Paramasa, or the ego, that is the point where the initial ego starts to fade. So it is very evident, self-evident. So he or himself, he himself can feel that his state of defilements or the state of I-ness getting dissolved gradually. So what he has to do is, whatever the thought comes, initially he has to figure it out it as a part of that same illusion. So it is not real. So once he tends to feel it, that these are not real, everything he or she deals with is a thought. So then, of course, he to himself as well, because he definitely knows that he is a thought. He definitely get to know that he has no birth or a death either. So at that point, he will step into the first step of this path. So when if you try to convince an adult, grown up, so it is sometimes it is the most difficult. We face certain difficulties because he or she has certain hardened uh, feelings and hardened thoughts, that well established thoughts, that those are very difficult to take out, because we have to convince him or her in certain ways to convince him or her that he or she is living in a illusionary world. So these are the strategies that we have to take when we explain these Dhamma to certain people. We have to address according to his age, his knowledge, level of knowledge, and his. We have to talk to them, and we should identify what a type of person he is before we explain this Dhamma. So it is very so that's why this Dhamma is not cannot be understood equally by everyone. So the understanding would differ one person to another according to the state that he or she is in. So we have to be very tactful, very skillful to this when conveying this message to the world. So we have to address all these three layers in this kind of public forum. We have to address all these three layers. And also, if you happen to talk one certain person, it is very easy. What we have to do is we have to identify what a type of a person he is. Then we can communicate, we can convey this message accordingly. So that will be very easy, but even though you tell this is everything that you think is everything that you feel, everything you touch, everything you see is a thought, people might not take it But what we can encourage them to think further. Just think what I'm selling. That's just think what I'm telling. So then you will realize from by yourself that you are living in a thought. Likewise, this message is very profound and very powerful, but it is the the absorption of this message may differ from one person to another according to the level of the understanding. So, so that is the challenge that we have, I think, conveying this message. Yes, Harshi, I can see Aranvasi is also here. Thus, Thiruvan Saranai Aranvasa. Yes, Harshi, do you have any comment on that? Thiruvan Saranai?
Yeah, Dhirvansal and Dr. Ravi, Dhirvansal Nayaran Hansa. Yeah, um, very true what you were explaining based on different backgrounds, different understandings. The message needs to be kind of tailored so that it's communicated better.
Yeah.
If we listen to these youth sermons that are delivered to the youth, it's surprising. It's very surprising how much they understand because, like you correctly
Yes,
pointed out, right?
absolutely. I also
Yeah,
felt that same thing. Yeah.
I was
Way
astonished.
they grab that message, they grasp that message is very different from us, isn't it?
Yeah, very
Yeah.
wise because our minds are clouded with layers and layers and layers of thoughts.
Exactly.
They are just beginning to get clouded. So they
Yeah.
probably have, like, compared to us, they probably have a couple of layers and they are able to see where the self is, how the ego is created. And,
Mhm.
I was listening to this small, kind of an excerpt from a sermon between Arya and Mahansi and one of those children. And I think it was a girl. She was telling that you don't have to compete with school. Now it is a relief because before that you have to be better than everyone, even if it
Mhm.
feels like you're not doing good. Like, how long did it take for us to
Of course,
understand all
yes,
this?
that's it. That's it. Yes, that's it. It's very nice how they get this message. The way that they, it is the speed that they're taking up is very. I don't know. I don't know. It's very hard us to think in that way. Because, as you clearly said, their mind are very pure, very closer to the level of purity. So it's that's why it is again, what do you call that? I can't remember. It doesn't come into my mind. The purity of the mind
The
is
radiant mind.
radiant mind, and also yeah, even though it is not the exact radiant mind, but it is a little bit closer to the radiant mind. So just wipe out some dust from it. That is very sufficient to grab this message, isn't it? The purity
Yeah.
of the mind. Uh,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
very, makes us also happy to see that, like,
Mhm.
we have heard that seven, like you correctly explained,
Yeah.
How Rahul Athero recognized the message out of this metaphor and all
Yeah.
that, a 7-year-old. But this is in action now. This Zoom hasn't, I don't think it has been in existence for more than 2 months. It has to be
Yeah.
about less than 2 months.
Yeah. Sometimes I thought, why didn't I take up this message in that way, in that
With that
that level,
simplicity, right?
that simplicity. So how simple they are. Yes.
Yeah, so even sometimes you would come across one of those ammas from faraway rural areas, like
Mhm.
really getting it, really,
Yeah.
uh, in line with it. And as they talk, you can see, like you pointed out, us being, you know, being engaged in tertiary education and all that. That means, like, more and more and more labels, more and more layers of thoughts, and it's kind of like doing a cesarean surgery where you have to come across layers to get to the head of the baby. Like really
Yeah.
dig into that pearl, like that for us to. But the beauty of the sermons delivered by Aaron Hans is this. Um, Aaron Hans knows how to, uh, deliver it appropriately, which
Mm.
tone to use to talk to which person, what kind of depth, whether you talk about the vibrations or whether you just say, there's nothing in here, this is a thinking word or whatever. In that simplicity, you can get the message across. And of course, we are trying in our own capacities.
Yes.
We learn from that how Aryan Mahanse finds, tailors that message based on different people coming from different backgrounds. We also
Mm.
learn by kind of listening to that. How did
Yeah.
Aryan Mahanse get it there? Like, maybe we are kind of approaching it a little too analytically, but like there's a lot to learn from Aryan
Mm.
Mahanse. And sometimes there are many messages in the same message. So uh, it's really beautiful, actually, this dharma. And the more we realize, it's like wine. The more we see the beauty of it, more we
Yeah.
realize, and
Yeah.
more tranquility, right, Dr. Ravi?
Yeah. And also, when you become thorough with this understanding, so you become so simple. That is the most, that the no heavy things, no heavy headed people will be there if you understand this Dhamma uh, in full, because you become more lighter and lighter, uh, because thoughts do not tend to retain within you. It Thoughts are not capable of giving you burden anymore. So you become so light, you become so pure. So that is, so that's why we will be able to communicate with anybody according to their needs. So their point of view. So that's why Aranvasa says, when you become thorough with, when the internal transformation occur, you become like water. So water takes whatever the shape it pours into. So even it's a jar, even it's a cup, even it's a mug, or even it's a big basin or something, it takes its own shape. Likewise, the person who become internally transformed became internally transformed. So it he or she, it is very easy for him to adapt, because he does not have any um, what you call strangulated kind of, or hardened thoughts. He every time take them as very lightly. So it's becoming the purity. The purity comes within him or her. So going back to the radiant mind, as we discussed. So you become a child, but you don't
Yeah.
do childish things. That is the difference. So you might not climb the trees in unnecessary way, or, or you might not jump over the puddles. So you behave as a grown-up person, but your mind is become very pure. So that is the thing, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the beauty, with the lightness of a feather in the mind, but you will still behave like the adult you are.
Yeah,
And
so many examples was given by Lord Buddha, says Akasena Sakuntanam. So likewise, so if bird flies through the air, no traces are made, no traces are formed. So likewise, it's very, it's it is very pure. Yeah.
Yeah, very beautiful. And, there's no acting anymore. You don't have to maintain this
Mm,
heavy self, heavy structure, and this
yeah,
educated person, or I have this kind of experience, I'm a senior, whatever. That all that is
same.
dropped. It doesn't really matter whether you want to call me a janitor or whatever, even that doesn't matter, So that
Yeah,
is a very, yeah, very beautiful. And I mean, there's only one word we can say, beautiful, and couple of words, but experience cannot be conveyed. We can use
exactly. So think how much we struggle to we put down our title, doctor or engineer. So
yes,
it comes every time it comes. So so when I go to the bank, if they don't allow me to do something or ask me, please wait it at the queue. So my internal this illness comes. Yeah, I'm a
yeah,
doctor, so I should have kind of privilege in that
yeah,
rather than the ordinary people. So it comes. So it's very. So I'm struggling right now. Even I'm struggling to get away from that. It's very difficult.
yeah, it is. And the only way to get out of that is also every time to contemplate. Every time you feel that, contemplate, and it just moves, it just disappears so fast, faster
Mm,
than we think. Sometimes we
yeah.
we kind of stress about the fact that, I still have the ego intact, or in this situation I could clearly experience that. We kind of spend time on that, lamenting on what happened rather than contemplating the truth. But had we contemplated the truth, we don't have to lament on that. It would have already disappeared. The next time you go to the bank, you would notice, oh, it's much less now.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Exactly. You are correct.
yeah, that is the only way out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, no words to say. Uh, no, Dr. Ravi, I think we have a newcomer also, one Miss Jayamali. If you like to share something or add something to any questions, you're more than welcome to join us. Um, yeah, Dr. Ravi, I think we have come to the end of the
Yes.
session. If you have any
Yeah.
comments or
No.
questions,
No. 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 We can conclude. Yeah.
okay. If we maybe have your permission, Aran Hansa, to conclude. Teruvan Saranai, Aran Hansa.
Okay.
Okay, let's conclude for today. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Teruvan
Yeah.
Saranai,
Thank you
Dr.
very much.
Ravi,
Mm.
Mali, Indo Auntie, and
Everyone.
Teruvan Saranai, Aran Hansa. Let's all pay
Everyone.
homage to Aran Hansa at our feet. Teruvan Saranai. Let's meet
Everyone.
again tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Ravi.
Good morning, my dear Dhamma friends. Um, experiences what the truth is. So he just wants us to see the truth. So being a human is a very rare opportunity. So you can see if you explore this animal kingdom, so there are a lot of animals. The ants, see the number of ants in your own home, own house. So it is more than the number of people in the world. So how many fish are there in the sea, in the rivers? See, that is the samsaric cycle. So being that, from that we can realize that being a human is a rare opportunity. Out of that, listening to this kind of a truth, this kind of a truth is utmost rare. That's why Lord Buddha said, this set of people are like the soil that has been taken to the tip of the nail. So as you can see, how many soil, how many sand or soil, how much soil is there in our entire earth. So if you take a very little tiny bit of it to the tip of the nail, so that can be compared with the number of people who listen this truth out of the entire mankind. So entire human beings in this world. So it is a very, very, very rare opportunity. So as the listeners, we are there. So we have found the truth. But this effort is to realize the truth. So other than these kind of discussions, if you are a little bit interested in reading, so you have a lot of texts available about this true Dhamma that has been written by under the guidance of Buddothpada and Mahase. They are in our official website. That official website is www.buddothpada-dhamma.com website. So if you visit there, there are books which have been written in Sinhala, English and Tamil languages. So they are free to download. Please feel free to visit that site and read them attentively. And if you have any kind of questions, you can bring them up here so we can openly discuss. Then if there are more doubts, so we can produce those questions to RNMAS and we can directly get them solved. So we have that opportunity. So same kind of opportunity was there when the Buddha was alive. But for about 2,500 years, we didn't have such kind of a opportunity. Now the opportunity has again arrived. So please try to make use of it. So I invite everybody all over the world to join with us. Let's discuss this truth. Then we will together come to certain realization. So that won't lose anything. Being a human is merely for this understanding. The purpose of being a human is to get this understanding. Otherwise, being a human is very similar to another kind of animal. So you have thinking capacity, you have logical thinking abilities. So please take them out and try to look at this Dhamma in very logical and very intelligent way. So definitely you will grab this. So this is the open invitation for all of you. So if you are a little bit keen about the modern day experiments and scientific innovations, so scientific research, so there's another website called www.wisdomofasia.com website. So you can also visit that website. So it will explain how this profound truth tallies with the modern day scientific findings as well. So if you are that kind of a person, you can visit that site and have a look, and it will explain everything for you. So that's why this truth does not belong to a certain era. That's why we say it is a universal truth. That is the absolute truth, ultimate truth. So being a human has that right to know the truth. So from there, I'd like to, so yesterday also we discussed about the things related to the awareness and the things related to this Pratipada. And as Aranwas is told, this teaching has two parts. First is gaining the knowledge about this Dhamma. Then second half is the direct experience. So why there are two parts? Without knowing the truth, without knowing the philosophy, what do you practice? There's nothing to practice. That is the point. So we can see most of the monks, especially in Sri Lanka and India, most of the people try to practice, make this into a practice. So, but they don't know what should be practiced. So they think if they keep on sitting in one place, calm, peacefully, and they look, if they concentrate on one single thought, like a nostril that touches that keeping the concentration towards the inhalation and exhalation, they think that will push them towards this understanding. They are expecting something to happen, some miracle to happen, and they start doing this kind of meditation, these kind of meditations, but they don't know what will happen. Actually, things would happen, because what they do is they just focused on one single thought in the sense, maybe the feeling of the air that touches the upper lip or the outer side of the nostril. So then they focus on that particular feeling. Then what happens? only that feeling becomes prominent. Then what will happen? The other feelings that he receives will be suppressed. Then at one point he or she might feel, wow, how kind of what kind of relief I have now. I have only one single feel. So at certain point that feeling also disappears. So it's like something that your brain become numb or something. So it's like something that happen after giving anesthetics injections when doctors do operations. It's like a state, something that you get after having some narcotic. But did Lord Buddha say such kind of liberation? No, that is very wrong. Without knowing what to do, what to achieve, how much you do your concentration meditation, that won't help you for your true liberation. That should be understood. As an example, if you want to go to place where you want, you should know where you should go. At least the address and the right direction, correct directions. Otherwise, you will lose your way. So that's why Lord Buddha said, you have to have a thorough understanding about the philosophy of this Dhamma, of this. This is the very first part. So if you know what you should do, that will make you to, that will help you to get the particular experience. That experience is totally different from the experience that you gain from the concentration meditation and so on. Because you are fully aware. In this moment, you are fully aware, you are fully awakened. You know what's happening. You can live your day-to-day life as usual. Your children will be there, your wife, husband. So you can treat them as usual. You can engage with your friends as normal. You won't lose anything. You can use your car, you can build houses, you can carry out your profession as usual. So you can earn money, so you can spend them accordingly. Everything happen, everything can be done. It is not another kind of a concentration, part of the concentration meditation, that you give up everything and go to the jungle and keep on meditating and meditating and meditating. That is kind of a blind faith. This is not the thing that Buddha wanted to highlight into the world. Buddha teaching is very different from that. What they are practice saying, Buddha taught this is very wrong. That is very wrong. That has not been taught by Lord Buddha. Concentration meditation is not the way of achieving this true liberation. So as we said, we have to have a clear vision where we should go, the address and the way how you the path, how you attain to that, how do you uh, go to that destination, how you should go to that destination. So all the things you have to know very well. So that's why Lord Buddha says there are two paths. First, the knowledge. Second is the experience. So for the knowledge, we have to know what is really happening here. What is the truth? In an outline, we have to know that we are living in such an illusion. I, me, mind concept is also within that illusion. So if I say it directly, for someone who is listening today or very recently, start listening very recently, he or she might not get it. That's why he or she needs a thorough investigation. The Buddha message is there. Buddha message is there is no person here, no doer here, no soul here. But we have been dealing with this kind of a soul, this kind of this kind of a uh, soul or person since our birth. We feel that I'm living. We feel my mother is there, my brother, sisters, my friends are there. And the chair in front of me, we feel as real. The bed in front of me, I feel as real. So at the same way, the image, the reflection that I'm seeing through the own reflection that I'm seeing through the mirror, I feel that is me. How Lord Buddha say, this is not real. This is an illusion. This is the investigation. But Lord Buddha said, you are seeing, you are living in an illusion. Try to wake from that. Try to wake up from that dream. That is the message that Buddha said. But how will you realize, how you convince yourself that you are living in this kind of a dream? That is the challenging part. That is the challenging part. How you convince yourself that you are living in a dream? In order to do so, you have to look at this Dhamma in that particular unique angle. That angle is very important. It is not the way that ordinary people see. It is some kind of a unique way. The unique way is understanding your faculties. So what are those faculties? Then comes the question, so what are those faculties? We perceive even your own reflection. You take it as a figure. Figure has been created with name, forms, colors, and the tactile stimulations, and also the taste. So how these things get created? So these things get created in your faculties. Faculties are the senses. So if you don't have, think for an instance, if you don't have these kinds of what do you call these senses, what would this world would be? What kind of a world would be? So for instance, after you are born, think if you have thrown to the outer space, if nothing is there. When nothing is there, would there be any kind of a possibility of creating some kind of a signal in your faculties? No. Without a perception, how this self identity is there any possibility of creating self identity within that child? No. Think in that way. Think in that way. So it is not very impossible to grasp this truth if you look at this in that angle. And also you can think about the other animals, rest of the animals in the world. Is the cockroach in my room seeing the same scene that I am seeing? No. It maybe sees some kind of a thing. The thing in the sense what we can't see on the ground or on the wall. But in my faculties, that particular thing is not cannot be grabbed. So it lives in its world. I'm living in my world. Likewise, if you take the dragonfly can see, scientists have found out that they can see all 360 degrees. So it sees around the circle. But we only have the maximum 180-degree vision. So our visual angle is very much narrower than when compared to dragonfly's visual field. So the world it sees is totally different from what we see. So how can we say that we are seeing the actual world? How can dragonfly say it is seeing the actual world? No. Anyone can't say precisely, because we are confined. Our field has been confined by our faculties. It is confined to the faculties. The capability of faculties defines our world. So we haven't seen beyond the capability of eye faculty. We haven't heard any noise or any voice beyond the frequency range that captures by the ear. So no animal in this planet or in this world have seen the absolute truth. That's why Lord Buddha said, if you want to see the absolute truth, you have to achieve only through the understanding. So that is the point. So if you want, so that's why Lord Buddha said, that's why we say, Lord Buddha said the absolute truth. Absolute truth cannot be visualized, cannot be heard, cannot be seen. It is something to be understood. Something to understand. Yeah, That is the point. So our effort is to somehow get that understanding. So in order to do so, as I said, we have to investigate our own faculties, how the light gets created, how the how the vision takes place. The chair in front of me I am seeing right now, is it the real thing that I am seeing? If it is really existing, any animal should see this. But it is not. Even I see this chair as a red chair. So if I show this same chair to a person who is colorblind, he might not see this chair as a red chair. So in his world, the chair may be black or some other kind of color. So he establishes his world as that. I am establishing my world in this way. So even we are human beings, there are different worlds. We live in our own worlds. So that has to be taken into the consideration if you before you enter to this path. So that's why this truth, Satyajnana, the understanding of the philosophy is very important. So then what will happen? Then the value that you assigned earlier to that particular objects and humans and entities will fade away. So how does this happen? So you know for sure the chair in front of me is not permanent. Permanence in the sense it is a creation of your own faculty. So if it is a creation, so how can you assign a value for that? It is your own world. Due to the activities of your faculties, the chair get created. So would it be there kind of a value for that? No. So it tends to the value you assign earlier to that, it will it starts to fade out, because you know the worldly perceptions are not real. So same principle can be applied to yourself as well. The image the reflection that you saw through the mirror, you call earlier, that is me. This is my hand, this is my head, this is the complexion of my skin, and I have no pimples and so on. I have a great figure or like thing. But they are also creation of your own faculties. Your world has been defined by that. You gave the value for that. You live in your own world. What is the purpose of assigning a value to yourself? So what will happen? The value that has been given for yourself will also get diminished. Then what will happen? Then what was the now Buddha said, there is no doer, no person, no soul. Then you will understand there is no person called me. Me, myself, has been created within my faculties. So what is the purpose of assigning a value for that? So will there be, so have I been born? No. Is there any kind of a death for me? No. Because I am not here. So what am I seeing through the mirror? That question comes on and off. That is the illusion. That is the illusion. You are seeing the illusion. So as long as you think this illusion is real, to that much you are there. To that extent you are there. But if you understand this Dhamma in correct way, the understanding makes you to get away from yourself, because that you are going away from that illusion. You are going along with the truth. So that is called seeing the truth. That is the ultimate truth that Lord Buddha wanted to show to entire world, show to the world the truth. There is no person, no doer, no self here. So that is the knowledge that you should gain at the very beginning of listening this Dhamma. After listening this Dhamma, so then you have to practice that knowledge, incorporate that knowledge into day-to-day practice. So what you can do is, you now know clearly that there is no person here. So when you engage in day-to-day activities, you will be able to do those things as usual without a self. That will help you to experience absolutely there is no self here. Absolutely there hasn't been a living being here. So that's why Lord Buddha showed two ways. Two ways mean, first, Purabhagavatipadava, that is the knowledge, and the Aparabhagavatipadava, that is the real experience. So once you're able to experience the non-doer state or non-soul state, to that we can say that he has become Arahat to do something. So those things are names only, no need of things. So what happens along with that? If you suffered at some point in your mundane world, now there won't be a person to suffer at the end. That is the understanding that you will gain. So anyway, I think we have so many friends here, and also Buddothpada Arenvans is also here. Teruvan Saranai Arenvans, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Sudharma, and Surangika, and Kavindya. We can start our discussion. So yes, Teruvan Saranai, Mrs. Kavinja, do you have anything to add or comment on that? Or do you have anything that we should discuss today? So we can take it up and we can continue our discussion. Yeah.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Ravi. තෙරුවන් සරණයි
Yes.
ආරයන් වහන්සේ. නමස්කාර වේවා. තෙරුවන් සරණයි අවදම් friends. Yes, Dr. Ravi, it was a really good explanation, and I think you have touched the sensory function, and then how does this illusion get created due to this as a result of these sensory functions. I think that is the most important thing a beginner should understand. First as a knowledge. So once you understand that this is an illusion and we don't have any data to talk about an external world, and it is the product or the process that created this illusion, you have to understand through wisdom. So you would not be able to experience it with your sensory faculties, actually, the truth, but you can see through the wisdom, and then you can unwrap this vibration because when you are saying that you are living for like 30 years, 40 years, but it is just a thought that you perceive. In other words, actually, that is the misconception, because due to the ignorance, we believe that the external entities like trees outside, and I am seeing through my eye, or the organ that we call as eye. However, the seeing is just a vibration, and then it is the same thing for all other faculties. The hearing is a vibration, and then the mind sensor is the hardest to understand. A thought is a vibration. Thoughts arise as a natural phenomena. And then, but you would say that I feel this. And then, as you clearly mentioned, when you go in front of the mirror, you will feel that, okay, I see myself through the mirror. But the actual thing is, what you feel is an illusion, and it happens due to the speedy occurrence of these vibrations. So understanding that feel arise due to the underlying power within the vibration is really, really important. And then when you actually see this through wisdom, by understanding how does this sensory faculties works, you can see that, you can realize that the power reduces. And this is what we call as the asavakya jnana, because you can see now how, how does your power reduce and getting fades away. And this is the practical aspect of this Dhamma. And then, as you clearly mentioned, this self-existence field, the field or this power get reduced, and then it fades away, and at one point the power will go to zero. This is what we call the anidassana viññāna. I think we talked about it yesterday, Dr. Ravi. So and that, we cannot say that person is now arahant, because the person word is wrong there. That process is the arahanthood. We can say it like that way. So understanding this power, how does this power arise within the vibration? I think it is important as well. But I think you have covered a lot there. As a beginner, I think this Deshana would be really helpful for them to understand the truth. Yes, Dr. Ravi, we can start our discussion. And then, we have a lot of Dhamma friends join today too. Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can ask others as well. So how they have figured this out. So I think what is really important here is understanding the illusion that gets created within our faculties is not true. So that is the understanding that we have to gain. So, but unfortunately, what is happening here the illusion gets created. So if you, as long as you keep your eye open, so images come. So then you involuntarily you recognize what those images are. Then you assign automatically what happens, some kind of a value will be assigned to that. Because in front of me now I am seeing my own laptop in front of me. So actually speaking, it is colors and made up of plastic or metal or some. So when they come all together, we call it a laptop. So as long as I recognize that object as my laptop, automatically the value comes along with that. So I don't want to lose my laptop. That is very expensive. So if I lose this, so I have to buy another one. So it will cost me 100,000 rupees. So likewise, automatically it happens. So how we come into realization, how we come into certain realization that the laptop in front of me is not real. That is the question. The illusion. So it is very difficult to understand the illusion that has been created from the faculties is an absolute illusion. Though we learn this Dhamma for such a long period, we still feel it's there. That is the question that I'm having right now even. So do you have anything to add, Dr. Sakuntala Teruvan Saranai? Do you have kind of explanation for that? So
Terwa Saranai, yes, very interesting topic actually, because something applicable to all of us. We are convincing that this is an illusion is not easy, as you mentioned. What I felt was that the common example that we always discuss, the magic. Now, if you go to a famous magic show, you will see that the pigeons are flying from the boxes, and a person's neck is severed in the lying position. A person is head is jutting out, and the person's neck is cut with a sword or something like that. And the next moment, the person will stand up alive. So when you see these things, all sorts of astonishing sounds automatically. Wow, oh my gosh, what happened? All sorts of sounds, gestures are common. But, and sometimes a person will show a gold necklace just from his palm by opening up the palm. So it, as long as you don't realize the mechanism, you tend to be in that illusion and believe, and then wonder how these things are happening. But if you learn magic yourself, not the sort of very basic tricks, but of course, after learning the technique and that science behind the magic, when you realize that the necklace which was shown is just slowly slid down under his long sleeved shirt, things like that. I mean, certain magic actually you can't imagine how they are showing it, how they do it. They look really, really real, I would say. So, but as long as you thoroughly study this technique, how it is being done, then still you can sit and enjoy the magic show, but automatically a smile will be brought to your face when you realize, when you see these things being done, when you know the technique, he's doing like this, and this is what is happening there. So automatically, without thoughts, actually, you get that feel that this is how they are doing it. Similarly, now, if you take the example of mirage, now from the distance it looks like real water. But if you take a little trouble to walk up to that place where you saw the water, you can see that it is only the hot surface of the road. And then you will be able to see the mirage a little further away. And then maybe you can walk up to that place also and see that there is no water at all. So like that, I think it is a kind of experimenting and doing your own research to exactly find out the technique. So it is at the beginning when it comes to Dhamma, it is the having the theory knowledge, how it is happening, which is very beautifully explained by our noble friend Aryan Wahanse, that speed is the one which is behind the screen, which creates all these things. And a simple example which has been given by Lord Buddha, that a fireball, when it is spinning to look like a fire circle. So these things are very practical things, especially this fireball thing. We often see it in our perahera, our processions. It's being done. So you can still see it. You see a fire circle. But if somebody asks, is there a fire circle? You have to say no, because there is no real circle.
Good one. Awesome. Oh, so let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. Let us begin with a very simple picture. No philosophical, no complicated. Just deep, just simple. Right now, are you creating your next thing? Or are you waiting for it to appear? Stay with this. Don't answer quickly. Just observe. Close your eyes for a moment and wait for the next thought. Where does it come from? Did you choose it? Or did it simply arrive? What people are unable to see is this unexpected nature of a thought. Most of the time, thoughts appear unexpected. Even the next sentence, thought in your mind, you did not plan it in advance. It came automatically. Maybe you don't want that thought. Or maybe you want something. But it doesn't come like that. Thoughts appears unexpected, without a moment. So let us stay with this observation. Thoughts appear just like sound appear. A sound comes. You don't create it. A thought comes. You don't create that test. If you truly do, if you truly observe carefully, this thinking, these thoughts are just happening. But there is no visible thinker doing it. Just thoughts appearing and disappearing. That's it. But we assume I am thinking because the thought says I am thinking. But this assumption, it doesn't come as an assumption anymore. It comes as something solid, something we don't even question. It just, we know this, I am thinking. That's it. You don't even want to double check it. It's already I am thinking. That is our ignorance of the truth. This is very subtle. A thought appears, and inside that thought is a claim. This is mine. I am thinking. And we believe, we taken it as the real. But if we go deeper, if thoughts appear on their own, then where does this think, this self come from? Did it came from outside? Did it came from one of those sensor contacts? With one of those sensor contacts? No. The idea, I am the one thinking, is itself another thought. It is not something separate. Itself, it is not the body. It is not the mind as well. It is another thought, a small part, something that has been constructed. A thought is a spark, a simple spark that appear and disappear within milliseconds. So, is there a self in a spark? Can we find a self, a solid self in a spark, a current spark? This is our ignorance. We think it is solid. There is this existing self. Now the loop is created. One thought appears, then another thought says, I created. It happens so fast, it feels like all of these are coming together. Now I am the one thinking. It comes as that. And now it feels like there is this controller, a one who experiences everything, affected by everything. But there is only thoughts. Look closely. There is no separate entity controlling thought. Only thoughts referring to other thoughts. Only thoughts occurring and ceasing. There is no owner. We cannot control our thoughts. They come randomly. We don't know what is the next thought because thoughts occurring when there is a right condition for it. We don't create those conditions. Everything happens naturally. So when the right condition with another thought appears, we don't do anything. There is no owner who's doing that. Thought itself arising and ceasing according to the right conditions. So now we move beyond thought. We feel this my body, my feeling, my experience, my everything. But let us question this aspect. So right now, sensation in the body, a vibration. So did you create it or did it arise? Likewise, emotions arises the same way. A feeling comes, whether it's happiness, sadness, tension, anger, hatred, anything. Did you choose it or did it appear? Let's say the best example, you feeling sad. Did you like it? So if you are the owner, if you are the controller, then you should be able to not get sad. But you cannot control it. Emotions arises. Sadness comes. You can't control those thoughts. You're not the owner of the thoughts. They happen automatically, naturally. We are the ones who have at this additional label, a thought, unnecessary thought, as me, a self who's doing these things, who is experiencing these things. But the actual, the reality, the truth is, there's no owner for anything. It just happens naturally. So after the feelings appear, another thought says, another thought of self appear, and it says, this is my feeling. Now this ownership is added. Like it's not we are thinking this is my feeling. It feels, it comes as a feeling, like it is feeling. It says this is my feeling. We don't think like this is my feeling, but it comes as the reality, the feel, like the ownership. So without that thought, is the sensation different or just present? With or without that thought, the sensations happen. The sensations continues. They don't stop. Without that thought, the sensations become light, simple, just present, just appearing and disappearing. That's it. There's no owner, there's no self to cling in. There's no owner to cling on that and build up a story. It's just a sense of working, and that's it. That's it. So let's go to this illusion of control. Now we come to control. We feel I am in control of my life. But let us examine this as well. So if you are the controller of your life, can you control your next thought? Try it now. Choose your next thought before it appears. Can you do it? Or do you only know it after it comes? You cannot fix your next thought. You don't know before it appears. You only know after it comes. If you own that thought, you can decide which thought can come next. So we cannot control it. We get to know about it after it appears and disappears. But then suddenly, once the thought disappeared, there is this self. That self has an idea that we are the one controlling, we are the one owning these thoughts. But actually, nobody can control thoughts. His control appears after this action. We cannot control thoughts, but we have this feeling, a thought, I am the one thinking. It happening so fast. That's why it's hard to notice it. But if we can slow it down, we will notice. First the thought comes, then the rest follows. Then that self thinking, I am the owner, I am the one who controls thoughts, I am the one who's thinking. But everything, even the control, appears after the thought occurred and ceased. Even actions. Let's say a movement happens, Then a thought says, I did that. Let's say you are walking and the thought says, I am walking. But this ownership is often comes after, not before. But there's this speed, it happening so fast. We cannot see it. We think they come all together, or we misinterpret as we are the ones who are doing it. And once the thought came, then we start to walk. But what actually happens is nobody control it. Just a walking happens. Then the thought that owns it happens. Life is happening. Breathing is happening. Thinking, sensing, without energy, without owner. But there is this unnecessary self who thinks who's controlling, doing everything. But that self, it comes after every this thought or sense has occurred. Now this me, this self has become a burden. Once you get to know this Dhamma, now we begin to see something important. The idea of me, the idea of this self, it is not something simple. It is not something light. It carries a weight, a responsibility, fear, pressure, this ownership, everything. It has this need to control. Like, I must do this right. I must not fail. All time to the same sense of self. Not the self. There is no existing self. But we have this sense of a self, that illusion of self. So if there is no control, what happens to that pressure? It fades, it goes away. Something softens, a lightness appears, less tension, less struggle, less fire, less burden. Everything is simple, light. You are calm, you are in peaceful state. So now we begin to see the life differently, not as something controlled, not as something owned, but as something unfolded. Everything moves on its own, thoughts, feelings, emotions, movements, everything, every thought happening on its own. There's no own of it, there's no control of it. It's definitely like a river flowing, not held by anyone, but we think we are doing, we are holding, we are the one controlling. And another problem is people are used to this self, it feels safe. So now this natural fear may arise. They don't want to let go of this control. But everything, every thought is not the self. Every thought is something that naturally happens. Even the fear, it is also appearing. It is not done by someone. It's just arising when the right conditions are met. We don't like fear. Does anyone want to be fear? Like, now I want to be fear, and now I'm going to get fear. You cannot control it like that. It happens automatically, and you don't even want to be fear. Those things are the proof that there is no owner for any of those thoughts, any of those movements that happen. So mind is not me. Thoughts are not me. Nobody owns thoughts. They are just natural. Even the sense of self, even the self is a thought that also not belong to anyone. It's just a thought, a spark that arrives and disappears. Once we see this, once we let go of this control, not deliberately, not forcing, but it happens automatically. It does not stop life. Life continues. Everything happens as usual. It's just this self, self is the thought that reducing that power of that thought. No matter how we say this, even up to now, it may still feel like there is me doing all these things, observing all of these things. Like I am watching thoughts, I am noticing sensations, I am affected by everything. This feels natural, but now let us question this carefully. Who is this observer? Even right now, you are aware of the sound, but who is hearing? Don't answer with words. Look directly. Try to experience it yourself. Is there a separate hearer or just hearing, a hearing occurring? Let's repeat that question again. Right now, you are aware of the sound. Is there a hearer who is hearing it? Try to experience, not use thoughts, but experience. Is there a separate hearer or it's just hearing a sound wave, a sound vibration occurring? Try to find the owner, the hearer, in what you are hearing, in what you are seeing, in what you are thinking. You have to explore it yourself. You have to experiment it yourself. Sit somewhere and try to find the self, this me, this owner, this hearer, this seer in those sensor contacts. So the mind, it is just of it has habit of dividing. It automatically divides observe, observe, observe is the self, observed is the object outside. Like I am here, the world is there. But is this actually experienced? Is this actually there? Or is it just an interpretation, an assumption, another illusion, illusional division? So if both of these are constructed, isn't then both this observe and something that has been observed is the same thing? What really happens is a sense of contact occurs. But then suddenly there's this observer and something that got observed. Both of these division, this concept occur automatically and together. So that's why it is said what you taken as the truth, reality in the outside itself is the self, sense of self. I mean myself from this side. It is the self itself that what we believe in outside. This self and this outside is the two sides of a coin. They comes together. What we have outside is itself is this self, this me, this myself, I-ness. We cannot experience this self or outside in those direct experiences. So we'll drop the words for a moment. Just observe. There's sound, there's sensation, there's thought. So let's take one sense of contact, a sound. So even now, you hear different sounds. Now, where is the observer? Can you find an observer in that sound? Did it come from the sound? Can you find a hearer, a listener, a sales in that sound? You can even go for the vision. You see a lot of things. Colors, they're just colors. But can you find a seer, a self doing this? Or is it just its appearance? You can notice whether there is this self or not. Seeing is occurring, hearing is occurring, every other sense of contact is occurring. Whether there is this self or not, then why do we have to add this unnecessary self? Why do we have to add this self to every thought and make it complicated? Not only that, but suffer with that self. So let's get back to this sense of contact and this observer. Now look very carefully. You have this sense, I am observing. I am seeing, I am hearing. But can you find that in hearing or seeing? No. Then, but there's this sense. It's not thinking, but it's already feeling real, as if I am observing. So it didn't come from the seeing, it didn't come to hearing. So where it came from? It is another thought. This sensing, this hearing, this seeing itself has another thought. This self, I am observed, I am seeing, I am hearing. Itself a thought. It appears like any other thought, but it happens continuously with every other thought. That's the thing. That is why it's powerful. So let's say we see a chair and this is me, another thought. So now me is the one who's looking at the chair. And then a door comes. So we forgot, like the chair is gone, door is there. But with that door also, me comes, this sense of self. So this sense of self is something we use frequently, always actually. So that's why it is way more powerful than any other word. That's why now we don't get it as a thought, but now we have this feeling, an existent, real feeling. There is this self. Even though we can't find it, we have this feel, a strong feel. There is this sense, a doer, a nighness, that it is a powerful thought. It appears and disappears like any other thought would. That thought, that I-ness, it doesn't stop there. That thought creates a position. I am here, watching, experiencing everything. And that's the outside that affect me, that I am experiencing. But that position is also illusional, not direct experience. There is no self in the direct experience, so there's no position in that also. So no center can be found. If you search for a center, if you search where are you located, is it in the head? Is it in the chest? Is it in this body? Is it in the mind itself? You, you will never find a self, a knowledge, only sensations. There are only sensations, pressure, warmth, movement, hearing, seeing, tasting, smelling, only sense contacts, but none of them are the observer. None of them say, I am the observer. It is an unnecessary additional thought, the self, a powerful thought that feels as if it's real. That's the thing. Now let everything be as it is. Let the sound appear, let the sensations appear, let the thoughts appear, let the vision appear, let the taste, smell appear. Then notice, observe carefully. There is no one in the middle controlling it. There's no owner, there's no seer, there's no doer here. There's no central point managing every experience, everything. Just a bunch of vibrations, bunch of sparks, vision happening, sounds happening, sensations happening, thoughts happening. They just happens. We cannot control them. We cannot control the next thought. We don't know what is the next thought. But our ignorance saying, I am the one who's thinking. I am the one who's controlling thoughts. Even the vision, even the hearing. Can we stop? Let's say someone is blaming us. Can we automatically stop it? Hearing is still occurring. We cannot stop it. Same as with the vision, same as with the tasting, same as with the smell. Every sensation is happening. We cannot stop it. So then, how can we say we are the owner? So every sense is function. Okay. It gives us sense of context. Everything is happening in one seamless field, not divided, not over. There's no outside there. There's no inside there. Try to observe it. Try to experiment. Take a vision. You see something. Try to see, where is this over, the self thing? Where is this outside thing? Or is it just a vision occurring, a scene happening? Now this becomes very clear. Now once you confirm it yourself, if there is no center, there is no inside, there is no outside, then the collapse of inside and outside. This boundary, this inside and outside, this division was imagined. It was dependent on It depended on the center. So without a center, a self, there's no division, there's no honor, there's no this illusory division. So now only experiences remain. Sensations, sounds, they are not outside. Likewise, thought is also. There's no separate outside or inside that can be found. There are just bunch of vibrations, different sensor content. All are simply appearing and disappearing. When this is seen, when this is seen properly, something changes. Not like dramatically, but subtly. There's this less pressure, less need to control, less need to defend, because there's no self on the first hand. There's no self to control. So there's no self to protect people. So less need to defend. Because there's no solid center to protect. Life becomes simpler. Things happen, responses happen, but without the heavy sense of need, without the silence, nothing is lost, nothing is gained as well. This is important. You can still think, you can still act, you can still live, you can still hear, you can still see things. Everything works as usual. But this burden, it's gone. This illusion of self is gone. Only the illusion of control, it's gone. No, there's nothing more to understand, nothing more to figure out. Everything that needs to be seen has already been pointed to. So for these last moments, we don't move forward. We soften. Let the mind slow down. Let the need to understand also gently fade. Just let this experience be as it is, even right now. Don't change anything. Don't try to be aware. Don't try to observe. Even that effort can relax. Just sounds are happening. Vision is happening. Sensations are happening. Thoughts may arise and cease. Nothing needs to be controlled because there is no owner in the first place. There is no self in the first place. Let's say thoughts appear, then let them appear. You just observe them. Don't try to control them. There's no need to stop anything because we cannot stop it as well. At all. It came without the owner, without we controlling. We didn't do. So likewise, we can stop it as well. So let it go. There's no need to stop anything because nothing is a problem. Nothing is real. It's just a moment that happened. That's it. No one, no control. Sense of a thought appears. It is not yours. Feeling arises. That is also not yours. Even the sense of self, sense of me is also not you. It is just another thought appearing and disappearing. Just this moment. Nothing to control. No one. Nothing to be affected. Just this moment. Unheld, uncontrolled, unknown. Nothing is added. Nothing is removed. Just this quiet, simple, effortless, just being existing. The system is working. Let everything be exactly as it is. No need to adjust the body, no need to fix the mind. We cannot do it. Even if there is this restlessness, let it be there. Even if there is silence, let it be there. Nothing needs to change. You cannot control it because there is no you to begin with. Even right now, before any thought comes in, there is just this simple. A sound may appear and cease. But before you call it anything, it is just a sound wave, sound vibration. Like my sensations, a sensation may arise before you say anything, like my body or my skin or anything. It is just a sensation, a vibration, just happening, appeared. A thought that also may come before you believe, before you take it as real, or before even you can control it. It comes, it appears, and disappears. It is just a thought, a spark. So now everything is working as it is. The system is working. Its camera is working. Thoughts, mind sense is working. Your sense is working. As usual, everything is working. But deep inside, this everything is lighter than it seems. Nothing is solid as it feels, and nothing is being held together as well. It is all happening on its own without the control. No one is doing it. No one is doing anything. It happens automatically. Every sensor is working automatically. No one is doing it. No one is controlling. No one is inside. No one is outside. Just this appearances, sensor experience, sensor contacts appearing and disappearing. Now let everything fall into the background, even the idea of listening and relax. No need to follow words closely. Let them pass like sounds. Before the next door, even right now, just notice this very subtle thing. There is this small gap before next thought appears. You don't create it. It's simply there. Rest there, even for a second. The space is always there. Even when thoughts comes, that quiet space does not disappear. It remains there, unmoved, untouched. A thought may say, I am thinking, but the space itself does not serve it. It does not react, it does not change us. Nothing needs to be done. You don't need to reach, you don't need to hold it, because you are not separate from it. It is already there. Let everything flow, everything happen as it is. Let every sensation disappear, like clouds passing through open sky. The sky does not fall, and the sky does not resist them as well. So let everything happen as it is. This openness has no sin, has no bound, nothing inside, nothing outside. Everything is simply here, sensible, sense a vibration. That's it. Now, even the idea of openness can be dropped. Even the idea of this experience can fade. Even the idea of sense contacts can fade. Nothing to describe, nothing to understand. Before thought, there is this peace. Between thought, there is this peace. After thought, this is peace. Not created, not owned, not controlled. Just in, just alive, just simple. And you feel this calmness, you feel this peaceful. You see everything as it is, but there is no, you cannot find this burden. There's no burden here, which means the self has to sense its power. It doesn't happen in one moment. It happens. It fades away. Not at once, but slowly, gradually, melting away. So, so we end our discourse for today. Till Sunday.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Hase, our noble friend, our guide on this path. There was Aryan Hase, and I show my gratitude to all our friends who are helping with the background work. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another sermon of the Buddothpada Pure TV English channel, where we make an attempt to take this true Dhamma message to the world, which is actually a brainchild of our R.N. Mahanse. And sermons are there around the clock. So depending on your time factor and where you are living and your convenience, you can always join via this link to listen to any of the deshana. More or less, the same facts are being explained, maybe using different words, different metaphors or examples, but the basic truth is going to be the same. Core of what we are telling is same. So I'm sure some of you may be belonging to different religions, different races, and different beliefs. Maybe you are listening to this as a trial, but please do not stop from one sermon. Continue to listen for few before you take a decision, because I will assure you that if you listen to more than one, several, you might feel that there is a flicker of light at the end of the path. That is where you were trying to reach. So, in other words, you will feel that you have found out the address and the path where to go. This is a beautiful metaphor given by Avar and Mahanse. Yes, you have found the address and the path where to go. We know that truth is not confined to any category of people. Truth is common to all living beings, animals and human beings. And unfortunately, no animal is advanced enough to understand this truth. So they have got caught to the flow, and they are just being taken away by the flow of the natural events. They do not have the ability to understand that this cycle can be broken at some point. This cycle of suffering or the sorrow can be stopped. So you and me are very fortunate to be born as human beings. We never know what our samsara journey was. Lord Buddha has explained 31 planes of living beings. They are all actually levels of different levels of vibrations where we have been fluctuating ups and downs in these 31 planes. And it's a really horrifying type of experience, I would say, particularly if a system is born in one of the lower planes where the vibration level is very high. The chances of escaping from that level is very little. And also a system which is born in a higher plane or a higher realm very likely at any point will be born again in a lower realm. So this samsara journey has been very beautifully explained by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. And he found with his all super wiseness, super wisdom, the nature of this samsara journey, and the fact that only the human beings can identify this, and not only that, the fact that the human being can stop this flow. So not only that, he found the pathway how to do it, how to stop this flow also. So throughout this time, from then onwards, there were many arhants for a long time who understood this knowledge, who understood this Dhamma to the level of Lord Buddha, which we call the Arhat state. In other words, the fact that there is no self here, that is the most important thing that happens with the inner transformation. So after the era of the Arhat, this understanding of the people who were there became less and less, and sort of easy parts of the Buddhism was absorbed very quickly. So only the easy parts were practiced, and the difficult parts were just let go. So that is what happened, and the contents of Buddhism actually changed significantly thereafter. Again, there is reawakening of the Buddhist philosophy. Exactly what was explained by Lord Buddha has emerged again. So we are very fortunate actually to listen to that Dhamma, and not only that, our noble friend Aryan Mahanse is always giving a push from behind, showing the direction and correcting ourselves. So we have to take the maximum advantage of this fortune actually that we have got. So as I said, listen to more than one of these sermons if you're new to this teaching. When you listen to several of them, you will feel that there is something different from what you have heard. That is what Lord Buddha also said when Lord Buddha was when Lord Buddha decided that he wants to give this Dhamma to the world who is always immersed in sorrow and sadness, but do not realize that they are already deep in that pit with sorrow and sufferings. And when he first mentioned that to the very first 5 disciples, he said, this is something different, not what we have been practicing earlier. So listen to this Dhamma, come and see. That was his first advice. So that is what we also have been told by our noble friend Aryan Mahanse. Listen and see. Many of us actually just went on listening to sermons, didn't understand most of it at the beginning. But with time, little by little, the light was shedding into the path. So what are the basic things of this teaching? The most important thing is that they are never a self-existed. That is the most important number one fact, I would say. And everything is around that topic. everything is around that self perception or that feeling of self existence. So the things that I like, the things that I have received, the things I don't like, things I do, my friends, my family, my property, uh, the things that I don't like, people I don't like, all these are coming around this image of self. So, image of self is not something that you can point out to somewhere and show. Uh, one might say, "This is me," and you are showing your own body and saying that this is me. How did that thought come? That thought came up from the past data, from the past perceptions. Because as a little baby, you didn't know who am I, isn't it? This is the beginning, actually. The baby with the radiant mind never had an idea about the self because there were no thoughts. Now we know that self is simply a thought. So, how you got these perceptions were right from the beginning, where the mirror was mainly used. We know that during Lord Buddha's time, I assume that there weren't freely available mirrors. And the lesson that Lord Buddha gave to the little novice monk Rahula, who was his son in the before he became a monk, he said, Rahula, look at this pool of water. You see a reflection of yourself, and you can see many other things. They are all reflections, you know that they are not true. So the world which is created is also something like this. They are all reflections or creations. Just a very simple message, isn't it? Because by that age, there weren't very many sort of thickened thoughts in that little mind. Because 7 years is just sort of the beginning of the childhood. So by that time, there were no wrong concepts or wrong weaves, drushtis. So because of that, Rahula Thero, little Rahula monk, may have been able to understand it better. But for you and me, if Lord Buddha or somebody said that this reflection is similar to the world created in the mind, we might even argue. We might say, how can you say, Lord Buddha, I can feel the things, I can see the things, I can hear the things like that. But the little Rahula monk didn't have any arguments. He felt that is true. Yes. So this is the beauty of this Buddhist teaching. In a very simple manner, it can be explained to the person who do not have a lot of wrong views or mithya drushti. For a person who is scientifically very knowledgeable, then for that person, the way that it is explained is completely different. Then you have to get the science also involved when you are explaining. So, the depending on the level of the mind, level of that person's system, the explanation has to be done. So that is why there are 84,000 sermons, documented sermons during Lord Buddha's lifetime. So probably these were done then and there to suit that particular person's level of understanding. But when it comes to as a fact, the summary or the essence is the same. What is the essence? One fact is that we solely depend on our sensor faculty function or the sensor function to understand about what's called the outside world. Outside world is not something permanently there. In every instance, it's born as a new thought. So, in other words, the five senses are always active, but only one sensor function at a time. But we feel, because of the speed, we feel that sometimes more than one sensor is functioning at the same time. No, it's not so. Sometimes you might say that I was listening to a Dhamma sermon while working in the kitchen. You might say, no, I can do it equally. I could feel it and do the work also, not missing even a word. But remember, this is due to the fast speed, the extremely fast speed of these sensor functions gives rise to the idea that it is persisting or it is a continuous thing. It's like that bulb, the old-fashioned bulb, where what's called it's working on AC current or alternate current. The current is given in bouts or spells. So each time there is this light and the light is off, and then again it is on and off. So this off component is not detectable because of the speed. So we feel that there is a continuously burning bulb. So the speed is the next important thing. So one important fact, as I mentioned, is the function of the sensors. Or in other words, sensor means a function itself. So that function is the one which creates the world, and no experience beyond that. And also the sensor function means there is a rapid uh, vibration of that level. So it is created actually. Basically, something is created. This created thing means a fast vibration. So creates a light, creates a sound, creates a smell, taste, and skin sensation. So this creation is a natural happening. There's no undoing it. So fast vibration of the eye creates a light. We were taught actually as school going students, we learn as if that the light is coming from outside and the sound is coming from outside. Everything, the taste, smell, and the skin sensation, all coming from outside. Then, what's the purpose of this sensor then? Then you don't need a sensor actually if it is coming from outside. And the other thing is every animal should feel it in the same way if the sensors do not play a role here. And we have already mentioned this quite a few times earlier. We need the physical component for this function. That means the muscular eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the skin. Those five are essential for this function. So that is a different fact. Without that muscular part, you can't talk about that sensor function. Commonly, we notice that there are people who do not have eyes, who are deaf from birth. So those things we have mostly seen, but the absence of the other three, the tongue, nose, and the skin, is not observed as such. But theoretically, you can think along that also. Absence of those muscular component can give rise to the complete inability to experience that particular sense. So essentially the muscular part should be there, and the second important thing is that there should be a vibration of that part for you to experience something. So whether there are any stimuli outside or not is actually material unless the sensor of this side is not vibrated. So when there is a vibration only, that vibration becomes equal to some other vibration somewhere. So that is the story of seeing a shape, hearing a sound, and feeling the taste, feeling the smell, and feeling the temperature, solid nature, liquid nature, and airy nature by the skin. And we know that different animals have different senses. Particularly, their eyes could be quite different from each other. And now there are some animals with the eye which can visualize almost 360 degrees. For their survival, that sort of senses are necessary. And there are animals whose hearing is very much advanced. We can hear only the range from 20 to 20,000 hertz, but the other animals, there are some animals whose hearing is very, very sharp. We know that when the tsunami was coming, people had no idea what this tsunami is, but the animals felt that something awkward is happening. They ran inland, whereas the human beings either they stayed in the beach or some of them even went to the sea to see what is this regression of this sea water level, and they all got caught to the high rising waves. So like that, there are different sensor functions. So therefore, we have to agree with Lord Buddha's teaching, Salayatana Loko, which means it's the senses which create something as the word. If we believe about what we learn as subjects, that the light is coming from outside, and without that light you can't see. The sound is coming from outside, without that sound you can't hear. Then that means the outside world is true, isn't it? Then the two phrases, the Salayatana Loko and Chittena Niyati Loko, those two golden phrases by Lord Buddha should be wrong then, isn't it? Yes. Certainly we can work out on these little things. Then you will be able to actually understand that we depend on these senses. And we know that a person who has color blindness, even though there's something called red color outside, the person cannot experience that red color. He's seeing it as some other color. No one can find out what is exactly he's seeing actually, because he can't show it, because that is what he's experiencing, isn't it? He might show some other color saying that this is red, and you will not agree. You will say, this is not red, this is brown. So who is correct? You can't say anybody is correct, isn't it? That is because of the sensor which gives rise to something created. And whether you like or not, you have to accept it as it is, isn't it? Because there's no way of understanding what the real world is. Should you bother about it? No, there's no point of taking the trouble about thinking even. there were certain subjects that Lord Buddha said that do not try to think about them because they are not accessible to your mind capacity. There were certain topics, actually. One topic is about the galaxy or the space. Lord Buddha said that if you go on thinking about such uh, topics, another topic is about the samsara journey. So, like that, there were quite a number of topics that Lord Buddha said, do not try to think and think and think and solve these problems. It's not possible for you. And those were sort of topics confined to they were actually subjects which came under Buddha's knowledge or the Buddha's wisdom. So, one such is the samsara journey. We do not know what we have been passing all this time. But one thing is common. Every time we believed as the world as true. In other words, when the world is true, on the other side is that myself, Sakkaya Ditthhiya or the Mithya Drushtiya, the self-view. So that is what was common to all our births in this samsara journey. So that is why you and me are here today, because still we have that self-view with us. So now we have got some very fortunate opportunities to identify or understand what has happened to us all this time. So, as I said, common to all those births or that those cycles were that taking the world as truth. So that is the opposite of what Lord Buddha taught us. So the two important things is that the muscular part should be there, that means the organ, and there should be a vibration of that particular component. Vibration is a functional thing, functional change. And that vibration, what happens with the vibration? Vibration means there are two opposite ends. Every vibration or wave has two opposite ends. If you draw it on a paper, it's like an up and down wave. So these waves, this is actually very clearly proven even by the scientists. Every wave, every vibration has a center point where there is a current. Because there are two opposite ends. Wherever there are two opposite ends, there's a power created in the middle. It's something, a simple thing like you are pulling an elastic from either end, and there is a power created because of the action of the two opposite ends. Also, Lord Buddha in the Majjhima Sutra mentioned that wherever there is a power, there are two opposite ends. So the same thing Lord Buddha explained in the other way around. We know that wherever there are two opposite ends, there is a power or a power created. Lord Buddha said, wherever there is a power, there are two opposite ends. So that is the story or the the foundation of all these happenings. This current, which is there, that is what is built up and the multiplied to the level where it gives the feel that there is a self here. So this vibration, how does the vibration start? Was a question that was asked from Aryan Vahanse also. For the vibration to start, there should be a power, isn't it? And the two beautiful metaphors given by our Aryan Vahanse was that throwing a stone to a water, a still water, and there the power is used to throw the stone, and then the waves will start, the vibrations will start, and vibrations eventually gives rise to more power. So in other words, the power and the vibration goes hand in hand, and this power is the one which helps to create this vibration is the one which gives rise to another form of power. What is it? A light, something which looks like a light, something which looks like a sound, something which looks like a taste, a smell, or the skin sensation. Now, talking about the skin sensation, we feel something solid. When you touch, you feel something hard or soft. When you touch, you feel something liquid like. And of course, when the wind is blowing, you feel something which has the nature of the air. And also, you feel the temperature. These are also forms of waves. What is felt as solid is because of the uh, neatly compact, neatly packed type of waves. Then you feel it as solid. That tight packing is a little bit less when it comes to the liquidity. And when it comes to the airy nature, that packing is further loose, but all of them are waves. But because of the nature of the skin, it is felt as a solid thing. Actually speaking, if the skin was not there, you can't talk about these four main elements: the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature. You can't talk about those four if there was nothing called skin sensor. Talking about the skin sensor, every cell has this ability to feel it. So it's a kind of spreaded all over the body. So if that skin sensor wasn't there, you can't talk about the solid things, liquid things, airiness, or temperature. You can, I'm sure you may have had some experience if you had a cut injury or something, and if you had to get local anesthesia to stitch that, they will inject something that causes that area numb. Then you can't feel anything. I mean, the doctors can stitch that wound without any difficulty using a needle. Similarly, some of you may have undergone some surgeries with either general anesthesia or what's called the spinal anesthesia. In spinal anesthesia, the waist below is anesthetized, so you can't feel anything. So, can you talk about the solidity, liquidity, airiness, and the temperature in such situations? No, you can't talk. So, as Saranvase says, that 3D effect that we are having about the world is because of the nature of this skin sensor. And because of the previous perceptions, you know that you can't go through a wall, isn't it? You know that wall is something solid. That is because of the perceptions that you had in the past. Now, a small baby has no idea what this wall is. When you carry the little baby, sometimes he might hit the wall with the hand, and then he feels that it is something hard and cannot go through. So these perceptions might build up with time, isn't it? When the child is a little older, a toddler will go towards the wall and bang on that. Sometimes he will use the wall to lean against when he's standing, or when he's trying to stand up, he will hold on to the wall and stand up. All these perceptions will time to time occur and then get added up, isn't it? So Now, at your and my age, now we know that wall means it's just a sound to the mind, because it's just a picture to the eye, and instantly the wall is produced in your mind. That means you are not actually seeing, you are thinking, isn't it? Because wall is a thought. How did you get a name to what was seen? That was your past perceptions. So what happens? These past perceptions will continue to uh, come up, will get added more and more. Now you know very clearly that wall is something solid. That is a good example for the solidity, solid feeling, and also the fact that you can't go through it. And if you hit hard, it hurts you, isn't it? And all the other information about the wall also will be there right now in that thought which was sparked now, which is just a single vibration called thought. That thought was telepathized with all these perceptions that you had over the time from that small age. Actually speaking, this telepathization to the thought is not confined to this birth itself. I mean, simple things like ball, we can say that it may have been from our childhood, but there are many, many more complicated things which are telepathized right now to this thought, but you can't give the reason why it happened. Why did you feel like that? So these are perceptions of the stimuli, isn't it? The stimulus means a collection of perceptions. So you're talking about this world and the sensor functions. The other thing is we can see only 7 colors, which means different wavelengths of the vibration. They all are vibrations. Actually, it's a common pool of vibrations. Depending on the sensor, something is created. So it's something like when the current is there, if you attach a blender to the plug, you will be able to do some form of grinding or blending. If you attach a kettle, you can get some water boiled. If you attach a fridge, you can get some cold food. If you attach an AC, you can get some cool breeze, isn't it? If you attach a bulb, you can get light. Now see, like that, when the current is there, you can create something depending on the equipment that you are using. So these are all vibrations, and vibrations will, whatever the sensor which is activated, whatever the sensor which got vibrated, something is created. So when the eye is created, when the eye is vibrated, light is created. When the ear is vibrated, the sound is created. So like that, all 5 senses do have this type of function. So that itself gives another strong evidence to say that this is a sensor function, isn't it? So the sensor function doesn't stop at the level of senses, unfortunately or fortunately, because what happens is in the natural form, they combine together to form thoughts. So formation of thoughts is not only limited to the human beings, but it happens in animals also. But in animals, they are not very advanced thoughts. They are sort of more simple and very in a very primary level, I would say. But the human beings do have very complicated and advanced thought formation. So for the thought formation, maybe at least two senses should combine, and the thought is kind of naming or a description of what was experienced. So what do you mean by that? Any sound is a thought. So whether you see a carbon pen, that's a thought, isn't it? When you see the spectacles, that is a thought. Because what you see is just a shape, and the conclusion or the description is a thought. And what you hear is a sound to the ear, but it's talking from a loudspeaker, which I hear right now, is a thought. There's a smell that is experienced, and the smell of some smoke is a thought. I feel something hard. That is the hardness of the chair, is the thought. So like that, everything is followed by a thought, because the rupanaya or the rupa or the vibration doesn't have a description. That is your rupa. Rupanaya, vibration, or rupa means the fast vibration which creates something. That created thing is given a kind of description or naming. That is your nama. So that is the nama rupa story. Without the naming, you don't know whether there is a vibration or not. So naming is the significant thing here. So that is why it is used as nama rupa. So there should be a recognition or naming to see whether there is a rupa. And nama and rupa, they are again self-feeding or self-supporting. Without a vibration, there is nothing for you to name, isn't it? And without naming, you don't know whether there is a vibration or not. Because so they are sort of helping each other or supporting each other. The beautiful metaphor that was given from in one of the sutras by Lord Buddha was that two bundles of sticks kept leaning onto each other, supporting each other. So that was a metaphor given for the nama rupa. So when you remove one bundle, other one cannot stand, other one will fall. So like that, the nama is supporting the rupa, and rupa is supporting nama. So that is one of the metaphors given by Lord Buddha. So now we know that whatever the sensor function that occurs is a fast vibration. That fast vibration is something that actually ignites the power for this whole process. There is a minute amount of power in each vibration, and when it happens very fast, that power gets accumulated. That is where you talk about the sankhara or the construct or aggregation. The nature of these vibrations are, when they are similar, they tend to accumulate together. So that's by nature that is happening. And what happens? There is sort of construct or aggregation or accumulation of these vibrations. The name Sankara is in Sinhala means sakas kirim. You do some construction, some packing or something like that. So the Sankara is the one which has a stronger power, and because of that, you feel as if it is really there. Because we know wherever there is a current, you get some form of live feeling, isn't it? You can use the current to make the bulbs burning. Water will be boiling. There'll be live fire sometimes in a stove. So it can also provide electricity for the musical instruments where you will be able to hear the sounds. So like that, so many things can happen with this current underneath. And it gives kind of a live feeling, isn't it? So this is what happens in this mind process also. The thought, or in other words, thought means the consciousness. So when you talk about the I consciousness, which means that you see as if there is a light. You see as if you feel as if there is a sound. You feel as if there is a smell, taste, or the skin sensation. So that alive feeling is what's called the consciousness, eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and the skin consciousness. So all these five get some form of alive feeling, gives rise to the feel that it is there. Yes, it's real kind of feel is caused by this current or this power. We know that when you use a battery for the battery powered toy, the toy will start moving around, might even give some voices when there is power. So this is exactly what is happening in this system also. When there is a power, the system becomes alive, and this power actually is distributed via this wiring system called nerves. So it is such a complicated and very much refined type of function that is happening in the body, isn't it? That's all nature. No one is doing it. It's all nature. So this live feeling is the one which is misidentified as self. Actually speaking, there is no self anywhere, because we know that the thought that this body is me was simply another thought where perceptions occurred at the small age. From then onwards, it has been becoming stronger and stronger, because each and every time that a thought is telepathized to the thought of this time, it makes it stronger. So the little baby's concept or the idea of this is me has over the time has become stronger and stronger, because each and every moment that it is repeated or the telepathization occurs, it's stronger than the previous one. So various new perceptions are also added to this one, isn't it? We start with the reflection on the mirror. This is baby. Now the baby gets the thought, yes, this shape means myself, me. And then maybe, I'm sure you remember that how the parents are very proudly telling the child to show your nose, baby, show your eye, baby. So they are really proud to let the child do it in front of the visitors, isn't it? So it's an achievement. So getting another perception about myself, just think, we are very proud of it, isn't it? Adding another lie to the pile of lies that we are already having, we think that it is an achievement. So little by little, these lies become
stronger and stronger, more and more. So the baby will start showing the body parts. Now the baby thinks that this body, which is seen on the mirror, which is felt when I touch, which is heard as the voice or maybe a sneezing or coughing sound or something like that, and maybe the own body smells. So all those things uh, make that perception stronger and stronger. And then comes the things that you like, the things that you don't like. They all come to this pile of perceptions. To and the food that I like, food I don't like, the dresses or my favorite color, and my hobbies are there. These are my hobbies, and my friends, they are not my friends, but these are my friends. So you can see that how the perceptions are built up, and each time when it is repeated, when that perception called myself is repeated, it's stronger than what it was earlier. And so many things in that mind bubble, the not only the self, everything's around that, maybe your property, maybe your belongings, your family members, your children or grandchildren, those are all part and parcel of that my world. So by now, at you and my age, this is a huge burden, isn't it? Because of the self here. We are in sort of very deep level of suffering. Now you have what's called your own plans are there, your own ways of doing it. Now sometimes if you are a head person of an office or something, you have a much stronger ego than a person who is having a simple life in the village. So the person in the village doesn't have much uh, intentions or goals to reach. His level of perceptions are much less than for a person who is uh, working in high rank, either in the government or private sector. So that ego, that person's expectations and the standards, the status, all these things are very complicated and very high. So such a person will find it difficult actually to get into this Dhamma path because of that strong thought of myself, or the strong ego is putting a barrier in front of you. You can't see the future. You can't see the path actually, not the future. You can't see the Dhamma path. You can see the future, of course, that is a mundane world. But what I wanted to tell was that you can't see the path when you are having such a so-called high expectations in your life. So even Lord Buddha's time, there were people who were never educated, I suppose. Some were maids, actually. There were two children who became the Sohan at the age of 7 years. One was actually left out in a cemetery to die by his stepfather. He was tied up to a dead body there because those days the dead bodies were just thrown away to be eaten by the animals, not buried or cremated like nowadays. So this child, the stepfather, that was actually child cruelty. The stepfather wanted to get rid of the child, and then he took him to the cemetery and tied up to a dead body. So from there only Lord Buddha saved him. There was another boy, a 7-year-old again, who was from the supposed to be the lowest caste in India at that time. He was his occupation, even as a child, he had to work. It was as a cleaner of toilets. So they were supposed to get down into the drain when a person from the high caste was walking on the road. So that is what happened when Lord Buddha was walking on the road. This boy just get down to the drain in respect. So Lord Buddha asked whether he likes to come to the temple. He fully agreed. And that is how these two 7-year-olds became the youngest monks. And they understood the truth very quickly because they didn't have lots of uh, misconceptions or faulty views. So therefore, getting what Lord Buddha was saying clearly into their understanding was not that difficult. So we were talking about the current which is created. That current is the one which gives rise to this feeling that I am there. And as I said, mostly we were tying up this body to the self. We thought that myself is this body, isn't it? And that was another thought. As I mentioned earlier, the perceptions about myself and this body were things that went on getting collected, accumulated time to time. Now we have a very strong view that this body is myself. But if you remove a part of your body, if you had to have an amputation of the leg, part of the part of the leg is by the side of you, and if somebody asks, is this leg you? No, that's my leg. Leg is not me, but that is my leg. Yes, that was a part of my body. So that is my leg. Even if you ask to show some different parts of the body, as that little child said, my head, my eyes, my face, my chest, my hands, my legs, they're all mine. You can't call and say that these eyes are you, isn't it? So taking these little points into detail, you can see that the body parts cannot be taken as myself. They are mine. Like you say that car is mine, this bag is mine, this towel is mine. They can be mine, mine, mine. The body parts also has become mine, not me. So that proves that you can't call this body, any component, as myself. Lord Buddha has done some of these meditations